Live stream. Welcome back to another live stream. We had a little. We're gonna have a good show, but I had to get some things sorted out. Um, yeah, I haven't revved up this in so long, so things are a bit all over the place, and my thing is a bit complicated, people. Let me see. What is my things is a little bit. My thing is a little complicated. Some of you confirm about something on my phone here. So I have to just start. Just give me a second, people, and we get things. Even the chat is not unlocked on the thing because I'm logged out of certain things. What? Skip, bro. What is this? Sports blem. Okay, there we go. Are we in? All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. People, the Jamaican under 17 team, they have basically defied the odds and qualified for the World Cup, something that wasn't expected by a lot of people. Um, I have to talk about this tonight because, listen, people, if we did follow people like Cataract, Cranky, JD, there would be no football being played in Jamaica. None of these youngsters wouldn't be able to represent the national team. Remember, JT was one of the people I took a lot of scrutiny for standing up, for making sure that young Jamaican players, the player of the tournament, I have a personal interview with that youngster on my camera right now. I saw him. Rudolph Speed brought him to Sweden with the Jamaica under 14 team. Rudolph Speed is responsible for a lot of these youngsters, and the other guy named Peart. Should Rudolph Speed step down tonight? Should Rudolph Speed get fired tonight? So we see some of those same U14 players are finally bearing fruit. That's what's happening now. Some of these same U14 players are coming through. I hear people saying this kid is Canadian, and he's not Canadian. The kid might be in Canada, but this kid was in the program. This kid was coming through, and he is a local player. If we follow some of these guys, we would have gone to England every year to go and pick up some kid in England where now make England team anywhere if we come play for Jamaica. We would have go to England, go pick up a bunch of rubbish truck just for come play for Jamaica. These guys, they took Jamaica to the World Cup. They took Jamaica to the World Cup. This is why I stuck to my guns. I said this. I don't care what. There has to be spots in the team for kids out of Jamaica. I don't care who around the diaspora want to get upset. JT, you're homophobic. Whatever whatever call it. Not homophobic. Whatever call that name there. Them say me xenophobic. Wait, let me turn on the phone call on the thing, people. Cause me have got to talk to um I have to call up Crispy on this because I know me and Crispy was having a discussion about this a few days ago. And I was saying that I always believe that. I always believe that young Jamaicans has to be on the team. But I need to talk to leader as well. People, you just pardon, bless up yourself. We don't have to just pardon me tonight. Things are a bit slow, but I would love to speak to leader. I have to speak to leader tonight. I need to know about. I need to speak to leader. I have to speak to the leader tonight. I need to know about these youngsters coming out of Jamaica. I need to know about these youngsters. So I have to talk to leader. Can you hear me, leader?
Yeah, man.
Y-
First thing before my talk, we're on a show, right?
Yeah, this is football.
Yeah, man. No problem. Yeah, man. No problem. No problem. We just want to know before. So, can
Yes. Yes,
so
so
all on
leader,
now.
as I was saying, if I follow some of these people, they wouldn't want none of these little youngsters from Jamaica to be in the team. Remember a couple years ago how much backlash I got for saying that youngsters out of Jamaica has to be in our teams. And these are we see some of the U14 team is finally bearing fruits now.
Well, look here. Hold on there. Give me a minute. Don't hang up.
Yeah. We have the leader on, people, so just hit the like button, and we get things moving in the right
Okay,
direction.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen. Um, if we're talking about the under 17s that just qualified,
Yeah.
I was just speaking to somebody today, and they were mentioning that um, how many of them came through. From the team that went to Malmo, I think it was a team of it's either 18 or 17 of them went, right? And nine
Nine came
came
through.
through in this team here.
Wow.
Nine.
Wow.
I think out of the nine, seven of them, I think seven were starters
Wow,
in
wow.
this camp
That's what I
here.
want to hear, leader. Seven of that U14 team that came to Malmo were starters.
Right.
Okay.
Seven were starters. Seven to eight. Right? Seven between 7 to 8, something like that. Okay? And that for me is good enough. You understand? That is good enough.
That's a win.
You understand? So that is it. So if you were to look at it another way, right? I can say out of the starters from the Malmo tournament, then now the percentage goes higher than 50 because that's probably about 80%. I don't know. I just with amount. You understand?
Yeah, yeah. So that's it.
Mhm.
It's a good look right there, leader. Because if we follow some of those people, would have went to England and got an entire team to come and play for us. And I think we don't need that. What we need is to do
There's
what
nothing. Hold on,
we don't
TT. Let me
need
tell you.
that.
There's nothing wrong with bringing in players from the passport from England, but you don't need that wholesale because I think what is showing now with the um exposing these youngsters so early, right? Is that because it's bearing fruit now more than ever
Yeah.
because all of these guys here had the experience at that level, and then now you're basically seeing them coming through now. Um, right? They're
Yeah.
coming through. So it makes a lot of sense on that investment. But the bigger investment that I've told some people otherwise is that um, the set, the other set, the 2010s,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That are going to be coming through next. That set. I personally,
Isn't there another set that won the U14 tournament?
that's the other set that's coming
Hey.
through next. So for me, I'm telling people that my expectations are that set is not qualifying. It's going to the second round
Yeah, yeah.
of the World Cup.
That's what I
So
want to
that one,
hear.
it's not just qualifying. For me, that's going to be a given. What I'm looking for is for them to go to the next round.
Okay,
You
okay,
see?
yeah, raise the bar,
And they
not
go
just going to the World Cup. And leader, what I liked about the way this team played, well, what I liked about this U17 team was their aggression, and they didn't waste the ball a lot. They didn't waste the ball too much. Because too many times our teams, our younger teams, they don't seem to know what they wanted to do with the football. Even with the younger team, when I saw them in Malmö, I said to Mr. Speed, I was like, Mr. Speed, yeah, these youngsters, they don't really know what they want to do with the ball. And Mr. Speed said, yeah, man, this group is here for experience. In a couple years,
Okay.
they will get it. They were
So,
raw.
yeah. So, listen now. Um, One of the things that um
Bless up, Max
okay, yeah.
City.
So
Yeah.
yeah, man. So one of the things that I see coming forth now, especially because that bunch from under 14 and then under 15 performed better than this.
Yeah, that's what
It
I'm
is a
saying.
fact.
Yeah.
So and as I kept telling people that even in practice,
Was
when
Kelvin
both
Brown in
teams
this
used to
team?
play,
Was Kelvin Brown in this team?
no, listen, let me show you the joke. Let me tell you the joke. The leading goal scorer for the Da Costa Cup this year is a youngster that is 15 years old, a
Yeah.
15-year-old striker by the name of Carlando Morris, who was the striker that went there. But he was even made out this. Kelvin Brown went to Cayman with the younger team, right? Because I'm telling people that right now, it's a toss-up. It looked like they only carried one striker. which
Mm-hmm.
was Kelvin. But if they kept Kelvin and Carlando,
Mm-hmm.
it would have been chaos because Kelvin doesn't really last a full match. He has never normally. So
Mm-hmm.
normally what they did was sometimes they would punish sides by starting two of them, and when they play under 14, under 15. But
Mm.
if they play one and they bring on the next one, it's chaos. You can't
Scarce.
manage the two. It's an abnormality to have two strikers of that size and
But,
pace
but
at
leader,
the
you
same
remember they
time.
used to laugh at Mr. Speed when Mr. Speed used to say that our youngsters are bigger, stronger, and faster. I actually saw a lot of that in this tournament.
Well, look here. Let me tell you something. I've always told people that look here, up to 16, 17 years old, we can compete with anybody out there. Where we lose it is
After
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 that.
I tell people so
Right? That's it.
one big sinkhole there between 17 and 23. Right there, so.
Exactly.
Right there, so.
Yes. That's and so let me show you what is happening. For some time now, right? So
Mm,
when most youngsters they pass 17 and then 18, so that's the Manning Cup, whatever. Even
mm,
though that's not the case.
mm.
Um, right? A lot of them they just up that hole,
They just
that
jump in
sinkhole.
at a sinkhole there.
The sinkhole they gone.
Cause me
You
mind
know,
no
hear
leader,
nothing
even
again.
even the team that went to the World Cup, the U17 one, whole for them dropping at a sinkhole. I think Alvarez Powell alone
I
jump
only
over
put
it. You know.
them. I only put them. I was even wondering about it, the same thing at the time
Mm,
because a lot of them were from Cavalier,
mm,
and the same thing happened. I said, but at the time we did not know the business aspect of the whole thing.
mm,
That's why we lost so many.
mm,
What you need to have, especially with these guys going to the World Cup now,
mm.
a lot of them need to have very good agents there that can at least start to negotiate,
Shit and
start to
represent
look
for
out the
them.
plans. Right after November, most of them are going to start turning 18, 18, 18,
And
18.
leader, this is what I don't want. Because we're gonna talk tonight, leader. Because we have a chance here. We have a chance here to kind of set up a crop of players. This is something we don't want. We don't want these youngsters all end up now going and scattering to the US football school system. You kind of and distract them because that didn't work before. That
Never works.
one of
It
the
never
sinkhole
works.
is the United States football system that our players end up in. That's one of the sinkhole.
Definitely. It's a huge sinkhole. Look here, it used to be a sinkhole for our track and field athletes.
Mm,
A big sinkhole for our track and field athletes
mm,
that used to go there and then you never hear about them again.
never.
You understand? Until sometime way after you wonder what happened. We only started coming out of that sinkhole when we were able to start developing and a Safa Powell, as you saying, but everybody after that,
Mm,
when we started doing it differently, right?
yeah.
So right now, we're starting something similar, at least with that age group, with their academy that is there. So to make sure, because one of the things I mentioned to somebody, and I mentioned that, look here, the team was able to play more than one way because some people said, oh, they're playing Canada and they were, look here, they played a tactical match because
Listen, you can see
they
this.
didn't have to win. They
We
knew what
saw
they
the
had to do and
phases.
they played that.
And what I like, leader, at the end, because at that point in the game when Jamaica gives it away between the 70 and the 90, I never felt that these
Yes.
boys were gonna give it away.
No.
I just didn't have that feeling. I felt like they would score again if they got a chance.
Well, they wanted to because well, let me show you something. When I tell you, I keep talking about the future. I talked about, even though this said it so well, I have to keep going to the 2010 bunch.
Mm,
And people that have seen that bunch play, they say, but hold on, these guys play a completely different brand of football,
mm,
right? They hold, they possess the ball, they do all of those things. And I'm telling people, it's not just a coincidence. It's a reason these kids are there 5 days of the week, 6 days sometimes,
mm,
playing consistently and consistently. That is why
mm.
they do so well together.
Yeah, yeah,
And we have and out of that set already, we have a couple of them playing Premier League. JPL,
yeah. At
at
15.
15 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
So, that is significant enough. So, and I'm expecting that by the time next World Cup comes in,
Mm.
we're going to be seeing a number of them.
A next
We're going to have
batch.
16-year-olds in the team that with JPL experience,
Oh wow.
significant JPL experience. So, I'm expecting a lot from that team, So we'll see how everything goes. But I'm not do as I said, I'm not expecting them to just qualify. Just qualifying for me is not going to be
No,
enough.
no, no. Those days are
Second round
over.
is the first test.
And you know what I also like that I like that they remove Mr. Dunswell as the technical director. If he wants to work with the youths and score, focus on that.
Yes,
And develop the youths, Mr. Dunswell. But we cannot have you as a technical director, and I never hear Mr. Dunswell speak before. No. So him can steer there. So and because what I did hear early on that Mr. Dunswell went out very early and started the recruitment as soon as the last team didn't qualify. He didn't wait around. That's what I've heard. I'm not.
that's
I
that's
can't.
that's true because we had the base from the TDS, right? Because I remember he had talked to me. I gave him a list that we started working from, right? So the idea that happened is not something that just happened out of the blue, right? It was something carefully planned. And let me tell you something. If you check it out, most of the better coaches you see out there, one of the things that you're going to see, a lot of them have white heads. They have a lot of gray hairs, in that they have a lot of experience. Mr. Downsell experience that he has is better to partaking and giving this experience to the youngsters.
Yeah.
He has been through several World Cup cycles. He knows what it takes. And I think, he's not that coach that's going to go there. A lot of people going to say, hold on, we don't see him crying, bawling out instruction on the sidelines. That's not his thing. He's going to have
I
somebody else to say,
find
okay,
that
look here.
balling out instruction don't really necessarily work with
No,
the
no, no.
youngsters. You see, if they
No,
don't
it
get
doesn't.
it, they don't get it.
You,
If
you
they're not
get, you
ready, they're
give them,
not
okay.
ready.
So let me tell you something. The other day, right, I was around a bunch of youngsters and they were spoken to by a certain coach, right? He gave them some instructions and so on. And let me tell you, during a match, the coach wasn't there, right? That gave them the instruction. I think I wrote them down blackboard and started giving them and say, okay, this is what you're going to be doing. So I'm supposed to be at the back post. And I remember during a particular match at halftime, I remember you heard the youngsters saying, hey, that's not what Mr. Speed said. You understand? And they're going and they were breaking. They understood
Yeah,
because at this age, they are like sponges,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah,
This
yeah.
is when they learn, okay? This is when they learn the most,
That's
right?
good.
So
That's
you'll be
good.
surprised at how much they learn at this stage.
Yeah, because I saw that same youngster, who is the man. He was there in Malmo, right? He was there in
Yep,
Malmo,
he was
and
there.
yeah, and I said to I got an interview from him, and I said, where are you playing? You look like you have potential, man. You're strong or whatever, and you look brave. And he said he's at Mount Pleasant, and but that kid actually said he's not good enough yet. That kid was
No,
able
they
to
know the
say,
development,
that little boy that got the most important player was able to say to me in Sweden that he wants on an interview that he wants to get better. He wants to
Ah,
get better. And I was like, even when I remember Peart was doing the coaching and me and Mr. Speed was just on the sideline there just reasoning. And Mr. Speed has said, you can't really coach them up right now, you only can get them the experience. And it makes sense because you can't fix them to win right there if they don't get it. Because they're just operating off raw talent.
well, let me tell you something. Hold on, let me tell you something. The center half pairing, I was in Malmo, they were back together. Okay, even though one of them migrated, they are back together. Okay, let me see. Let me see who else. Some aspects of the midfield also were also, yes, they were still there. The midfield that was basically still there, right? I think where you had some differences would have been the wing backs, but one
Who
of
was the
those wing
right
backs
back?
they were playing
When the
anyway. But
wing backs them? Was it the right back? There was a kid also from Cavaliers that was on the tour in Malmo. Was there
no,
any?
he didn't make it. He's at 2010.
Oh, he
He
didn't make
played.
it.
Look here, He was a starting Manning Cup player for the Excelsior team that won the other day. He's 15 years old.
Jesus Christ. You see, the leader, you see how me tell you, me can spot them. You see how me come back come ask you about that kid. I don't know their name. Me just tell you, me see about four of them. When me see that kid, one of the wing back, and there was another kid in the midfield. He kind of light skinned, kind of. He was a little bit. He had potential too, but thought he was a bit small when he came on. but there was a few of them, about four of them maximum, that I thought were um, um, who are the players from Malmo that played the recently concluded. Can you tell Jay Saguna who are the players leader?
Yeah, hello?
Yes, yes. Can you tell Jay Saguna who those players are that played?
That played?
Yeah, from in
Okay,
Malmo.
okay. Jaden Morgan, right?
Hmm.
The next center half, what's the guy from KC's name again? Oh, Lord, you can't, I don't call him in front.
Just
But that one
call
that
the
was
ones that
there,
you remember,
Jaden
man.
Morgan,
The ones you remember.
Nolan,
Hmm.
this other kid here from Clarendon. Oh, ships. Name slipping me right now. As I said, Kelvin was not there on that one,
No,
but he
no.
was with the other team that left to go to Cayman at the same time,
Hmm.
right? Uh, see, Carlisle. Oh gosh,
He
and I
said
remember them,
Edwards.
buddy.
Is
Can't get
there
it
one
in
named
front of me.
Edwards? Is there anyone named Edwards?
Yeah, Edwards is the next centre half. Just on. He's the next centre half. That was the pairing I'm telling you about. That was with Malmo.
Hmm.
That's the pairing that carried the team through this time.
Oh,
Okay.
wow, wow. I'm
Yeah,
proud.
man.
I'm
And it's
proud.
a perfect team, because one is a no nonsense and the other one
Hmm.
is the classic, smooth type of centre half.
Hmm. Hmm.
Two
Hmm.
different type of centre halves. I hope they stick with it for a while because they look like a future playing for even up to under 20. It's really, I'm just hoping for them right there. Because both
Yeah,
of
yeah,
them,
yeah,
they
yeah.
worked out well.
Yeah, this is where I'm saying now the sinkhole now. We run into the sinkhole now is them are gonna need some of them are gonna get moves after the World Cup, and if they don't end up in football in situation where it's based on just academics or family movement, you're gonna lose a good bunch of them. I think
So let me say
if it's not
this.
properly handled.
Okay, so let me say this now. Honestly, I won't say which one, but one of those centers, I think because even though he just moved, so it didn't affect him that much. But the
Hmm.
level that he went to play at,
Hmm.
I am not too comfortable with it, honestly,
See it
because
there.
I
And
what's that?
the goalkeeper too. He's a little monster. He's a little Andre Blake on the
Yeah,
rise.
yeah, no,
He's a
he's a
little
big
monster.
monster, not
He's a
little.
that's a
You know,
monster right there too.
I was shocked when I was speaking to somebody today, even before
Mm-hmm.
when I realized that this kid. A lot of us knew of him when he was at Liga Neotier Ballers.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he actually started, and he migrated just a little bit after COVID had lifted, and he
Mm-hmm.
went up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so and then no, I can say even the three keepers
Mm-hmm.
are actually locally developed to an extent because the keeper that was there,
Mm-hmm.
he was at Calabar High School up to last year, right, and he was part of the TDS,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right, and then likewise the next one, he is the recent under 15 goalkeeper. And all of them height, all of them have good height. That's
Yeah,
one of the
yeah,
things that I
yeah, yeah.
like,
I like that
you
the
know.
starter. His
It's
height was very good. I did like that.
for me,
Yeah.
that looks like in a number of years,
Mm-hmm.
we're going to be in a state like when we used to have, I think it was rates, and there was we had like about two, three keepers at the same time with good height, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of experience.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember all of the names, but they were right around that period, and it would serve us well for years. And I see us going back there. That we're going to at some stage have a goalkeeping problem where that we're going to wonder which one,
Yeah,
but we're
yeah,
going to
yeah.
be good, and I'm glad for that.
Yes, yes, yes. And it was there wasn't any player from England there, right?
No, nobody
Uh,
from England in this
There's
one.
nobody from England there. So what
You
this
might
has
have, as I said, the big question coming up now,
is the team you
is how
take
much do you change the team?
how much you change the team. Because listen, no leader. This is where the JFF and Mr. Downs will have chance to be very strategic because one of the guys who who used to scout look for some youngsters in the UK for the Jamaican team. He's now hired by England, Mr. Hibbert. He's now hired
Yeah.
by England, so he's on those youngsters. Anybody Jamaica take from England right now, it needs to be a proper steal. it needs to be
Right.
somebody like we would have seen a Omari Hutchins at this stage. Then
Right.
it cannot be because you're from England. We don't need them.
No.
We don't need them. We
No.
don't need them.
No. You need to really
Yeah,
you have the handle now, you know.
yeah. We don't
We
need
have
them.
a big handle now because I've even been looking at some little posts with some other people, just random people saying, "Hey, we would like to be on this Jamaica team," and
No,
people are going
no,
to be,
no,
no, no,
no,
a lot
no,
of
no,
people, a
no,
lot of youngsters who could make. I'm going to tell
no,
you,
no,
there are youngsters that could have made a Canada team.
no. No,
So say,
we
hey,
don't need them. The only ones you need right now is they have to be gems that England overlooked.
right,
That's
that's what
it.
you need.
That's it. Gems that England overlook. Or I rather we just go with these youngsters who have
No,
qualified their team. We have nothing to lose. They did it themselves. I don't believe in this wholesale changes. You're bringing a bunch of kids from England because they're from England. I don't really care. I don't really care if that's the case because, as I said, leader, I took a lot of bashing on YouTube over the years where I said that Jamaican teams always have to have space for the local boys, and they have done it. They have qualified a team, and I just don't think we just bring on any average kid from England and just come take one of these kids' space. Big up yourself, Ames. I'm not for that. Let them stay if that's gonna be the case. If they're not a gem, we will work with these kids who qualify the team.
So that's one of the things that I've always said. I told people all the while that listen, we have the gems here. The gems are there. It's just to find them and polish them. You understand? Once you find them and you polish them, you're going to have, good players. Give them the experience. So it's something that we can do. Because what one of the problems I have is that sometimes people say, hey, anybody that once they okay, let me just give you an idea here. You have players that might have been very ordinary players here, and then when they take the plane and they go to say USA, people are saying, "Hey,
Yeah,
this kid is over here. No, he's a greater player." I'm
yeah.
saying, but look here, there's not much that changed.
Yeah, you know,
You
say my
understand?
yeah, them a
Not
say no say my
because
tear up
he speaks in a
bush league
foreign
down at
accent. No,
Alabama. Yeah, my tear up a bush league down at
you know,
Alabama.
no, don't tell me that. You understand? Because sometimes when the level that they play at, because I've seen kids leave from Jamaica here, struggling to make, like say, a Manning Cup team, and I go up there and you hear somebody saying, "Hey, this kid is throwing 40 goals now and so on." So on. When we look at who them playing against,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
says,
Because leader, me there, me yard, me the leader, me there, me there home and leader. Me just remember everybody per YouTube will call me down over this. Me I tell you, if it was up to Cataract, if it was up to JD, if it was up to Cranky, none of those, there would be no more youngsters out of Jamaica playing for these teams. I'm like, dude, I'm all for the diaspora. I've seen some of these kids. As I said, there had to be a long term plan. That's why I was excited about the implementation of the academy because what are they teaching the kids over here? It's nothing different. Is they're having them together for longer and starting earlier. What's been affecting
exactly.
Jamaica is this last minute. Make we say if you grab your clothes and catch a bus and we could go try qualify. That doesn't work. Look at the last teams that qualify with the Jason Wrights and those youths. They were together for a long time. That's how they
That's the
qualified.
template. That's the template. And I keep telling, a lot of people that it works. It worked. Try remember, when you go back to that team played against France, right? It played against France, and we held our
Own.
own
Yeah, yeah.
more than held our own. So that tells you enough. So when people gonna say, "Oh, hold on, that was France in 2011," look here, it's France.
And that's a
It
good
matters.
point there, Jay Seguna just made here, leader. I think that is an amazing point. I think what Jay Seguna just said right there, I think people need to understand this. He says we get kids from the diaspora for our youth program teams that have the finance to travel to and from Jamaica, and that's why we get less than the best from the diaspora. That is the crux of things. It's what it is, and people don't understand that the JFF don't have the budget to be flying up and down 20, 17-year-old from all around
So
the world.
look here,
You
that's
cannot
one
do
of the
that.
things that I mention sometimes. That one of the issues that I have
Mm,
is that uh, um, when we get players,
mhm.
sometimes
I think we're losing leader there for a
some
little.
players have been. Hold on, yeah, we have yeah, hello,
Yeah, man, we're hearing you now.
yeah, man. Yeah. So somebody would say, "Hey, let me try Jamaica." His grandmother was from Jamaica.
Mhm.
Let's see if we can find that dust off that Jamaican passport, and you know, yeah. No, I'm serious. That is what it is.
It does
Because
have to
I've
jump.
seen some
One second, leader.
interviews.
Let me get some likes on the show because the
Yeah,
people that
man,
are
no
playing with the
problem.
show. Just yes, so people, I haven't been live, and so me have to come out here, come celebrate and talk a lot of shit tonight. I have to just come and just splat it all on the wall because, as I said, a lot of people were very upset when I said that these youngsters have to be in the Jamaica team, and we're gonna get to the under 20s as well before leader leave. We have to get some information there. People, no, we have 100 of you here, and we have 20 likes on the show. That's why I'm gonna do YouTube too much again. People, this year I put a higher number on the value of my time. My time now. My time is different now, people. I rather put my time in more things where I'm over here begging likes when I'm trying to put on a good show for people who are actually watching. We have 130 people watching and 20 likes on the show. So why should I be sitting in front of the camera doing this? It's a waste of time, guys. We're here. And
Don't need it.
yeah, the bad mind people them who don't want to hit the like button, you can just join an extreme man because we're doing well without you. Thank you very much, Money Pro, for the super chat. I hope at least Money Pro says leader. I hope at least 7 to 8 of these U17 players get picked up after that is gonna happen, Money Pro. Cause Money Pro, what we're talking about with leader right now is right. We talk about the sinkhole, one sinkhole in a Jamaican football between between 17 and 23, and one whole heap of we player them dropping at the sinkhole there. You see me? Big up yourselves, Aziz. One whole heap of Jamaican players dropping at the sinkhole from 17 to 23. No, this one of the sinkhole is the United States collegiate system. The JFF and the JFF actually needs to have a meeting with some of these agents for these youths when we go to the World Cup. There needs to be a collaboration. I don't think they just make them youth here, just end up at some place and you can't know where them there after 2 to 3 years. When you're trying to build an under 20 team, you don't know where none of these guys are. You don't know where none of these guys are. The tracking of these, if the JFF, if you guys weren't doing any tracking, now is the time to start putting your database together. You have a formula now. Mr. Dunswell, these kids have won. They've shown you that they can do the job. They've won. Okay? You have them in a system. Let's say you're starting fresh. You have this batch of 17-year-olds who have qualified you for the World Cup. God Almighty, please don't let 2 years from now we don't know where these kids are. Please, man. It cannot be 2 years from now. You may say one of them live with their mother. You say, yeah, man. Right now him lived with him father down. Guys, you have to keep track of these players. We know all of them won't make it, but you need to have a database and the agents of some of these youths, especially your starters. You need to know where these kids are going. I don't think that your best player should end up in the United States on scholarship. And you can unmute when you're ready, leader. You see me? I don't think the best players should end up leader in America trying to get a scholarship to play football. You see me? I
Le-
don't want to do that. Big up yourself, one umbrella. I hope that's not the gig.
So let me say an actual case here now, right? I know of a particular case, right, where there's a youngster
Mm-hmm.
that he was in a Premier League team. He was in the squad that played against Lionel Messi, young center half, right? Um, and the agent, right? Idea, and honestly, I don't understand what the idea was because,
Leader,
as I
leader,
said,
may I have to cut you off again before you say agent. People and leader and people, I'm gonna get a lot of backlash for this. You see the best player out of this U17 team. I hope you don't sign with Kevin. I hope you don't sign with Kevin Cohen or whatever one name. What I've discovered about Kevin Cohen, and this is not the words of leader, and this is not the words of anybody from the JFF or in any capacity. This is JT talking. Kevin, me no care if you want Bex. I've done the maths, brother. I've crunched the numbers on your players, Kevin. I'm sure you do it. Kevin chooses money over the career of his players. Look at Ronaldo Cephas. Ronaldo Cephas was doing well somewhere down there in Europe. He ended up in Turkey. Okay? All right. Him started off okay. Now him end up in a Russia. Cause you know, say I saw them start make them we go. Shamar Nicholson was at Shalawa. Right when Shamar Nicholson's name was buzzing. People are saying Shamar Nicholson to Newcastle, Shamar Nicholson Shamar Nicholson to the championship. With Shamar Nicholson, Russia, go on for the money, my youth. The money. Kevin, I'm sorry, dude. Based on what I'm seeing, Norman Campbell now left Europe. When him gone, Japan, he might get more money in Japan than Denmark. But him in Denmark, he was one good season away from the Bundesliga. He was one good season away from the French league. But you know what he says, Kevin is saying? Listen, we have to get the money, we have to get the paper. We could get Norman Pound of them team there. A team in Japan that just got promoted. We don't know if they're going to stay up. So, listen, parents, I'm not sure. Kevin is a good talker. Kevin, I know some of the people. I know when Kyle Dixon was going to England, you talked to some of my people. You didn't have the connections. You still don't have the connections in England. You still don't have the connections in England. I know that for a fact. You know, Kyle Dixon, you got him there. Your players, you haven't really made a foothold in there. I know you've been trying to get into New York FC and them different clubs. And I know the people, them, Kevin, based on what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, bro, you tend to go for the money. You tend to go for the money over your players' career. You know, and I'm not so you know, the star players out of this team, I'm not too sure. Kevin is a good talker and he can get you in a league, but I'm not sure he's the man for you long term. If you're trying to be a Premier League player like a Leon Bailey, or you're trying to get a Dujuan Whisper type of deal, I'm not sure Kevin Play is the man for you. I'm not sending it to Craig Butler, but I would even rather go with a Craig Butler because Craig Butler is going to shoot for the star with you. Craig Butler is not just going to try to get the little small money. That's something me give Craig Butler credit for. Craig Butler is not going to try to get the little small money. Agent money better than this YouTube thing, JT. If you have the connection that you're waiting on to do agency. No, but doing agency doesn't work like that. And I'm not never said I wanted to be an agent. I just met a lot of people through YouTube actually. That's the funny thing. That's the thing with YouTube. YouTube has opened a lot of doors and let me speak to a lot of people where we will end up working in some capacity. I plan to work in football at some point, but that's gonna be in Jamaica when the time is right. So we don't have to worry about that at this point. There's a time for everything. But as I'm saying, based on what I see, I think Kevin is more for the short-term money. You want a big thinker with your good players, like a Craig Butler. And I'm not telling anybody to go sign with Craig Butler. I'm not endorsing Craig Butler. But your agent need to have that kind of mindset like, yo, y'all go Leverkusen next week. You see me? Y'all go Marseille. You need to be around those people. If you just say with a man, say, yo, me I send you down to Slovenia. You go to Russia next week. I mean, like, bro, you can't go to Russia by yourself. You know what I mean? And that's when you look at it. Because even with a Cephas and them, where are Cephas them are gonna go now? Where's the next move? Is Norman Campbell gonna come back from Japan and go to Europe? Go back to another good league in Europe? You know what I mean? So when you start traffic your players out of Europe, you're basically diverting them. Look at Craig Butler again. Craig Butler tend to not move his players out of Europe. He tends to keep them in Europe. So if he's gonna make a move, it's either up or nothing. I actually can live with that. And you know, so I'm gonna come on here, come give Craig Butler credit. But when we give Craig Butler credit, we give him credit for what he's good at. And he has that down pack. You keep the players in that hemisphere where you can get them to move, make that big move. Go ahead, leader. Just had to plug that in there. That's just my thoughts on him. Your mic is muted, leader.
Yeah, man. I know. So I agree with everything that you said there, right? That players need to choose because listen, a lot of people don't understand that, for when a player moves, it's not the club only has to agree on certain things. That's it. It's basically up to the agent.
Yes.
So getting a proper agent is very key because I've seen, as I said, more than one youngster that the agent, sometimes they have this idea where that, okay, that they'll tell the player, right? And this is something I even mentioned to somebody today from KFA Academy, that look here, a lot of these agents, they tell the player that the parents don't know much about football. Their son,
they don't know nothing.
daughters are there, but they don't know the first thing about. So when an agent comes and tells them something, right? A lot of times the parent they don't have a clue, right? Because okay, I know of a case, right, where a youngster, right, he wants to go pro. Two of them, two different youngsters, they want to go pro, right? Definitely want to go pro. That's their goal, right? One of them, he had good subjects and so on, so he could also go to college. But he has his green card. That's not even what he wanted. He wanted to go pro. So this agent got him into good, actually a D1 school, which was good. And I said, okay. When I heard, I said, yeah, that's good. But the youngster was just not into it. He was looking the pro route. He did a year or year and a half, near two at the school, and then he looked up. He went back, and then he went to the agent, and then the agent took him to some, I don't even know, non-league club in Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. And then now, long story short, the youngster reached out and he's back in Jamaica trying to rebuild his career at 23 years old. Understand? And it's sad, but at 23, you have already lost literally 3 years or 4 years when you wasted. You understand? If you're going to go to college, nothing wrong. But if your ultimate goal is to go pro, right, it frustrates them because there's another case of another youngster, under 20 player, under 17 player. Agent told him, hey, you can get to go to this high school. And the youngster's parent didn't even understand that it was a high school. They are saying, oh, he's going to college. And when I checked it out, I looked, I said, hold on, this is not a college. It's just a private high school. It's a prep school, right? And when I was explaining that, say, hey, this, and he, is not exactly what you thought it was, right? Because it's an agent that's putting him there. I don't really understand how it goes. If the agent, I know they do get paid to get them in some of these prep schools, right? So I do know that, right? So I know the agent would have benefited one way or the other that way. But the youngster going to the prep school, his parents have to find money and all of that just the same to make him go there because they are trying to get his dream, help him with his dream. And they are also hoping that once he gets his dream, something comes back to them. So after he did it like a year, the youngster, is going elsewhere, trying to get to go somewhere. So of course his academics is not up like that.
You remember Omar Holness? You remember Omar Holness?
Of course I remember Omar.
His college mash up film career,
Yeah, Omar did not have to go to college. He
Yeah,
had a British passport.
yeah, his college
He
mash
had a
up that
British
kid career.
passport.
That kid was the next to me. That kid was one of the best players I've seen in that crop. He was him, Alvas Powell, Omar. I even remember the commentator talking
Omar
about it.
was the man in that team.
Oh my God, he was the Rudolph. He was a calmer version of Rudolph Austin.
Hmm.
To me, he was just so good, and he end up in a one college America till I may say probably I pick Apple up in a main or one of
No,
them
I'm
places.
actually coaching now, coaching some little kids in England now.
Oh, I'm gonna pick Apple again.
No,
Okay.
yeah. But honestly, what I do feel for some of the kids when they really want to go pro
Mhm.
and they're just not getting the proper guidance.
Mhm.
You understand how to do it because it's one thing if you want to, but you have some unscrupulous agents that tell them certain things that say, hey,
Mhm.
if you go to this place or wherever in the US, you can go pro.
Mhm.
And they said, okay, yeah, man, you can get in the MLS draft. But
Mhm.
they're not sending them to a D1 college.
Mhm.
And they're not knowing that this college where the agent sends them and the agent gets a quick money for
Mhm.
getting them there,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And, that's it for the agent, because the agent are really going to have to put out much work. And once they land there, there's going to be no hopes for them to go anywhere because MLS not even
Leader, do,
taking
do you
anybody
feel? Let me
from
ask you a
there.
question because I have to. There's a lot of people, watching. Leader, do you feel vindicated that on the fact that people always thought that you guys in Jamaica only wanted you guys believe too much in the local players because you didn't know say me I'm one of the secret agent them we believe in the youth them Jamaica up to a point as me say the sinkhole when them pass the sinkhole them are gonna get the beating from me because the sinkhole because we know so when the sinkhole is between 17 and 23 if they're no longer good they're no longer good me just say them are garbage but when I saw
Definitely.
those youngsters in Sweden and I stood there on the sideline and Mr. Speed said something to me and it made a lot of sense. Mr. Speed said you cannot coach them to win right there, so like carrying them to Malma, come coach them to win. You have to coach them to get the experience. And even though those the youngsters, I think they lost every game. But when I looked, I was talking to this guy who was there with the Croatia team, and I said, "How long your players been together?" He said, "Those guys been together since they were 9, 9, and they won the tournament." 9. They've been together since they were 9. I'm say, you see, that's where Jamaica is getting it wrong. We're assembling teams. The other countries are putting together a group of kids and they are molding them all the way up to the different ranks. That's where Jamaica was go. That's where we are still going wrong. But I was happy. Listen, Mr. Donzel, as I said, I'm not a fan of Mr. Donzel being the technical director. I'm glad that he relinquished that. He relinquished that. He relinquished that position. But I was happy when I heard that as soon as the team didn't qualify for the U17, Mr. Dunswell got on the move and started to recruit for the next qualification. I think that was the best move. Yes.
Yeah, that definitely would have been one of the advantages,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
Before
for
me
the
bring
team.
in these other callers, leader under 20 because that's where the sinkhole did so too. The under 20. The
And the
under 20
sinkhole,
is
big,
the
big sinkhole,
sinkhole.
man.
Is the sinkhole. What's going on with our under 20 now? Who's the coach? What's the plan? Because the under 20 is supposed
Okay.
to be emptied out now because we didn't have a strong U17s coming through. So the sinkhole
Okay.
wide now, right?
Okay, Rudolph Austin is the head coach for that bunch there,
Mm-hmm.
right? They are actually in camp right now,
Mm-hmm.
right? Uh, so that's local plus foreign players are in camp right now. I don't know the actual players that are there or anything like that, but 'cause they'll be leaving shortly.
Yeah.
That's another thing. They'll be
Leader,
leaving
you see the
shortly.
under 20, that's where I have no problem with them ramping up the recruitment in England. The under 20. I think the under 20 needs a better mixture. The under 20, not much the under 17, because what we need with the under 17 is we just need like 6 or 7 of them to come through strong, That's like 70% of your team already for
Yeah.
the under 20. But I think England now, I think is where we need another mixture, another blend of maybe a player who is a under 20 in England, but he has way more experience playing club football from a younger age, but maybe being overlooked in England. I think that's where we ramp up the recruitment with the English based players in the under 20s. I think that's where the sinkhole is.
So if you remember, some time ago, Mr. Speed made it clear that for the under 20s, it's straight professional players that he wants for that team,
Mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm,
That's nothing new for, that is what his idea was,
mm-hmm,
that, we are going to be getting players, for that team,
mm-hmm,
from England, wherever they are. But we're looking at getting straight professional players at that level.
mm-hmm,
You
mm-hmm.
understand? That's what he would have wanted. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so for this, because that, as I said, at that stage, those are the players that you're going to be looking at.
Yes.
Understand? Those are the players we're going to be looking at. Um, so our problem has always been because by that stage, remember, most of those players that were good at say 17,
Teen.
they are not there at 20
20.
because you lose them. They might be out there
Yeah. Some are
hustling
bun
a 9 to
weed,
5,
some gone.
you know. Yeah, they're doing all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
Hustling a 9 to 5, chopping the line, which is another big thing because a lot of people don't know for years. And those people understand what I mean when I say chopping the line,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a big thing where I remember there was a coach long time ago. And this was, gosh, this is a long time that this thing
We
is
have,
going
but
on.
didn't
Right?
we have an ex-Jamaican player in Hector Wright being arrested for a major haul of cocaine on his property?
But his thing, chopping line is basically scamming.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So I remember there was a coach that was he had called me once
Mm-hmm.
and I was asking me about players. This was before 2011, if I remember
Mm-hmm.
correctly. And I mentioned to him, I said, hey, but you have these guys in Montego Bay, St. James, wherever that I know about that should be coming through right about now. And he said, Maxwell, all of them in the scamming. All of them at them pass a certain age. That is what
Scam.
is the thing. Then the football like that again. So one of the dangers that we might have coming, eventually,
Mm-hmm.
is that the football itself might go the way of cricket. You understand?
Oh my
That
God.
is a distinct possibility for the younger setting. The interest is going to be there, but a lot of youngsters. One of the things why some of the youngsters stay in the dream, because it's the way that they can get rich, get something, do something for their family.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But right now, you have cases where a youngster is 15 years old and then buy them Benz and thing already.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Serious. And that's an actual. I know of actual kids that youngsters 15 years old. They can't legally buy it, but they give somebody the money and they buy it for them.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And these are real cases.
How did Kelvin Brown? How did Kelvin Brown perform in the schoolboy football this season?
He hardly played that much because he was in Dubai overseas, back and forth. So he didn't do that. He didn't play that much in the schoolboy season, as I said, opposed to Carlander Morris that was here for the entire thing,
Mm-hmm.
and at 15 years old. By the way, let me just make this as a statement of fact. We have never ever had a 15-year-old boy being leading goal scorer for an under 19 tournament.
Wow.
Competition, schoolboy that's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
For a 15-year-old, you have to remember,
Mm-hmm.
he does better than the 16-year-olds, the 17-year-olds, the 18-year-olds, and the 19-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
This
Wow.
kid outscored all of those kids,
Mm.
at 15. Okay?
Mm.
This is not normal. I keep telling people, because everybody was asking, where was Carlando and so read his team? As I said, for whatever reason, he wasn't there. But I can tell you,
Mm.
I'm sorry for whichever teams next
Go on
year.
to the Mexico one when did I recruit for Cavaliers? Where did I put up the highlights? Where did I shoot up the goal them?
That's that one is in the Premier League team. He's in the Premier League team.
How old is he now?
Oh, hold on. There's two of them in now.
Yeah, there was a
There's
young,
one
young
that
man
is
on.
was with there's one that was with the under 14 and 15. That's a relative of Alex Marshall and Gadiel Irving.
Mm-hmm.
He's their nephew,
Mm-hmm.
right? Right. He is well nephew and cousin,
Mm-hmm.
right? He is in the Premier League right now, playing at 16, right? From
Okay.
last year, well, from the year before. He has actually been in the Premier League from he was 13, training, but he hasn't. He's officially played his first match when he was around 15, though.
Mm-hmm.
There's another kid. I think I know the kid you're talking about. He is still out there.
Think him from country or something, man.
Yeah, man, I know. He had to sit out a year. He can't play this year because he changed schools.
Oh, which school am I going now?
I don't want to tell nobody that one.
Probably that we don't know. We not go.
We
We don't know
keep
the.
that one there quiet.
No, but we don't know the roster for the
Okay, let me
school.
tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this year, okay, let me just let it out.
Mm.
This year, we have seen the rise of Hillel Academy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, out of the Blues in the Manning Cup this year, Hillel normally a team coming in for the first year, they
Mm-hmm.
get a baptism of fire and they lose everything. Hillel actually finished mid-table for the senior and under 19s. But the big thing is the under 14s where that kid is eligible for, but he can't play. They topped their zone that had, I think, Calabar and some other teams in there. They topped that zone. They went in a zone with Kingston College, etc., and they came second in that zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right now they are on their way to the quarterfinals. Their first time entering, I think it is if it's not the first, it's the first time in a long time that they are in the under 14, and they are right now in the quarterfinals. And I expect them to go all the way to the semis.
Wow.
So that kid is Hillel Academy because Hillel has been, they are doing what Campion did some years back, but they're
Mm.
carrying it to another level also. So look for them in another 2 years to be kicking down the door in schoolboy football because they are really bringing in talent from not just overseas but locally. They're really doing the thing very very well, and they are partnering with a couple of academies, the Ballers Academy, the Cafe Academy, the Cavalier. So the kids are really exposed, and they're going to be doing quite well. So that kid, look for him next year in Manning Cup and under 16 because next year he'll be, well, this year, it's this year.
So,
He's
but
going
so
to be
leader, the crop that the under
14.
14 crop that won the Little Caribbean tournament there. So they're the next batch of under 17s, right?
Yeah, next year, for next year.
So we're looking
They
good.
won
We're
the under
strong there.
14
We're strong
and then
there.
they won under 15. It's the same set.
Mm-hmm.
Once the set that moved up to under 15 last year,
Mm-hmm.
it's basically the same set.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cause
Right. And they
so
are
now
16
for the
this year.
people now people so I think we can put this to bed no, because since the whole emergence of the YouTube space, this has been the first time a Jamaica team has qualified for the World Cup. And the big talk on YouTube was like, we just need for shipping everybody from everywhere else. There's nobody in Jamaica who can play football. And I constantly told you guys that you have to leave space for the youngsters in Jamaica, especially the U17. Mr. Rudolph Speed took so much backlash for saying that especially the U17 team him no need for your kind players from England. I remember when Mr. Speed said that and people were like, the people were up in arms. I don't hear people calling for Mr. Speed to get fired after this team qualified. And God forbid Mr. Speed go qualify the senior team. I don't I don't I don't hear people like T got them calling for Mr. Speed them to get fired. I don't know what's happening. I don't hear it. That's why I said I have to do a show today. I said maybe I can pull these people out the woodwork to hear them call for Mr.
Uh,
Speed to get fired.
I've been waiting in the dugout for a while.
Okay.
We overcomplicate this type of thing though, because in my mind, if a person has a Jamaican passport and they're qualified for a position, the person should just get that position.
Doesn't work like that, my friend.
No, 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 no. It doesn't work like that because no Jamaican has brought a lawsuit against the JFF yet.
So,
That's the reason why it has not worked like that.
so you would, so what
Hold
you mean?
on,
So you don't
hold on,
want people sue
hold
the
on,
Jeff?
hold on. What if what you're proposing
Mm-hmm.
is a principled position? It must be applicable in every area of life, right? Is that's fair, right?
Where else, Crispy?
No,
You
no, no,
brought
no,
up
no, no, no.
lawsuit and
No, 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 no,
where,
no. What I am saying is that you saying it doesn't work that way, and I said I explained why it doesn't work that way, and I'm going further to say if you have a position and it is a
It
principled
does.
position.
Listen, Crispy. That's why
Hold
we
on,
no
man.
no
Hold
no
on,
no
you
no
got went
Crispy.
on.
No no
You
no
got
Crispy.
went
But
on.
guess Crispy. There's people on the show as well, so we're gonna do it differently. You have to just listen up tonight as well, Crispy. What I'm saying, we're gonna have to get into economics and stuff like that. We talked about that. Ajay Saguna wrote in the comment section. Say why a lot of Jamaica tend to not get the best players from the diaspora is the ones is where their parents can afford the traveling because the JFF is not able to fund carrying in kids from all over the world for tryouts and etc. So you also would have to take that up with the parents because you can have a kid who is really good and his parents can't afford these trips back and forth to camps in Jamaica. So we would have to dive into economics and other things. It's not so because I don't think anybody in Jamaica, including Mr. Dunswell, see a kid who is at the age 15 or something come from England and is a really good player. And Mr. Dunswell themselves will not pick him because he's not born in Jamaica. I don't believe
I'm
that.
JT. I'm JT. It has occurred before.
Listen. If it did occur, me don't know when it occurred. You have evidence of that? Provide some evidence. Provide some evidence.
Why was John Wall fired?
Brother, me say provide some evidence of
What he said a while ago, hold on, T-Gat. What he said a while ago?
a crispy.
Why
Provide
was
some
why
evidence,
was John
brother.
Wall? Why was John Wall fired?
Hold on. I think I can answer that, you know.
Yeah.
I think I can answer that. When was John Wall fired?
Started before the end of that.
Started. Hold on there now. Hold on there.
Before
As
the
far as I
competition.
know, T-Gat don't stammer. We know I don't know somebody that stammers. No, listen now. T-Gat.
No,
I
it's
wanna
not
ask you
Tiga.
something.
This
No,
is
no,
crispy. It's crispy.
But,
Oh,
hey, leader. Me shame me disappointed, you know. You don't know my voice, leader.
No, I
Don't
don't
do
know.
that, leader.
Hold on. Let me just say something. Hold on, man. Hold
Leader,
on.
no,
Listen
man, you
now.
need to apologize, leader.
I'm
Leader,
sorry,
you need
sir.
to apologize. Come in, leader,
I'm
me
sorry.
not going to answer
Hold
them
on.
foolish
Hold on
question
now.
there.
Hold on. So listen
Don't
now.
tell for hold on, man. Me not going to answer them foolish question there.
No, what I'm saying, listen, when somebody gets fired from a job, right? There's not, you don't get fired in stages, you know. You just get fired outright and that's it. So clarify what you're saying. I'm gonna ask you now, when was he
Well,
fired?
Crispy is gonna provide evidence that there are good players who are available who wants to play for Jamaica at the youth level, and we're not picking them. He's gonna provide evidence tonight, people. So we're waiting on the
No,
evidence.
no, man,
Listen.
he need to provide when John Wall was fired.
So let me just
Mr.
say
John
this.
Wall was
Hold on.
fired. So when John Wall was fired.
T-Gat, let me give me a minute here. I think I can give something. I was even mentioned, right? John Wall was not fired from the under 20. What happened was that at that crucial period, his head coach who brought him here, right?
Left.
Okay, it was not possible for him to do the two jobs. Okay, so just get that clear. He
It was that
also
possible.
the assistant coach
Okay.
for the senior
Okay.
team. His head coach who carried him here made it known he could not do both jobs. He needed him. So during a pivotal section, when I think they wanted the under, what it was, under 17, what was, under 20, whatever it was, under 20, um, he could not have done both jobs because he had to be doing the senior setup. So the decision was made for another coach to come in at that crucial point because when they were going to have, I don't know what match or qualifying at the time, there was a clash. and John Wall could not give equal time to both jobs. He could not do it. So just take
So,
that factory out.
so wasn't there disagreement with John Wall regarding the number of overseas based players that he picked, and he had said that the local players are not good enough?
Can I answer that also?
Yes.
Have you looked? Okay, so listen now. Let's just pass John Wall a little bit here first,
Okay,
right?
all right,
Let's hold on. Listen.
You're not gonna,
The
you're
under
not gonna, you're not
17
gonna address
last
that. You're not
year.
gonna address that.
No, listen where I'm going, because that's another foolishness that people keep coming with. The under 17, how many people eventually were in that squad? Because the under 17 last year had more overseas than local, right? The under 20 that eventually had a significant amount of overseas anyway. There was nobody ever telling him that. Okay, because when the team went to at a practice match and they went to, I think it was Trinidad, there was a significant amount of overseas players in there. That was never the issue. But a lot of people try to put that out there, and it's not so. It was basically the basic fact. Hold on, let me finish. The basic fact was that he couldn't perform the two jobs. Plus, he was also in charge of the TDS. So, question: if that was an issue, he had three jobs. A lot of you don't know that. He was in charge of the TDS. He was the assistant coach for the national senior team and under 20. He was not able to do all three jobs.
So the JSS gave him three jobs. Did the JSS give him three jobs simultaneously?
He came first when John Wall came. He was brought by Hal Grimson. Okay, so when he was brought by Hal Grimson, at that stage the agreement was made for him to do the under 20. Sometime after, when the TDS program was going to be starting, he was seen as the ideal person to head that. But after a while, it became obvious, because the TDS program at that time was taking up a lot of his time, because the trip to Malmo, that was all his. I don't know if you know, it was his hometown that they went to. It took up a lot of his time, right? So basically, what happened was, it was just basically they weren't able to put, make one person do so much. It wasn't working, and he was the head coach. His main job was to assist Hal Grimson, and he was not being able to do all the things that was possible.
When we have this type of discussion, one of the things that people always point out is, look at the number of this number of players. Look at the number of that group of players. For me, that's never the issue. The issue for me is an individual as a Jamaican passport. They can complete a task. You give them the task.
Yeah, it does. Crispy, it doesn't work. Crispy, it doesn't. Crispy, Crispy, it doesn't just work like that. But let's bring in Chucking Boss, because I think he might have something to say on this, and then we bring in Tigat and come back to you, Crispy. Go ahead, Chucking Boss.
Blessed good afternoon to everybody.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
So, my take on the whole situation. From 98, Jamaica qualified, used most local base player.
Mm-hmm.
From 2026, Jamaica qualified for a World Cup, using most local base player. So therefore, if something does not broken, why try to fix it, right? It shouldn't be a case that we are debating about overseas player. More or less, most of those England-based players, they are not good at the international level. And it is so proven over and over, they are not good at an international level. It even proved with England, they have won a World Cup since 1966, right? So why is it we here now debating on who is good from who is not good to play? It clearly can see on the football pitch, right? That is team chemistry and the way how the guys they move around. That help the youngster propel to qualify and make it to a under 17 World Cup. So it shouldn't be a debate. It should be a debate that how many more local player can we get into the national team so it can fit the system that Mr. Speed up going forward. And before we go any further, big up to Mr. Speed. You qualify a team for the World Cup, which is the under 17. You are doing a good job. So big up to yourself, Speed. Now, more you transform that to the Reggae Boyz them and put it over to them. Please do not go overseas. Your bulk player who's
No man,
not
Chucking Boss,
good
the
to
senior
come
team,
represent the national team.
see, Chucking Boss, the senior team different. We have to operate a bit differently at the senior level.
Yo, my time
It's
now.
no,
My time now.
No,
My
it's
time
not.
now.
It's no. It's
Mr.
not.
Taylor.
Oh, who's
I'm
that?
Hold on,
still making my
talk
point,
about, talk about,
I'm still.
talk about. You said enough, My time now. My
No,
time now.
no,
Good
man,
evening,
make him finish. No,
gentlemen.
Tiga, he hasn't said
Good
enough.
evening, gentlemen, and the
Tiga,
panel.
Tiga,
Good evening.
Tiga, Tiga,
Yes,
let
sir.
him finish.
We are
And make
make
him
a
finish.
run by the show by principle.
Tiga, let him
Okay?
finish. You're next. You're
If,
next,
if
Tiga.
if we're gonna look at the senior team on a different level, that's where we're gonna fail again. Because guess what? All you need is 3 or 4 solid ballers from overseas, solid footballer, not a footballer who's just come on the football pitch to make up numbers, because that's what we've been doing for almost 20 other years, right? Players come over from overseas having a name and put them on the football. Name does not play international football, and Argentina qualify win the World Cup. It does mean Argentina did have maybe Messi. Apart from Messi, you did have Dembele or whatever in the baller. The coach never bring him to World Cup. So name does not. It proven on paper say yo, winning a World Cup and qualify for World Cup doesn't mean you have to have the best set of name them in your team for qualify for World Cup, because without team chemistry you can't do it, right? And it proven, and we are here still debating about, okay, when the national team to be selected, let's go for a bulk of overseas play, and it doesn't match the chemistry on and off the field, and that's where we're gonna have serious problem. We're gonna have serious problem going forward, and any one of us on this panel go by statistics and stats, it proven over and over again. Most of the team in CONCACAF that qualify for the World Cup, their bulk of their player does not play overseas. Or if they do play overseas, they play from a younger age together. That's my take.
Okay, go ahead, Tiga.
All right. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, gentlemen. I don't know if you guys understand football or know football work. I said that with no disrespect. All right. Talking about start off with the '98 team, say they qualify because a bunch of local players, and then going to make reference to this under 17 that qualify. All right, but it's, if you understand football and know football, all right. Um, if you listen to the conversation before this conversation start, when JT and Leader was having a conversation, Leader was telling you that a bulk of the players them were playing before. He said 7 or 8 of them were playing in a competition before, and all of them made that transition, make it to this under 17 team, and therefore it is there them qualify to the World Cup. So the formula, Trucking Boss and Stammer and everybody at the formula is player playing together for quite some time. Is that players coming together at different interval to play for quite some time. If you listen to the former coach, the former coach that just left, you always saying that we have a core of player, worker. But the core player that he had, they weren't playing long enough. They weren't playing long enough. Because if you're looking at core players, some of those core players drop out. Daniel Johnson drop out. You understand? Andre Gray drop out. And some of these players where you will say, and we don't call it, Jovan East and all them players there, they were playing together and them drop out. You understand? If you look at the football, the football is made of players who are playing a good 2, 3 years, not months, not months and days. You understand? It's not like you're going to pick up a corner league side and you're going to play some football. If you want to qualify for a World Cup, you have to have some players playing together for some years.
Exactly. You just justify my point, you know.
let
You
me
just
let me
justify
ask
my
a
point, you know.
question.
Hold on, no,
Let
let
me,
me get your point. Your
I'm
point,
taking
your point is you're taking some players and they're not good. The players are good, but the
No,
only
hold on.
problem
T-God,
is
T-God, stop a little.
I
I'm
I
going
because
to ask
asked
you
a
the
question.
name
let
of
me
I
finish.
asked a
I
T-God.
let
question.
everybody talk.
T-God, do
No,
you know
one
a player
lead
by the
up.
name of
Let me finish.
Paul
Lead up,
Young?
let me finish. Lead up, let me finish, man. Can't make everybody talk.
Oh,
I
okay, go on.
appreciate
It's the players them come from overseas, trucking boss. They're not good and them come with name, which is not the case. The case is
Then
the
Carla, what
players
is the
only
case? What is the case?
got
Because if you bring in a player and
you
that
know,
player is not good enough to
let me finish. They don't talk. Let me finish. The case is the players are not playing together long enough. Long enough. And we're not talking about months. Long enough would have been 2 or 3 years solid together.
then
So
how
they
are you
can,
gonna
um
accomplish
so
can
that?
I,
they can
How are you gonna
let me ask
accomplish that?
you
How
let
are
me
you
ask
gonna
you
accomplish? Tama,
all
it's
right.
my point of him point, you know. It's not your point. A my point of him point. How are you gonna accomplish that, man?
But hold on. T-God. Hey, Ali, just give me 1 minute here with T-God. T-God, you mentioned a name, right? Javon East. How many years was Javon East in the program?
I was just giving an example. I'm not saying
Well,
he's one
no,
of
hold
them.
on. You
But I'm
mentioned
just
some
giving
names.
an
Okay, hold on.
example. I
Let's
was
go
calling,
back a
I
little
was calling
further.
for a name.
T-God, hold on now. Do you know what attrition is? Right? Okay, there's something weird that when you find better players, same thing with Andre Gray and this are local and overseas. Andre Gray and Javon E. When you find better players, a lot of time people mention certain players and forget what they were doing when they got their chances. So they were both there for years and they had their chances, but they didn't perform. If any of you are old enough to remember the 98 campaign, you had some players by the name of Paul Young and Alcuman
Which,
Butler.
which
Hold
you
on now.
understand.
Hold on now.
Certain
Let me
people
finish
jump
the
out and
point
certain
now.
people. But we
Let me
say,
finish
hold
the
on now.
point.
Hold on
Let,
now. Leader,
let me
you're
finish
not
the
going to take
point
out
and then
one
we
name.
can
I'm
speak.
saying a bunch of players. That's what I'm telling you. Use the reference that the coach all the time always have a core of players. But the core of players that them have wasn't playing long enough.
But hold
Go
on.
on. You don't take out
Listen,
one name out of
the
the
can
bag.
bunch that we have
Talking
I
now,
want
about
to
it.
ask
T-God,
Let's play
I want to
together.
ask a question. I want to ask a
T-God. Hold on
question.
now. Hold on. The bunch of
Every
players
time
that we have right now, right? Um, let's start with this. No, let's look at it. The center half, right? Pinnock, how many years has he been in the program? About 4 or 5 years? Yes, yes.
Absolute.
Hold
About
on a
4
man.
years to
Hold on a
5
man.
years.
Richard King, right? Joel Latibodier, right? Deska Limbikisa, have all of them in the program for up to 3 years or more, right? Let's move on. Hold on now. Let's move on, right? Demarai Gray, Leon Bailey. No, we can go on. Most of these players have been there for 3, 4 years. All of you are just not being honest when you come with certain things. We have had cores there for the longest while. We have built a core. There's a core there now, right? So don't for years on the topper, and he went over into another, and he was not producing then. You understand? And they did the same thing. These players, a lot of these players, they were there, and then they weren't producing when they put on the Jamaica shirt. And a lot of people don't realize, sometimes there are some players that do well at Manning Cup, but when they go up to Premier League, they can't do well. Or they play at Premier League, and when they go up to USL one abroad, they don't do well. Move from say USL to Championship, they can't do well. When they move on to the national shirt, they don't do well. So we need to look at those aspects. You understand?
So,
What makes it
can I
look
ask a
like,
question?
yeah, man.
This under 17 World Cup qualification, were US, Mexico, Canada, Costa Rica involved in the qualification?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
so
Canada
this
was
Jamaica,
actually in our zone.
so this Jamaica team beat Canada, US, and Mexico.
They no, they weren't
We
in the
beat
same zone.
Canada. We beat
But
Canada
You
crispy,
and
beat
Mexico and
crispy.
Canada.
almost
But
took out them eye.
You
one
beat
second,
Canada.
Yes.
guys,
It,
one
it was
second.
in a
One
zone.
second, one
It was in
second,
a
one
zone.
second, guys, one second.
Go
Crispy.
ahead.
Okay,
If you're gonna
okay.
come on here and speak with certain authority with asking question, you should have at least watched the games.
I know what's
You
going
should
on.
have know what we're talking about.
I
I,
know
I,
what's
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
going on.
So
I saw the one.
you haven't even knew
I,
what who
I,
was in the group. You don't even know who was in
I
the
saw.
group.
A matter of fact, I saw the one against Canada, the last one. I didn't look at the one against Mexico. I saw the one against
We didn't play
Canada.
Mexico, sir. We didn't play Mexico.
Oh, okay.
They're in a different.
Um,
USA were in a different group. I think Mexico is in a different group.
and
And
the gent.
Canada happened to be in our group.
All right. Thank you for that. The gentleman who was talking about, the time spent playing together. Um, when you say that, is that for football in general or just the national team?
Football in
Football in
general,
general,
sir.
any team that's going up, whether it's prep school or primary school, the longer you're
Um,
together, the better you're gonna do.
yes, but what I'm trying to get at, um, I have the view that is a prerequisite at all levels of football.
Listen, crispy. We have to
Let,
make. We
let, let,
can't. We
let, let
no,
me
no,
put,
no. Crispy,
and I
crispy.
ask that.
We can't get into a question time. What we're doing now is we're gonna we want everybody to have their
Yo,
take.
they got to
Yeah, yeah. So go ahead.
They got jump on.
Yeah. When we get to the next part of the show, crispy, then you can stick them up. But right now, we have to make
Good,
everybody
good evening. Good
just
evening to the
give their
panel.
take.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Fisherman here. Why, JT, a long time in a see a nice space. Me
Yeah.
think so you give it up.
No man,
I thought you
no
give it
no
up.
no. Me have to wait till I said I wanted to wait till we get closer to the campaign instead of come and make up news and make the people them start panic for no reason. Until like say this a man a come, the man a there next week. Me not really have time for that, brother.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
May I agree with
when
you
we get
still.
closer to the games and things start really turning over, we just push right through up to the games.
Well, yeah, respect for that.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, this space really miss you still, cause we need people in this space where balance and objective.
Yeah.
We don't need people in this space where we just want to come spread chaos.
Yeah, and the
You know?
frightening of people.
Yeah.
You see people like
And yeah,
call name when I no passport. And me don't really have
Yeah,
time
man.
for that.
I have some YouTuber that them there for to spread rumors and chaos, and some of the call of them too. Where all right, let me big up the under 17 team. Yeah, man. Respect to the under 17 team, respect to the coaches, the federation, everybody who involved. And this debunk the thing is where you have some man come on them program and say, if we don't have English based player, we can't beat no team. Cause you have some man have that notion there, come on every time. If we don't have them, we can't beat no team, we can't qualify for nothing. And this prove it.
Thank you.
This come and it prove them wrong. And I'm glad they just dash it in them face. Actually, you know, me feel good. Me feel good. I feel so joyful. For sure.
Yeah, man.
So this thing with them going around spreading these rumors. But if we don't have English-based player, we can't go nowhere in a football. And we can't play football. Because when you come from England, you're the best thing. And this thing, under of speed of quota with Cranky and the whole of them who spreading this thing. We have quota under 17. Now, if we have an under 17 or under 15
Full
team,
up
and
of
when we
people
look
from
at it,
England.
we
Full up of
full up people from England. How is football going to develop? That's why I know say enough of these guys when you hear talking about how they love Jamaica football. They don't love no Jamaica football, you know. What they want to see is a team go out there, go win at all costs. No business. They no business with even the youth team, you know. And most of the senior team they want to see perform. And pick up some man and say them represent Jamaica. You know, at the end of the day. As me say, no, if you good and them see you and them call you for the team,
and you represent the team. I don't have a
Problem
problem.
with that.
But on this campaign going out and say you want some youngsters to come take over represent Jamaica, and a man sit down and feel good and say, yes, them are Jamaican. Them are Jamaican because their parents did born here. Well, that does sit good with me. And it will never sit good with me. Me now I watch my youth team a play when me look, me see Panny field 11 Englishman a play.
From England.
And then you say them a represent, them are Jamaican. Me no buy that. And me glad to see the youth them go there and show it now some of them face. The JD, the whole of them. The Chris B, the whole of them. Show say, yes, we have, can you have some man come, they never know what, who in the group, and but yet still, because they still want to pour cold water upon what happening, you know. Because they want to find ways, because it juke them so hard, they want to find ways to downplay it. That team they never in our group, that's why we qualify, because of them stay. They're not happy. Me see man come up on YouTube and him have something different him talk about. Him not talk about the under 17 team. When me ask him, say, you know, say a draw we want to go through, the man say, oh, me not watch it. Me not business because them not pick no man from England. So me not care what go on. Who him at? Me say, a Canada them a play now. Oh, Canada will beat we, man. We can't beat Canada will beat we. And when we win, I me say to him, say, you remember you did say Canada will beat we? Me did say that? Me did say that? Yeah. Throw it in them face. And every time when me come, me I put it in them face who no like it. I saw it go. But me,
Canada
I represent.
We can beat Canada.
And we give them 3-1. We not even just barely scratch, you know. We give them 3-1. Me not satisfied with everything or the team play right through. But we beat them 3-1.
And Fisherman, I said this was the first time I see Jamaica play, and between the 70 to the 90 minutes, I didn't feel like them youth are going to give away the game. I never felt like they were going to give away the game. I'm always worried.
But JT, when the youth them put on the ball, decide to put on the ball, and you see every time we go forward with the ball, put it down,
we look dangerous.
And go forward, we look dangerous. We look dangerous. So we show you say the youth them can play ball. It's just confident them to put in at the youth them. I'm glad with the JFF do. Try develop the grassroots football. Develop the don't watch the people them will come and chat off them out, the cranky and the whole of them. Don't watch them. Do nothing. Go out there, develop the grassroots football. Because we know what? Every time we go play in a tournament here, so we are run down some man. And if them have them passport and some people are come spread rumor. 5 man are coming up. 5 man are coming up. 5 man are come. Yeah. We want get rid of them something there. A man out there and the JFF contact and them want to come play, them come if them good enough. If them not good enough, go one side and Tigat. If you say the player them when they come here all the while, they good. Enough of them not good. And enough of them know that too. They're not good. Enough not good. Enough of them not good. And if you come out, and if you stand up and realize they play and start how long team to play together and every team over the world pick up them team and them go play a tournament. Them bringing them ballers to come play a tournament. But enough of these players who come here, them just not good enough. They're not good enough. They're not good enough.
You saw when they make a point, the whole of them want to jump on the throat, you know, when they make a point, you know, Fisherman. No, I'm on time for talk, brother. I'm on time, Fisherman, come strong, make a Fisherman. Big up yourself, Fisherman. No, man, Fisherman. Big up yourself, Fisherman. You hear me say Fisherman? Because enough of them don't know, I fright them for name player. Yeah, me I tell you, Fisherman.
Let me address you, Fisherman. The knife cut two ways, Fisherman, brother. And me, you know that. None for the local ballers that we call up, them no good neither. Overseas man no good, local man we call up no good neither.
No,
knife cut two ways.
No, but Tigat, we don't have this thing here. We're not having on a thought. Every time when it come up and you pick some man from England, them will come carry through. That is no thought. I want to say, oh, them are some top players. And when it come here, it shows that them done better than the one them. Whether you, them no better. Because when it come, the team not even improve. The team are go back way. The team is going back way. And every time we qualify for a tournament, we always, 90% of the team are local. Story is a fact. It is a fact that means something not working.
That's why as me say, develop our own and use them. Develop them. When them go we got when them can you have a thing with people when we say use local, you know, them say we have say we want to be a JPL player. And I lie or not tell. Not no go so. Nobody now say if you use be a JPL player. We say players who develop out here get contract and go overseas. We bring them back when we're ready to play a tournament. That is what we're talking about. And people know that. But people spreading this rumor all the time say we want to be a JPL player. Not no go so. And people must stop tell lie. Stop tell lie. Me not pretty up nothing. Stop tell lie.
So man, future man.
Who are the main players? Who are I hear people talking up again. There's a lack of understanding of words and a lack of comprehension in the discussion all the time. Who are the name players that the fans are popping up to come here and say that they're better than local? Who are the name players?
Chris B. You know, you know. You don't go and hear about a player from England. You don't really know them, you know. You don't really know no players, you know. You don't really know no player.
No, again, I'm asking, who are the name players that in the team that people
You call some players when you never see when you ask you about the player, you never see the player. You hear the player say the player must come play. Me not have to explain to you know. How much months we depend this. And you come here and call the player when you ask if you see the player. You say you don't watch him. But you hear JD talk about the player and you say if he in the squad. You say that more than one time. You say that more than one time. You don't know no player. You don't know no player.
You're a liar and you're disingenuous.
Everybody on the panel and say you don't know no player, you know. Everybody knows.
Yes, and
everybody also knows.
Everybody on the panel know that you are a liar and you're disingenuous.
You just come and ask if we play Mexico, if Mexico didn't have his zone. You never did that follow nothing. You don't know nothing. See, I the group winner them and one who didn't have the zone. You don't even know. And you come here and ask if Mexico didn't have the zone. You not watch no football, you don't know no player, you just hear people talk about England player, you say the English player them brighter than the local player, so then fi play them. That's his year thing all the time. From them play England, them are playing one team over England.
You are a liar. You are a liar. You use broad generalizations and you're never specific.
You want a poll
again.
Take up a poll with everybody within the chat right now and see if they not tell you, and see if everybody don't know, say that you always everybody know that.
Again, you are never specific, you are generalized because you lie.
You come here tonight and you're ready to start pour cold water. And cold water, you want to pour upon the cold. What you want to do. We know that is what you want to do.
The players, be specific, and you can never be specific about the players.
Chris B, 80% of the players that come from England does not good. They do not good. 80%. 80%. You're not going to play political up here. 80% of the players that comes in.
1 second, folks. 1 second. I think I try add Jay Saguna. Trying to add Jay Saguna here. There we go.
They are not good enough to even make our football look better on the football pitch.
Name them.
Crispy, you're not here to have a serious conversation. You're not here to have a serious conversation.
You guys are not. Because you're not specific.
Let's let True Christopher right. He hasn't been able to speak. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. Even to all I'm on them.
Yeah.
Brother, me feel like the way how some of the reasons some of my time is that we just have a bias towards certain things and nothing else we can't see the other side. First and foremost, the statistics show, yes, mostly local players qualify the senior team. And it showed with the youth teams. But I'm going to tell you something. You cannot compare a youth team to a senior team when it comes to international football. Because most youth teams, Jamaica will go play Brazil or play Argentina and get beat up, But the result when you don't get in the youth team, you can't put the same two teams in a seniors and expect to get even a similar result.
because there's way higher level of football I play this. But when the youth them, JT already make the assumption, not in the assumption, the assertion say when you reach up to U17, you it almost come like you can compete with any team where you play.
Yeah.
That's
Right?
After that, it's a
that's
sinkhole. It's a
lie.
sinkhole
That's a
after that.
lie. That's a big fat lie right there.
All right.
You
So
don't follow football when you talk like that.
yeah, man, no
Haiti
problem.
qualified for the World Cup because you know why Haiti qualified for the World Cup?
No, you tell me. You
Haiti
tell
have
me.
been qualified. Haiti have been qualified under 17, under 20 constantly. They are been doing that, right? So the facts is right a statistic proving that when you constantly qualified for the under 17, under 20, it translates to the national team.
Bro, me not loud talk. Me not go talk loud like you. Like I look like you think like you talk loud before
Crispy,
you
hold
type
on a
mistake.
man, make Chris them get a chance. 'Cause
You
they just
understand?
come. Yeah.
Brother, if you check the teams that qualified for Youth World Cup, go and check the teams. Most of the teams, not most, a lot of the teams that qualified for Youth World Cup, some of them has never have made a senior World Cup.
Most of them make it.
And what happened when they don't make it? What
Most of
happened when they
them.
don't make it?
Morocco, right? Their football being transformed overnight because of the same program. The under 17, the under 20. Those are the guys is going to play in the next World Cup,
So what happened? What
right?
happened to the rest of the teams? You call Morocco. What happened to the rest of the teams?
Because the rest of the team are late to catch on to what the rest of the world them who are successful
You say
at
Morocco.
the
So who's
under
the rest of the
17
world? You say
under
Morocco.
20.
Who's the rest of the world? You say Morocco. Who's the rest of the world?
The USA, the Mexico, that's what they've been doing over the years and
Bro,
qualifying.
don't. If you just say me a while ago, say me no follow football. How much local players the USA national team?
A lot
Senior
of
team.
them are very local players.
No, the senior
90%
team.
of the squad is local.
Brother, don't. All right, JT, continue your program, cause this man don't know what I'm talking.
No,
Go
then
and
give
get
you
the facts
facts,
and brief
Yeah,
because I'm the facts in
so
front of me right now.
Chris, right? Then
If you
so,
check
you
the
go ahead
last,
and get it.
if you check the last 4 or 5 years of America team, the most players that they have a playing in their local league is 5 or 6.
The
Right?
Buccaneers
And
team
90%,
make up of local player. They are developed
brother,
locally.
the same thing what we are do, I try get a player if we come play for the same thing US do. You see how much fight that
No,
going with US and
that's
Mexico?
wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah, this a man.
That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong.
No, yeah,
That's
Brother,
they
you want
develop
to
in
come
the
now.
USA.
Hey,
They
one
develop in the USA and
Hey,
at age
it's one
38,
two
they
different thing, you
went
know.
to Europe, right? But most of USA players and Mexico players, they are local and every World Cup they qualified.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
Brother, you're talking man this man, you.
You
It's
have
one
to come with
different
facts, you know.
thing.
The
You have
Mexican
to
and
come
the
with
US
facts.
team, they do
You
qualify,
cannot
yes.
beat me at it. Most
They
of
do
these
qualify.
teams that dominate, most of these teams that been dominate all over the world.
Bro,
They
the argument
under
the argument
17,
is all over the
under
place,
20.
bro. Your
Name a
argument all
US
over the
team.
place.
Name a
Your
US team
base
that
of your
have
argument
local
is
players.
that local
All
players
local players.
qualify the senior, the small team and this junior team. And I'm trying to tell you that you cannot compare the junior team with the small team. Because most U17, U20, majority of the
they
countries,
don't
the
translate.
players are local.
And they don't translate. The 17s, they don't make that
And
jump.
they do not translate in fantasy. When you look at don't be technical and tell me say you go call Morocco because you have to have somebody who does it, brother. Because Morocco them don't have footballer like the rest of people them. They don't have direct parents like how other people have places. How you gonna tell me something when me see, brother? Me come talk, me no know. I'm not trying to prove a point that we need to go get this player, get that player, or whatever. And when it comes to the players, when we hear some man say, "Oh, some of the players that we carry from overseas is not good."
Fox me go by now, brother. A 17 of the youngsters were qualified from US. Play locally, you know. 17 players.
What, the senior team? The senior team?
The under 17.
That's
Bro,
why
I just said to you a while ago, if you open the ears and listen, my youth. I just said to you a while ago. I just said to you, under 17, under 15, under 14, and under 20, 99% of the teams, the players are local. You're going to find a 4 or 5 other players who are playing in top academies for the other big countries. Most of the players are local. So you can't compare the senior with the junior teams. Show me one national team where see where we have 21 man we play outside of the country. Tell me one. Tell me one. All local players play majority players in the local league because if you don't have a local core of the under 17, under 15, under 20 is in the next step up. So we can't see with the under 20. But when it comes to the other teams, how your football in your country will develop if you're going to bypass all the players them where you see every day. You can't remember, you know, these youth competition, one not miss, you know, they do not play in FIFA windows.
Exactly.
So the clubs have the right to withhold all the players them.
Your number one
Because
radio
it's not a
station.
FIFA window. You can't. What you have to do is develop a relationship with the clubs, and then the clubs. All right, I bet you don't know this. Majority of the small countries them, they don't release the players them for the first round of the competition. It's when they reach to the business end, then we release the players them, and they don't have to. So that is another point why most countries use local players, because all right.
Rubbish can't chat, you know. Rubbish
Yeah, man.
watch. You can't go on where you go. A rubbish
Yeah,
can't
no problem.
Chucking, boss. Let the man explain, man.
No, Chris-
rubbish
Your
can't chat.
number one
Yeah, man.
radio
Come on,
station.
phone, you know, come in here, you know, guy, come chat the fuck in my ears, you know.
No,
Chucking,
hold on.
you know, say
Ah.
chucking. You know, say you make the man chucking. If you make the man done talk, you know, say most of the point them him are going in your direction. If you just make him finish talking, you know.
He was explaining. And Chris, them know the
I'm
football
not
in
gonna
a
team
chucky.
direction, you know why I'm not going to team direction?
Him gone. Chucking
Because
boss gone. Yeah.
he's saying that the small teams use local players. No, it's proven. I'm gonna give him the stats. He say the one time we qualified for the senior team was with a
Yeah.
core of local players.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to tell him that I personally don't believe that same formula can work in a today day.
I don't think so
Yeah.
either. I don't
And
think
I'm
so
saying that, all the youth teams them around the world, if you check it, every one of them core is local because the teams do not, the clubs don't have to release the players them. So what they do, they have academies and they have players who play in their local leagues. But that is the reason why most teams use local players. And also, majority of countries, if you never know, have a national academy like the TDS program we have.
Yep.
So they have players who come through from U14, U15, U17, going up. So that is their development coming through. But it just happens that when it comes to 17, there's a bomb will drop right there. So
Chris,
Let me ask you
may I make you go, fisherman. That's what my leader was talking about. I always said there's a sinkhole there between 17 and 23.
Yep.
And it's just, brother, you're gonna lose one whole heap of player. Remember, in the U17 team that will go World Cup, Alva Spoil alone make it, you know.
all right, JD, me not stop.
Then fisherman can go after Chris.
No,
Fisherman
let me
just-
ask you
No,
something, boss.
one point. Hold on, I'm just say something. You come in now. Tell me which team. Me hear the Jamaicans talk all the while say, "Oh, you say all the U15 we win the cup. The man if you just get that team the straight through." Nonsense.
They not-
Nonsense.
Some of them are going to drop
You
off.
will
man.
never find a team that come from U14 to 17 with the whole core of the players them same way.
No, man. Me not think. Sometimes we take things out of context.
No, hold on, no,
we
man.
take things out of context sometimes.
Fisherman, you can't talk for
Yeah.
everybody, you know, brother. You have your opinion and you have to talk your opinion. I'm not, me not just a throw up an argument, you know, a conversation we have with man. The man must say, yo, the team win. So why we match up the team? Brother,
No,
the team
but
will not matriculate straight to the seniors.
Because why me that more ask you something, you know? So that means say you know have this notion where some of the man they might tell you say the under 17 team we must go and recruit people.
People, we need you guys. This is the part of the show where you hit the like button on the show. We need 20 more likes to get to 100 likes on the video. Thank you everybody for joining us. We have 150 of you guys watching. I know it's my first live stream in a while. As I said, guys, we will be back when it gets on closer to March, when the games kick off. We will have these constant show, but I wanted to just lay low and just, you know, see what Mr. Speed and them is doing and help in the way that we can. We're not gonna come out here and give you propaganda and tell you that this a man here come and this a man here come and it's not true. We want to bring you some real stuff. But tonight is one of those nights on Sports Blem. Tonight we will go into the radio section where these guys take over the show. You know how we do it. I like to hear them speak as well. But people, we need 19 more of you to hit the like button. We need that. No. Let me just check the likes on it.
Why is not the best players? Why is not the best players?
When you say best player from you, we get him from Europe or best player in Jamaica?
Wherever the youth teams, the players that come into the national team, 9 out of 10 times are not the best teams. You know why? Because they want the players to pay to come camps.
Oh,
They don't pay for the players unless they make the team to go to the tournament.
unless somebody sponsor them.
Right. So, for example, the under 17 team last year, how many camps they had in Jamaica? About 4 or 5 with the combined teams. Just imagine a parent that's struggling, that has a good soccer player. Has to find those money, they not get no help for the kids them to come on the program then. They cannot afford it. So you know who go? The ones who can. They might not be the best, but they might be better than some of them money have at Jamaica. So that's why them getting at the teams. If the football, if you pick off a merit, brother, you would have see total different teams and would have do much better in a football. But some man have the notion to say, oh, because yourself you carrying an overseas player, a man start to tell you say, oh, 2 man player England or US, you feel saying good. That's not the point, brother. You have to look into it and realize and leader not upon the call, but leader can tell you. Some of the players them when can't come at Jamaica we say him a play for Miami or him a play for Manchester United. He no better than a youth to the Jamaica. But because him parents can afford him to come, and my thing is that me always feel like say, once a man, alright. The question me always ask, I'm gonna ask Fisherman, because Fisherman kind of push back on his heart. You know have any family over foreign Fisherman? England, anywhere around the world.
Yeah.
And if any of them have any kids over there and they get them Jamaican passport, how you would feel if you hear a man attack the way how you attack? We say, boy, them no man no fi come like that. No man fi use the local man because them a qualify.
Hey, stop that, man. Stop it there, so.
No, me ask you a question. Me ask you a question.
Nobody not gonna say what me no say.
Me not say you no say. Me ask you a question.
I never tell you. Listen, man.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not making a statement. I'm asking
man,
you a question.
Just make us, me go do my thing in a my way.
Okay.
Listen me. I tell you, say me not have a
Big
problem
camera.
if the coaching staff get players from England.
Right.
If when them come,
Let me see something. 1 second, people. Jason Guna try get on, but me can't get him on. Let me see if something can work out here. So, all right, then let me join this back and see if we can get Jason. Let's see if we can get Jason Guna on.
people telling me from your playing in England, get them and bring them come here because them better than the local. Better than local. When we say local,
It's not all the time. Not all the time.
I don't know.
when we say
Not all the time.
local, and listen me, when we say local, I don't mean the player them we are alone we are playing at the
But Fisherman, you say that all the time, you know, but you have to understand. You're not gonna find 23 man where play overseas that come from Jamaica where play right now. What playing at a good level.
Chris,
But I didn't tell you that you must have 23
Fisherman, let me
one
add, Fisherman,
local player in the team. Me never tell you that.
Fisherman, Fisherman, Chris, me have to add, we have to
Go
end this and call on about. Jason Gona like him stuck on the line, so better call on the back, alright? Oh, he's on now. Stay. He's on. He's here. It's good.
Fisherman, what I'm saying to you, you keep on have the notion and say, oh, when you say when you talk about Jamaican band players, you know only talk about JPA players.
Yeah.
What you not realize, that's your opinion and I agree with you, but what you not realize, every player that comes from Jamaica and go overseas, how much time you say you get called back to the national team? You know, the man from Jamaica they still a cry for. So it's like a next man up type of situation. So you under the impression say, yes, then overseas they man get called. Them not get no call, brother. Me can't answer that and you answer that.
Where say them
If you're next man out of JPL, you go to the national team.
No man, that me I telling you say, Uno always a put it that way there, sir.
All
And
right.
uno they put it that way.
All right.
Is uno
All
put
right.
it that your people are called it. They want this shot and the whole of them you they have to
Yardy,
overseas.
So
big
me
up
not call
yourself,
for him too.
Yardy.
Me not call for
Eh?
him too. Me not call for him too.
The focus is when we come into a qualifier for the Nation League or World Cup, we abandon them people there and start go for man at England.
No,
We no look
no,
for
no, no, no do that, no do that, so, no do that, fisherman.
What do you mean they do that?
We not go for Warner Brown. Warner Brown better than Stewart.
You are now tuned in.
So why you choose one? Say we go for Warner
Because
Brown.
you're saying that they carry them a go for man for England. So Warner Brown no come from Jamaica.
Yeah, Warner Brown come from Jamaica.
Yes, and you don't think Warner Brown, you don't think, all right, sorry if you say in better, I'm not like use the better term. You don't think that Trevor Stewart they do better than Warner Brown when Warner Brown get called in the team?
Hold on there. When Warner Brown get called in at the team, Warner Brown was the leading striker in the Premier League in Jamaica.
Yes, but what was Stewart doing?
Stuart was performing where he is. But you don't have the striker in the team. You have more striker in the team whenever they are performing in them club and then get called in.
I agree with you, and some of them come from overseas. Me agree with you.
You know that thing I say?
No, but it's like you try to say me I say, oh, the man them from overseas, like me don't want to beat them. But I beat every man will come to the team when not perform. But you see time you have a section, man. I mean when me talk, cause when you talk you say uno. Me no categorize everybody in the same when me talk. Cause me listen when a man talk and me no address a man certain way if me know him not think that way. The way how you talk some of the time fisherman and I say, oh, when me say boy, me mean locally developed, no, me mean man from overseas. But when I try to tell a fisherman, the man them go overseas and he not get play. They not call him unless it's a squad where MLS step and break or whatever go on. Them not get no pick in a team. Them a call say, oh, a man from this a team, I should have done a team. Oh, this one a better than that man. Alright. Me not like calling him, but me I say this. I mean not talk about you. Over and over, me sit down and me listen. And me hear people will say them a footballing mind, them a coach. I go look for me and tell me say, you have players that Jamaica better than Casey Palmer and Bobby Reed. And then want to have a conversation with me about that. Yeah, I will never hold a conversation with that brother because me not see none of them. As much as they're not the best that we have, we need better. But they're not better than what they're doing there. They're not worse than what nobody belongs better than them.
Well,
but the man cost Casey Palmer.
True. That's
the
true,
two
brother.
games with Casey Palmer missed the other day. Me think that if Casey Palmer did play in a Trinidad and Curacao game, the result probably will be different.
That is true.
Me believe that. And that's a my opinion. You can't kill me for
No,
that.
and that is facts, though. That is facts.
That is
No,
my
Not
opinion.
opinion.
Casey Palmer, look here. When Casey Palmer get injured the long time, him come out, him did start play some good. The last game him play, I didn't like how him play.
Fisherman, you have man, we have them channel, you have man with the channel every day say, them man, they not good. They can only perform against small team. They not do nothing, they not good enough to come back. And the man, them a call for them, if come play. Like, if you go watch a game and watch the man, they say to myself, the man must joke business, the man
No, but what I'm saying, my boss, when the players them, me remember Bailey Camarati, me can call him name. Bailey Camarati, come here. As him come, even JT start say, him is the number one striker for we now. See that him are the number one striker.
No, but to be fair, fisherman, if you did watch the game when play, the first game when play, he missed 3 goals where every man I say, boy, as a striker, you're supposed to score that.
If me watch it.
No, me I say, if you did watch it and you see the goal and when miss, you would have beat him. But you're not going to kill him for one game. The second game he come back, don't he redeem himself?
No, look here now. I wasn't killing him, you know. What I was saying to the people them, give him some time, and see what he make out of. People start praising him at the best thing, this. And him a go lead the line. Because him at the best thing. And I said, no sir, if a man get 3 chances in a game, he didn't score not even one. All right, still give him the next game. Him score, and then people come out and say, see that. But when you look on it, you can 39 club, 20 at game, what, 2 goals.
No, but all right. Based off of way I said, me agree with you. But if you look on the team that he was playing in a very bad team, brother. None of the forward them in the team. You can't tell me say every forward of the team is not good. There was nobody in the team who score a goal. And if you watch them, they still can't win a match same way.
The thing is, my boss,
Yeah.
Even when Warner Brown come in at the national team,
Yeah.
score goal, you still have man on YouTube saying Warner Brown shouldn't in at the team. You still have man saying him shouldn't in at the team. And that's why I'm saying that, because him play local. The local Premier League not good. People now look at what him come do. Them are still a judge which part him play. Him not fit in at this
Fisherman,
team.
let's be
Can't play in a
Fisherman. Let's be honest now, and I'm gonna be honest. You see, the striker who's in form for me, I tend to say they are our lead striker. When Warner Brown was our lead striker, me and Cataract had an argument on here. I said Warner Brown is our starting striker. Remember, it wasn't Farm that dropped Warner Brown out of the team. We went on a break and Warner Brown get injured.
Injured.
And and then him start miss a string of games and him never get back into the team. Warner Brown didn't lose his starting job because he wasn't playing well. I just injured took Warner Brown out of the team. So Warner Brown is not in the discussion. Like Warner Brown shouldn't be a part of the discussion because Warner Brown it was just injured. Because everybody
JT. Not to cut you, but what Fisherman is saying, he has a point. Because you have people who feel like say even when he fit, even when he there score a goal, he shouldn't be in there.
No,
he must score the goal
but we don't have time for them people.
Because of me knows him a play against.
We don't have time for them people.
Yeah, man, we don't hear it, man.
We don't have time.
We watch the stream, them, We watch the stream, them.
Me and Cataract argue over that, Remember they were saying, listen, for me, Chris and Fisherman, the striker that's out there doing the job, you are the starting striker till you lose the job. And I same thing me say with Bailey Kadamatri. He was our starting striker till him lose the job. I say go where you want.
Look how Burrell did that perform.
Yeah.
Look how Burrell did that perform. When the man a perform and nobody no come close to the amount of goal and score and he come and he play. Then give him one game.
Yeah.
He get the assist and the next game he man no get not him a jersey.
Jersey again. He was so
and then me next man some man what tell me say that time ain't good. Him no good where him a get jersey for.
Yeah, all them so.
Brother, me can't reason like that, brother, because a national team is picked based on.
So let me give you some updates, guys. Let me give you some updates. This is straight from the JFF as well, and straight from the list of players that are now being recruited and players that are in the process. I'm gonna leave out a specific player because it's gonna blow up, and I'm gonna give it to you guys. I'm gonna give it to you guys. I'm gonna let the other YouTubers get some views, because if you look on my channel, I don't make Mesa Greenwood videos, but I'm gonna say this to you guys that Mesa Greenwood wants to play for Jamaica. Mesa Greenwood has reached out to play for Jamaica, but the problem is not Mesa Greenwood's father. Mesa Greenwood's mother is preventing him from playing for Jamaica. That's where we are right now with Mesa Greenwood. Mesa Greenwood has decided to play for Jamaica. And I don't like to talk about Mesa Greenwood. I mean, him run with Mesa Greenwood every chance we get. We don't know that.
Alright, I can't answer your question, JT, without you. If you can't answer, just leave it.
Yeah.
How old is Mason Greenwood now?
I'm not sure. I don't even keep up on him age coming off time.
But does he need this? Does he need parental? Oh, you have documents to sign. Probably that is.
Yeah,
okay, leave that. Leave that.
So the problem is this.
Leave that.
So this is where the problem is with Mesa Greenwood. Mesa Greenwood affiliation.
JT, leave that, man. Nobody go too far with it.
And his ties to Jamaica is through his mother. So if his mother have to sign off him play. And that's
all right. Leave that.
And basically, yes. So his mother is leveraging his agent and giving a lot of a whole box there. So yeah. So this is the problem.
Well, I'm asking something, JT. So she never have to sign off on anything to get him passport.
No, it's not his passport. It's the birth service ticket for the family member. Remember, so she.
Yeah, but if you don't have the birth cert, hold on, I'm ask you.
All right, so she's a British citizen. Mesa Greenwood doesn't. Guys, all right, we're gonna leave that part there, as what Chris said. I'll leave that part there. So let me just give you guys some updates on some players who are.
JT, you shouldn't go down that.
No, man. JT showed it, so anything can.
A lot of people are gonna say because remember, one man, JT, the coach come out and say, McLaren come out and say, that Mason Greenwood know who is
Tigat,
up
Tigat,
to
Tigat, Tigat, Tigat,
That's
Tigat,
what I should have
Tigat,
saying.
Tigat. When I speak on this show, it's final. People can take it and make a box lunch out of it or whatever. As I said,
No, I mean,
as I
nobody
said,
say they should have said something. They should have said nothing.
no, Tigat.
So what he got a hint at is that the player got a lot of backlash. And whoever beaten.
Yes.
Because people say, oh, so that means the coach reach out to him and everybody talk to him and him no want come, him no make up his mind.
No. This is the case. So guess what, people? If Mason Greenwood comes to play for Jamaica, you will not hear anything until you see the squad is released. Other than what you hear on this show tonight.
Sounds good.
Other than what you hear, what you hear on this show. Okay, so let me give you some more players. Let me give you some more players that should be coming in. I think we have a player here by Cameron Archer, right? I think Cameron Archer should be. This Lewis Baker thing is still in the. It's tricky. It's tricky, and I don't want to get into it. But this is official stuff. He is on the list of recruitments. I know Rudolph Speed should be. I don't know if he was in England last week, but he should be in England by the end of this month. Rudolph Speed will be speaking to these players personally. Tyrese Hall, Keenan Davis, Michael Freckleton. We have another player here by Andre Brooks, Southampton, and Ephraim Mesa Clark, Max Aarons, and another player that I will just hold that player till you guys see his name pop up on the squad. He's a good player, and this one I will just keep this one to myself for now.
Yo, JT, we do a while ago. You heard the fisherman heading up.
No, man.
No,
we can't keep up Tigat. We cannot do a show based on fisherman's head. We are.
No, but Fisherman already stating claim, you know. And say if the player, we don't have a problem with the player coming. If the player is good, he accepts.
Chris, me a fisherman a friend, so me a fisherman.
No, but me I say nobody start up that the thing they again now.
And people, we want to know this, people. When JT said on a show, that's how it goes. There's no other alternative talk. What you hear so tonight, me I tell you say, me I tell you about facts. Me not talk about tracks like Shelly and Fraser them I run up at stadium. Me I tell you about facts. That's why I have even been picking up my phone. People, if we're not, me telling them, me not go come say anything anymore on YouTube too, no? If me not see some things that pop up on my phone, I can go up on the computer and I get an email and we talk to that person there, you're not going to hear me talk about it. So anything I'm telling you tonight, that's what it is right now. There's no other. You guys remember see me come out and tell you say Jamaica have 2 friendly internationals. People say, JT, you come out with fake news. That was months ago. I said, them people are not learning. No. I tell you say, Omari Hutchinson, I'm catchy hot. But guess what? I also said to Rudolph Speed, I said, Omar Hutchinson is vulnerable right now. You might have to talk to him again. He's vulnerable. But I also think that to catch Omari Hutchinson, Jamaica would have to qualify. If Jamaica qualify, you have a chance to grab him because he's in a predicament at Nottingham Forest, not getting the minutes. England is drifting. He's not in the fray.
He might get minutes. Man. Yeah,
well, he's not playing like how he was. I think he looked better at Ipswich. He looked.
No, I think to start the season, the first coach they had, the guy from Spurs that came over, he wasn't dealing with him.
Yeah. But no,
as soon as he left, he's been in the team.
But he doesn't look the same to me. He doesn't look the same to me. He doesn't look the same. He looks vulnerable. I think at Ipswich he was just a focal point and he's not now. So maybe that's why. But I wouldn't say he doesn't. I think he's effective in what he's supposed to do. He crossed the ball, he set up players, he can get assists. You know, I don't see his game really. Would you pick him for England now?
Hell no, but I wouldn't pick him then either.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying. Chris, one second, Chris, but just give me 2 minutes. Come on, go. You know, brother.
No, man, I just a question concerning what you just said a while ago.
Yeah.
I have nothing else to say. I was gonna ask you, would you pick him right now based on form or just based on ability?
No, I'm picking him based on like say You see some Clarks pan sale and you love Clarks. You don't really need that one right now, but you just grab off your card just in case you plan to wear it. Somebody that just grab him off right now. Just for time up. That's just it. Just time up around our backyard and feed him some grass in the meantime. That's it. If he wants to play. But as I said to Rudolph Speed, I'm not sure that we can grab him right now. Because I'm also saying to Speed, I'm a strategic person. I believe that you got to know where your leverage is. There's 2 games, and this is why
So I can answer a question or you still want
huh?
that's something to
Yeah,
me want to ask you a question. You finish?
all right.
You want to finish?
Yeah, may I finish? But guess what? Me gonna make doing a thing after this. Listen, people, even Mason Greenwood, I would not come back on YouTube and mention Mason Greenwood's name unless I felt that Mason
You,
Greenwood is
yeah, man, you did say
lean,
that.
is
I
leaning.
have a question to ask. I
Yeah,
have a question to ask you.
yeah,
I have a question to ask.
yeah.
So, a Speed been taking a beating from everybody
Mm,
on YouTube, and everybody that's watching Jamaica football.
mm,
Period. Right? Right? So,
mm.
what is his vision for Jamaican football, and do you personally believe in his vision?
Brother, so I believe in a Speed Vision from day one. You know why I believe in Mr. Speed Vision?
Yeah.
Because Mr. Speed listen to me. So my bias in that case there. Because I think
No, you know what? No, you're not biased, my brother. Because I say to myself, I hear some
because
YouTubers and to
Blue
me,
Mountain, you know
but,
why I believe in the vision? Because I
yeah.
think I'm a one-man think tank, brother.
Great man, stink alike, man. You say that, man.
Listen. I feel the same way you're feeling, bro. Because since this whole YouTube thing come, bro, everybody been stepping on that man hard, and I don't know nobody who would want negativity around their name. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I think most of the YouTubers need to take time out to talk to Mr. Speed, know Mr. Speed, and what is his intention for Jamaica football. Because I don't think
Blue Mountain. And guys, just give me.
you did it, You did it. You did it, You did it,
Wanna give me 1 minute? Let me break down what here, right? Because I think a lot of people are confusing what's happening. The major beef on YouTube is Ryan and Mr. Speed. Let me tell you where that relationship got shattered. You see, around the election time, Raymond and
Yeah, go on. Yeah, yeah.
Zison, they were feeding Ryan information. But Ryan was trapped in a position where he couldn't interview Raymond Anderson because he would have shown his hand, right? Because when Mr. Speed and Ryan fall out, Raymond Anderson them start see Ryan now as is basically their side, right? It's their side. So when the relationship went back, this is why I can't take Ryan serious about beating Mr. Speed, because Ryan is who I met Mr. Speed through. So it's because the relationship breakdown now. Ryan is full on beating Mr. Speed and just full on, and I'm like, Ryan cannot get Mr. Speed out. Mr. Speed is more important to Jamaican football than any of us on YouTube, no matter how much show we want to do. Me tell people that Mr. Speed has done more for Jamaican football than anyone that we on YouTube with the biggest subscribers. Mr.
That's true.
Speed, Mr.
That is
Speed, them
true.
load up them van with the liquor boy.
100%.
Can them
100%.
go a
But
training?
but
Who is doing that on YouTube? Who
but
is
but
doing that on YouTube?
But this is what I'm saying. These information must be out there because people been slandering the man.
No, they know in a Blue Mountain. They know.
No man,
I tell you, so
trust
they
me.
know. Ask JT, they know.
Trust me. If you ask a million people,
No, man.
right? 900,000 have something negative to say
Nah,
about
man,
Mr. Speed.
they're persons. Listen, your persons when not get along, your persons when just not like a man and he can't do nothing. Me use Casey Palmer all the time. You have some people, no matter when do, him no good. I want a small team that him a play against. Him no good. You know, appreciate when do.
That is true. I mean, and I always respect him as a player. I always like how he carries the ball. I always like how he's willing to make the moves, even though he lose the ball all the time.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
you see Jamaica, when them hate you, No matter where you do. Because me see them do that with Tyrone Marshall already, you know.
Yeah, but let's not switch the conversation yet. But I'm not a fan of Casey Palmer. However, but me get to another point. Because my thing is just like Ravel Morrison, Casey Palmer cannot hold down a club. Unfortunately, he's able to still play. He's still in a league, so we're not gonna win the argument there. But now Casey Palmer to me he's fragile. He just he when is he gonna take the next step of being that potential from Chelsea? He just haven't lived up to the expectation.
But
That's
but
just
but
me
but,
with
who,
just
but
with Casey.
what player who is playing on Jamaica national team now?
That's
That is living up to the
better. That's
expectation.
better.
Not one.
No,
Not
nobody, none
one.
of them, no, they're not better than him. That's why him have to play. But
Not
that's why I
No,
say
one.
no matter what a man say.
but listen,
Because
Chris,
JT no
Chris,
rate him, you know. But JT would have picked him in a starting 11 right now. If he not have better.
JT, I'm telling you, most of you guys are wrong about Palmer. I think Palmer is one of the best midfielder we have right now. And I'm saying that with confidence
Blue
and
Mountain, Blue Mountain. Let me just, cause a phone part of the show now. I'm gonna read some of the comments and then let you guys war it out. Cause the people them are here
JT,
for that.
remember me have a question to ask you before you leave, you know.
No, me not
So
leaving.
what can
When me dep on the show, me a listen to you know. But me like to let Uno talk and cause me love to see my shit them a fling. I hear people them say, JT, as you come back on YouTube war start. Of course, I'm the Vladimir Putin of YouTube. All right.
How you mean, JT?
Of course, when we come war, because guess what now, the people them, the other YouTube channel them have these little ways of throwing words. Brother, me not have time for that. A YouTube this, you can't shoot me through my computer. You can't shoot me through my computer. Me a internet bad man. When me see a Jamaica you rush me, I go keep it quiet. And I might have to call the
right.
authorities on you. I'll let they take care of it. You see me I say, but on YouTube I will say whatever I want to say. And the man them afraid for talk. Pan a real level. That's why as me come out pan the channel today, me say, if me did follow Cataract, JD and Cranky them no Jamaican youth with another under 17 team there. They call me xenophobic because they say
so hold
JT,
on. So what them did I say? If we have
bro, them want you
like the
clean.
senior team?
No, yes, that them want
How
you,
you
brother.
mean? You
That
never
them
hear it,
want, that
you
them
No,
want.
know, see
I'm
one.
not finished, fisherman. You still a tell me say it talk. I didn't hear that. At first, I hear that.
Listen. Let me tell you,
You
in
are
Chris,
now
how the
tuned
relationship
in
broke down. It was a
to
show
your
one
number
night
one
over
radio
JD,
station.
and me I say
Yeah.
we can't have Jamaican teams with no local players. The man them, you see the word xenophobic. I'm entire them bring up that I made them attacking a dog. I made them start that with the night, I saw me and
Yeah,
JD them fall
yeah.
out. That was
No,
what
but
happened
JD,
that
they on
night.
a different level still. No, I'm not surprised at that with JD because him not think nobody, he not think no Jamaican team good or
But
players.
But
but
me
me
just,
can
So me not,
but me just,
but me can
me
answer
not,
a question. But me can
me not
answer a
listen.
no man,
question. One more question before you go. One
no,
more question before you
listen,
go.
when I keep saying me I go, me go listen to no. I'm just saying,
No,
guys.
no. But me have to listen. Me have to listen too. Cause me have work. But me just have one more question for you.
Mm.
So you don't think we can have a under 17 or any Jamaican team with no local base player night?
That would be mad. That would not be a Jamaican team.
So let me ask you a question. So even if we don't have players that's quality with the quality enough to make the team, we should still put them in the team.
My friend, is because so the reason you asked me that question because you don't really understand how the youth football work. My friend, Jamaica have some of the best youth footballers in the world. They're just underdeveloped.
Not true.
That's just my
Not
opinion.
true.
That's just my opinion.
That
That's just
Make
and
him, make
that's
him, make him finish your opinion.
that's your opinion.
yeah.
But
That's my opinion.
you talk to a man who been around the block and been around a lot of different youth programs here in the United States. And
All
when
right.
I see,
All right.
I say, wow, what are we doing in Jamaica? You
Yeah.
never see that.
So
When I see this thing,
but Blue
you see
Mountain,
how people. You see, hold on. Me used to live down the street from Santos. Matter of fact, me go try out to Santos when I
Listen,
time.
you gotta
As
tell
a
me,
as a little as a little youngster.
brother, you gotta tell me
Me,
when Buster Manti them did
me
deb
used
out.
to no, me not gonna stop. Me used to hear people say Spanner, I one of the best youth coach and all these things. And when me start taking these youth program in America, me realize say, yo, there's no youth program in Jamaica. I mean, development in terms of football in Jamaica
But
is
Blue
the poorest
Mountain, Blue Mountain,
is the
Blue
poorest I've
Mountain,
seen.
Blue Mountain. Me
Mhm.
see you go up on the bridge a while ago, and me see brother come give you the rope. I go jump off and hang yourself, brother. The answer is what you're saying to me. The youth program isn't intact to develop the youths. Them. That's what we were saying, bro.
But
That's
I'm
the
saying,
difference.
but I'm saying it needs to fix. It needs to fix so we can have more local based player in the team. But
Bro.
right
So
now, but right now,
so you
if
know
I
stick
don't,
them up.
it,
So
But
you know
local
say so you
base,
know
the local
you
base
know
team,
think
youth teams are mostly local base.
so big man.
You know
So when you
understand
just
me.
say a while ago, so that means say
no, I mean,
you don't mind see a under
listen,
17 team with be overseas band player upon it. You don't have no problem with that.
listen. Let me make this clear. I would love for every Jamaican team to have 11 players out of Jamaica representing the team. But if we don't have the quality at any level, whether it's under 15, under 16, whatever,
Mhm.
and we have
Blue
people
Mountain,
from
what time you
hold on,
join?
hold
No,
on, let me
no, no,
let me say
brother.
this.
No, you're
If we
taking the
have people
blue,
from even over
blue,
China, as long as
Blue
them are with
I
Mountain,
think you are
Jamaican
go
colors,
Blue
overboard with this
Mountain.
thing.
No,
Eh.
no, no, no. Hold on, Blue
You make
Mountain.
it so so you
as
must not
long as
step
they're
on me.
wearing the hold on, as
The,
long as
the,
they're wearing the Jamaican, my preference is to see
Blue
local
Mountain,
players.
Blue
No, you not
Mountain,
But
sound
Blue
so
after,
to me.
Mountain. You're
You not
taking the
sound
huh?
so
show.
to me.
Blue Mountain, you're
No
taking
Bro,
the
man, you
show.
not
listen,
sound
Hold on
bro,
there. Blue
my
Mountain,
preference.
Blue Mountain.
Listen,
You have to listen now,
don't
you
give
know,
me let
bro.
me finish.
The man
You have
now
to let me
listen.
finish.
The man no,
You
but
have to let me finish. Let me finish
Blue
my
Mountain.
point. I'm listening. Let me finish my
No.
point.
Blue
I'm
Mountain, Blue
listening.
Mountain. You're coming now and you're taking back the show where Chris them discussed that. What we said was this:
Mm.
at the youth level, the talent is not far off when you look at different countries, brother. But when you get up to the senior groups, we have to recruit overseas. But when you develop your youths, it's just youths playing against youths, brother. That's a difference. We talked about that on the
No,
show before you joined.
no, no. I need you to take a trip to the United States and start and go to these club even the
What do you mean to
smaller
watch to
clubs
watch baseball?
and just and no,
No,
look at your
I
youth
live in
programs
no,
and
I live
look at
no, 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 no. I live in Europe. Why would I go to USA to look at football?
I live here, so
So
I'm telling
yeah,
you what
so
I
I
see
live
here.
in Europe. I'm in Netherlands. I'm in Belgium. Sometimes I go to France. I'm in Europe.
All right, those countries have the best youth program, but
That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you right now, I would love to see if it's 23-man squad and the 23 people come from Jamaica. I'm happy for that. I'm happy. But right now, the quality is not there. And we're trying to build a program, but the youth aren't there yet. And we have to go for somebody at China. As long as a Jamaican are
No, but
representing
we
the
just
No,
team.
qualify. You remember you realize that we just qualify a under 17 team.
But
Hey,
me
me
not,
boss.
I'm not mad at that, bro. I'm just saying, listen, you just hear me say, I appreciate I'm most Jamaican on the under 17 team.
No,
I am just saying, at the end of the
Mhm.
day, if we
Yeah.
can't find
What?
local based players, right, to represent the country that is
which
up
one
to
of the teams?
standard,
Which one of the teams you're
What you
talking
any
about?
talking
team,
about?
Be
any team
specific.
at all,
No, you cannot
Mr.
speak
Any
like that.
team
No,
at
but you're
all,
asking me about the
any.
under 17. And we just qualify under 17
So
team.
which
And you're
team are
asking
you
And
about the
talking
under
and,
about?
17 team.
and I'm trying to tell you, I'm happy to know it's mostly local based players.
No, but
But I'm saying, if we didn't have the players, I don't care as long as they're representing the country. As
brother,
long as they were,
listen,
as
listen,
long,
listen. Blue
But
Mountain.
no
Yeah,
federation now gonna allow that doing a blue mount.
he's
So
not
that me
I
I
don't
say,
understand.
that me I
I don't
would
know. I don't because
say.
all right. You see, under 17
You are
program
now
for every national
tuned
team,
in to
it almost come like
your
a
number
graduation from your
one
youth
radio
program.
station.
But guys,
You
it's
understand?
just development, development.
It
So
is
yeah,
development,
so
but it
so
come
so
from
that's
every
okay.
academy.
That's okay. So I think we need to address the sinkhole that's gonna happen to these under 17.
It's been happening. So
Yeah. So what I'm saying, this is what we need to address. We need to focus on that because we're going in circle. We
So
need to
for
focus
so if
on the
but you don't
sinkhole
control
that
the
we have
players
and
when
how
we
we
let
can
go
just
do
get
it.
on the
Neville,
circle.
You are now
Neville,
tuned
before you
to
You
join the
don't
show,
control the players.
before you
your
join the
number
show,
one
I was on
radio
the show with
station.
Leader, right? And what I was saying to Leader was this: I was on the show with Leader. I'm
Yeah.
say Leader, there's a sinkhole between 17 and 23. How is the JFF going to cooperate with the best U17 players to make sure they don't end up in the US collegiate system and end up a player. College football America and become NFL players. Like Omar Hones. That's what we started the show off with. I said
Yeah,
I
I know.
don't want our best young players to go to the United States to play. I'm sorry.
Former youth
Agreed.
captain. Don't let
Agreed.
that out, Jason.
It's not a
100%.
it's not a football environment. The sport is getting big, but when you're serious about football, brother, you have to head off to England or Europe. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
how I
yeah, and
look
I
at it.
understand that. I understand that, and I know because I was listening to that JT. So what I'm saying here, but I'm saying we still don't get the fix for the sinkhole. What we're gonna do and correct the problem
And this is the big
No,
going
problem
that's
here.
not.
forward with this
That's not.
understanding.
Yeah, the man them a, brother, the man them a call me and a kick off
Come
the
here, you
thing.
remember, become adults now,
The
So,
parents and
so
them
they
are
got
going to
different ways. They make
they
some of
make
them
the,
make
yeah.
their own decisions. Some of them
So
make
that the
decisions when they work
generation
out.
can't stop that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so you can't carry a man because a man did that.
Well, let me call. God, me I try to get Wayne on. He's kicking off
I know in
everybody else
Ghana,
to call. Me I try to get Wayne
man.
on because
Yeah,
he's
but why we have that kind of problem?
And
And not that kind of problem in Jamaica. I
no,
mean,
no,
in
no,
the
no,
world.
no, no. You
No,
can't really say
no, but
Jamaica. It's not only Jamaica.
that problem is exists in every team. If you
Every country got to
look at
realize
Brazil,
Jamaica
if you
don't
look
have
at
the amount of footballers what some of these other countries have.
right, and those countries
You
are
are
better
now
developed in football than we are, and even some of
your
their
number
Brazil
one
U17, they
radio
don't
station.
matriculate to the national team. You don't hear from them.
Jesus Christ, dog. People, the man them a call and a kick me off of the show, brother.
So when
So
they make their separate steps to wherever they're going, what's a narrative you always hear from coaches? We see the talent, but needs development tactically,
right.
or needs development physically. Always need some kind of development. These teams now, 19 years old, 20 years old, they get you. They don't want to be developing you. They want to go out there and
Okay, so
perform.
so 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 then again, so you see now then again. So if that's the case, then we have an issue there. Then we are gonna always have to look in the diaspora ballers.
Well, you don't have to be, you know,
Where is
because
baller gonna come from? If there is
no,
not
but
if
Which one of the
if
but hold
teams?
on.
football is
Which
just
one
in
of
Jamaica and they can move to
never? Which one of the teams?
You
We
are
have to
now
start with specific.
tuned
Which
in
one?
No, I'm talking about the
your
17.
number one
The under
radio
17.
station.
We don't
The under
need
17.
foreign footballers for the under 17s. We
You need
don't.
No,
you need
no. I'm
development.
saying
Development is what's
what
gonna
I'm
fix it.
saying. I know I understand that. I'm perfectly fine with
Yeah, so if
the
you put
under
in the
17.
development, then we don't have no
But
problem.
after the under 17 to the 20 and 21 to the national team, the sinkhole as we speak.
Yeah.
What are we doing
I don't
to
know.
curb that?
Me ask leader upon the show. Me say leader, what happened to the under 20 them now? The big sinkhole. Our leader said, me no know. Our leader listen. It's me always use a player named Omar Holness. Omar Holness to me, he's a case study. When you hear how the commentator spoke about that youngster in the World Cup for Jamaica in the
He
under
was the
17,
captain also.
he was the captain, brother. The man just
Promising one.
disappear. Him go one college America, I think, North Carolina, and him just bounce around and I know him alone. I know him alone. If you can't jump over that sinkhole there, I do listen, Neville, I don't have the answer for the sinkhole. May I tell you the truth?
Okay.
I don't have the
Okay.
answer. Me no
All
know
right.
we don't know how we cross it.
Listen, JT and the ones and ones. I just want to
This
make one
develop-
point
Go ahead, go
because
ahead.
I heard Blue Mountain mention about the youth and comparing us with America and elsewhere. But what I know about the team, what I know about the youth teams, is that whenever Ballers, Harborview, Cavaliers, presently Mount Pleasant, whenever any of their youth teams go overseas, whether it's Mexico, US, even in Europe, they always come back with trophy. I see them with a trophy. So who are they playing? I want
Yeah,
Blue
no.
to tell me that.
Well,
Who
so
they
what
are playing.
happened? The most recent tournament I saw Cavalier go to, they went to Cayman. Do you know how that went for them in Cayman when they played Inter Miami and Red Bulls and Cayman national team? Did you hear about that one?
Enlighten us.
Okay, well, they played a 14 tournament and I believe they lost all three of the games and they came fourth.
Yeah.
So, I
And
mean,
they
look,
come up with medals.
we can be honest about things, and tell about all the times when we didn't do well as well.
And I know people going to say, "Why you bad man? Why not just celebrate?"
But
I am
Jason Goon, I'm
celebrating.
gonna
I am happy that I am happy that the U17 made it. It made me so happy. I'm still smiling about it today, and it happened like 3 days ago. But let's not forget that we had a disappointment last year. 2 years before that, we didn't make it. We hadn't qualified since 2011.
and,
So
and
I have to put things in. We have to put
but
things in perspective.
Jason also the kid who was the player of the tournament. He was in the Malma tournament where Jamaica lost every single game. So we
He
saw
was.
that experience. When Jamaica goes to those tournaments, I'm not one of the person who celebrates Crispy, you have to mute. I'm not one of the persons who celebrate the trophies. Those trophies means nothing to me. You come back with a trophy from Cayman Islands, or look how much trophy Craig Butler them come back with. I remember say Craig Butler told us he has players. Remember when Paul Hall took the coaching job, Craig Butler said that Paul Hall need to scrap the team and build the team around 7 players from Phoenix and play his playing style. Where are those 7 players?
Them gone Cavalier.
The notion we talk about the JSS developing players at the under 17 level, and what the under 21 or whatever you guys talk about. On one hand, on the other hand, the vast majority of these players are not going to matriculate professionally, right? So basically, it's a vanity project.
It's a what?
A vanity project.
It's not a vanity project. That's your opinion. You need to say this is my opinion. No, because Crispy, if you could predict the future, what's the stock market gonna be like tomorrow?
No, but hold on. But it has been established on this program that's a norm.
No. Crispy. Tonight, I think you're off your game. You go out last night.
No, I'm not off my game.
You go out last night.
Everybody on the program, JT, conclude that because you, even JT, have said that you do not want the quota system at the national level, and you said that for a reason.
Yeah, but Crispy. That's why we are having Crispy. We're discussing. That's why I try to keep the discussion tonight in context. I keep asking people, are we talk? Because Crispy, recruitment at a senior level, my friend, is different from youth programs. And I said this. You hear what I said? The JFF need to make sure the best 7 players. 5 or 6 or 7 players, there's some collaboration with their agents as far as the direction of these players. You will look upon a country like Mali. Mali won the Youth World Cup at one point. Senegal and them team, all of them youth, they no move on to become top players. You're gonna look at a Saviola. Saviola was one of the best players in the U20 World Cup. Him struggled when he went to Italy, I think, to become an international footballer. Crispy, it's known, it's around the world. If you have 23 players.
I'm again, you're kind of making my point,
No, I'm not making your point. You're saying, but if it's a vanity program, then everybody needs to squash football.
Okay. All of these countries you're talking about, who the vast majority of those players in those countries don't make it up to the national team. But the players on the national team are players who were at the youth level.
Not all of them. Not all teams.
Okay, for example, say the Brazilian national team, the under 17, most of them, quote unquote, don't make it up to the national team. But the players on that national team came through the youth program, right? So in Jamaica's case, we are acknowledging that the vast majority of the players in the under 17 and the youth level are not going to make it up to the national team, which is different from those other countries. This is the reason why I'm asking: is it a vanity project?
And I said no, it's not because it's football. It's
That's not a good way to look at
yeah,
it. You know
it's
what I
not
mean?
that.
But that's
Yeah,
not a
that's a
good way to look at it.
pessimistic way of
No,
looking
no,
at it.
no. But I am. But okay, then the JFS, in my opinion, should have a partial profit motive. I mean, you want
are
to return
now
an investment.
tuned in to
So
your
if the
number
JFS is going
one
to
radio
invest
station.
through the youth system, and they're not going to see a return on the investment, then it come back. It's a vanity project.
All right, so Crispy, this is the
Yeah,
last thing I say on this.
yeah.
When you send your kids them go to school and then graduate from high school, you can only advise them now, you know. They are going to make their own decisions. So watch this now. Then put in a TDS program or just out there. And me say, when they come out, they make a presentation and say they're going to put 2 more facilities like that in the west and in the central. Right? It is needed because you have more players who can go in a them program and get more development. Right? Then come to U17. When you come to U17 now, basically, you don't come like you said, my big man now. So you know what needs to happen now? Them team when them play for them school, them coaches need to get them some good agents. I sign them up with agents who can steer them career from there and don't leave it up to them. Because JFS can't do nothing or any country can't do nothing to the players them and tell them what them figure out what them to do. You understand?
Okay.
So when you send your kids them go to school and then you come out to nothing good. What you gonna say? A vanity program you run?
No, but when you talk about my kids, you're making my point.
I'm not making a point. I'm not making a point because
the JFS,
you said the JFS is to do something after 17.
No, but the JFS is an institution that has a balance sheet, that has to pay taxes, and that is run on a proper financial footing. With my kids,
Let me just ask,
it's not
Jay
so.
Seguna, you think this is a vanity program?
No, it's not.
Jay Seguna? You there, Jace?
No, it can't be a vanity program.
Why not? Break it down and give me the reason why not.
Well, you haven't really explained why you think it is, but I'll tell you why it's not, right?
I'm explaining it. I have.
Okay. The reason why it's not a vanity program, right? As Christopher alluded to, I think the reason why we qualified for this one, and we might have a better chance of qualifying for more, is I believe that the advent of this TDS program, getting the players on the grass, training together, playing together, developing together, right? It built a different level of belief, I think, in the team. So JT made a point earlier where he said when we're up 2-1, he didn't feel like we're gonna concede, and I think that's something that you could really feel. The players just look to have a different level of belief, a different level of hunger. There were certain players I'm wondering if it's 2 of them on the field because I'm seeing them in places, I don't know how they're in those 2 places at once. So the reason why I say it can't be a vanity program is at least they put some kind of groundwork in with this set of players, and you could see a difference, in my opinion, in how they were able to at least pull out the result. Now, people can argue about how the football looked and they would have still want more possession against Canada and all these things, but at the end of the day, we have seen many teams in the past go with those same type of tactics against the so-called bigger team, and we can't get the result, but we're able to get it this time. And I would like to think it had a lot to do with just the belief in the players that they were actually ready to take on that type of challenge. And a reason for that, not in the preparation, because the coach tells us we never really prepare and play no other international teams. So the only difference that I can see, and everybody on the panel, is the advent of this TDS program, because apparently a lot of the players that played have gone through that system at some point in their development.
All right. Another point to the TDS program. Chris P, the U14 or U15, whichever age group that won the tournament, that the coach was Andrew Peart. Andrew Peart is not a coach in the TDS program in the back. He just got the team to carry to the tournament because the person who was coaching the TDS program cannot carry the team because he works for FIFA. So you have the youth them in a system playing,
Christopher.
and the next man
Christopher, I don't think Crispy is really keeping up with what's taking place
No,
in
but me
those
can't educate him.
areas.
Me not go
He's not.
in depth understanding him.
Yeah, he's not.
The U20, the players that won that tournament, I mean, they're coming from through they're coming through the TDS program. You understand?
I
So
think
it
you're not.
can't be a vanity program.
Again, when you're develop, you guys are saying, okay, at the youth level, it must be reserved for Jamaicans who are born on the island, for development purposes, right? Am I correct?
Well, I'm not entirely agreeing with the way how you state it. I'm not
I
saying
don't.
I
I don't.
personally
Yeah. I don't. I don't.
I'm personally I'm not saying that the all youth team should be
No,
local.
but the youth 17 is a development program. Don't matter how you
Still
take it.
developing still. But he's the way in state is like we are say, oh, nobody from overseas is not supposed to depend on the pitch.
No. Hear my
No,
argument
no,
as
no,
to
no, no.
why. Here, hold on,
Again.
Crispy. We just want to make a point about this one thing about the whole overseas thing, right? So we can all agree
boy.
when the teams get to U20 and the senior team, right? We kind of, I don't want to say need, because I think that's going to trigger some people. So I'll say we want to utilize some of the help we might can get from the diaspora players, right? Everybody on the panel would agree that at the U20 and the senior level,
That's professional
we're
level.
going to, yeah, we're going to need to utilize some of the talent we might have in the diaspora. Everybody on the panel agree with that?
Yeah, man, no problem. No
Fair
problem.
enough.
Okay, cool. So if one of our main problems, and one of the problems that I think every Jamaica fan has with the Jamaica team, whether you are a diaspora lover or a local, whatever area of the spectrum you fall, we can all agree that there's a lack of continuity in the national senior team, the men's team, right? Everybody can agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So my reason as to why I don't think we should not have diaspora players in the youth teams as well is because when we get to the under 20 and the senior level, we are going to be utilizing some of those same diaspora players. And if the cry from all the fans is continuity, how can you have any continuity with the diaspora players if you don't have them in the U17 teams? Wanna get where I come from?
Me totally understand.
Yeah, I can understand your point, but most of the time, it's when they develop, on the level of education and football, they could adapt. They could easily adapt from there.
All right, another point to that too. Do you know that there are cases where there were young players who come to try to make the youth teams and coaches tell them that they weren't good enough, and then they go back to wherever they come from, make a team, meaning like a what you call a top level team, and now we're gonna go after the players them now, those players, trying to get them now because we think now they're good enough or whatever. If a player don't want to come, we are the same one who is saying that, oh, we not beg no man and run down no man to come play. When we never gave them a chance when time they wanted to play also. Look at Mikel Antonio. How long he said he was trying to play for Jamaica? Yes, that is just one case. But I'm just saying, there are players, all right. There's a player that plays for the U20. Help me, Jason. When he came, he played the tournament and people cuss him out, say, oh, him not good. When him came come up and this and that and rare whatever. Now, he was one of the top collegiate players last year.
No. Nicholas Simmons.
Okay.
Now the United States call him at the U20 team. You know the same people them what they say no good. I say, oh, he sell we out. Them boy come back complain because he sell we out, he no good.
I brought up something similar before, and people ask for evidence. So here is some additional evidence. Because I brought up that players are turned away at the youth level, and they ask me for evidence. So you're bringing more evidence.
But you never have no evidence. But you can't bring no evidence to nothing at all.
Okay. What I'm saying is that, for example, Manchester United, for example, at academy level, they have an academy, and at that level they're into development, and a certain number, not all, a certain number is expected to matriculate up where they can go into Manchester the first team or they sell them all like Mason Greenwood or whatever to turn a profit. Right? When you're into development, you're developing so that some profit motive can be there at the end of the day. And
No, but you can't use that. You can't use that with the national team, though. You know.
I use captains with the national team, man.
When the players don't get sent JFF, now benefit from that.
Hold on, but that's my point. This is my
It can't be a point,
this is my
because
point. This
you
is my
cannot tell
point.
me how much players are Manchester United. Take out the Lion, take out the gigs them and Ferguson here when all of them the money come to. Tell me how many Manchester United products.
Here's where I bring this up. Because the JSF is also a financial institution that is even subsidized by the Jamaican government with a monthly stipend. So the JSF, if you remove, for example, say the JSF is quote unquote developing, say 20 players at the youth level, and then say 10 or 12 matriculate up to the national team, and they play for the national team, qualify for tournament, and the JSF get money for qualifying for tournament, then the JSF will reap a profit from that development going to the youth system. Hold on, you have to let me get the point.
No, but you talk things on a go, so how much money they get to qualify for youth teams?
Again, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, they don't get any financial.
I am not saying the profit should return there.
You just said that a while ago. So they might develop things when they qualify for the World Cup.
I did not say that. I said okay. So the JFF is engaged in development and developing players coming to the youth system. And let's say 10 of the 20, for example, matriculate up to the national senior team, and the national senior team play World Cup, and they play Copa America, and they play Gold Cup, and then the JSF reap and profit from the development coming up. And if that is not done, then the JSF is just going to be there bankrupt and be subsidized by the.
What you say no, I'm now will know what I like. Because you can go pick 11 man from US or 11 man from England and go a World Cup, or go qualify for the World Cup, and a JSF get the whole lot of money same way. What kind of debate? Again, but we're talking about the purpose. No, the point you're trying to make is that because the JFF put in the TDS program and develop the players, JFF get some money off of them when they get sold somewhere.
No, I didn't say that.
Also, you're saying that the qualified teams.
Sir, you're lying on me. You're lying on me.
Crispy,
I don't like you the word lying, but it just annoying. Gentlemen. You're saying what I don't say. I am saying that the vast majority.
No, I understand what you're saying, Crispy.
Okay. You guys are biased, so I cannot speak.
It's not biased. It's not biased, bro. But you make a point and you can't clear up the point that you make.
All of you guys have been on this thing from the start and pushing people out of a different opinion. I noticed that.
No, but you're pushing your opinion on us. We are trying to tell you that it's not a vanity program. And the way you're looking at it, it's not like that.
Okay, if the vast majority if not even half of the players coming up to the youth system are going to matriculate up to the national team. It's a vanity project.
So the JFF should cut out the youth programs them and development programs then. Don't cut them out.
All right, gentlemen. Well, Crispy, it's not
players who you are telling states who can give a good percentage. As players there who has a very high chance to matriculate to the national team.
So the players that they pick, you don't think that's the opinion? That is what they become.
Crispy, you think that honestly, Crispy.
The
I bet him
development
a
are
tell us
waiting.
that the coaching program
What I'm
can't make
saying,
sense.
what I'm gonna say no. All right. So you're telling me, right?
Some man a
Look at
madman or
England.
woman.
England. Listen. England U17 team, right? That won the World Cup. You guys know it's only like 4 or 5 men actually play for England from that team.
No,
So
tell him.
they should just scrap the whole U17 World Cup then, because
Yeah, man.
most of those players don't actually play for their national teams when they get older. It's just the way football works. There's no way to know who is gonna be really the best in 10, 12 years time. You can have an idea, you can think so, but you really don't know until it play out. Because injuries happen,
Gentlemen,
circumstances happen. There's plenty of things that can happen.
I beg you a piece of this, because this debate been going on for a very long time in regards to local versus overseas. And why this? Just a second, just a quick second, Crispy. And why this debate continues is the fact that 75% of the senior team is made up of not just overseas players but English-born players. If that wasn't the case, I don't believe this debate would have continued for about the last 5 years now. And each window that pops up, then this debate comes up. Because what happened is, even the last set of qualifiers we had, and we only had 3 to 4 local based players, JPL players in the team. And every time someone should come in the team or they see a new person, the most of the fan base is thinking that we should replace the JPL players. So that's a problem. So
you think the JPL players that they're replacing is better than the ones that's coming to replace them?
If I think the ones that they are replacing,
Yes.
are better than the one, it could be. It's about system, and that's what happened. Is that with under 17, they got a balance. You understand? Although majority was local born, so that is a major problem.
No, you
Talking. All right, gentlemen, they just said something a while ago, right? Overseas versus local, and because let me tell you what's the narrative, because I witnessed it first and with the last game that Jamaica played against Curacao. When these players who play away, all right, play in the different division, English division, whether it be Championship, League One, and whatever, and they come in the national team, we have a sense to feel that them are going to carry us to the World Cup. And if they don't carry us to the World Cup, it's like them feel them no good, them not for come back because they can't carry us to the World Cup. And I guarantee, I put my money on the bank and tell you, I bet anybody that if say we forget those players that are coming in from will play in Europe and use a local talented team, you understand? And don't make it to the World Cup, you're gonna hear the same argument. They are not good enough, and we need to go somewhere.
Let me answer that quickly. This is the worst Jamaican team I've ever looked, with 75% English born. So get that in your brain, all right? Please.
Hold on. And Crispy. Just wait now. Wait now, Crispy. Do you base that off of the players or off of the coach that come coach? Because when we see these players, if you watch
have qualified the team.
If you watch the players that play on a weekend basis for their clubs, they don't look that way. So are you basing off of the players?
What are you talking, sir? We're just talking about, listen good. We're just talking about Casey
How much are those players
performing
what you're talking about?
Wait, no, Fisherman, let me answer him. Where's Casey Palmer now that we spoke of? He was in the championship. Where is he now? Where's Baptista now?
Why? Hold on.
You know.
Wait. Why Casey Palmer move? What happened with Casey Palmer?
Sir, don't ask me why. The
Okay,
fact
you
is
bring
the
up the
fact.
player. You bring up the player, and you don't know the
The
reason why
fact
he moved.
is the
Why did he
fact.
move?
Reason.
The
Why
fact
did he
is
move?
the fact.
You don't know the reason.
Bro, I don't need to know the reason. What's the reason? Is he in the
No,
English Premier
you
League?
can't reason
Why
like
is
that,
he
bro.
not in the English Premier League? He got demoted.
Yeah, right, hold on.
He got
You can't reason like
demoted.
that.
Hold on.
You have to talk about what you know. You can't talk about what you don't know, bro.
Hold
So
on.
I'm talking about what I know. I know he got
So
demoted.
then tell me why. Tell me
I
why
know he got
he's not here.
demoted.
Tell
Hold
me why
on.
he's not
He
here.
got demoted. We don't
Why?
need to
Why
know
he
why
got
he got
demoted?
demoted.
Why he got
Sir,
demoted?
he
Chris,
got demoted because they don't
I hear
value
you do
him.
this.
They
I
don't
hear
value
you do
him.
this.
Wow.
My
The same
brother.
course that buy him don't value him. What
My
the
No,
fuck?
not value him like they used
The
to.
same man will buy him no value.
Bring down Jamaican program. It's
All right.
plain and simple.
Okay.
Everyone who was in the last World Cup
No, you win, man.
qualifiers,
You win.
the
You win. You
career
win.
was
You
went
win.
down, and
If
them
you're
brought
gonna
up the
use,
commission.
but if you're gonna
You win,
use,
brother. You win.
but if you're gonna use, wait, no, if you're gonna use their trajectory, hold on, no, Tiga, hold on. If you're gonna use, wait, no, man, if you're gonna use the trajectory of what they're doing for their club teams, right, then you cannot be arguing for the Jamaican-born players. Then
Exactly. Where is Bowser? What
No,
Bowser
hold
is
on, man.
doing?
Tiga, both no play at Jamaica, man. You just
Jason Guna,
make it make a reason, man. Brother, the man is just the man is just one of them man. They when they want to know English band players night team. And
Jason
he can
Guna.
defend himself with
Good
that
evening.
because
Good
that's
evening.
the way
That's
how him
not
so.
the case. That's
Good
not
evening,
the
one and
case.
all.
Jason Guna.
That's not the case.
Yo, good
Jason
evening, one and
Guna.
all. Yeah,
Yeah,
good,
good
good,
evening.
good evening, one and all. Good evening, one and
Jason
all.
Guna.
I would like to make a point. I would like to make a
Jason
point. One of the
Go ahead,
very
go
much.
ahead.
Jason Guna.
I want to point out. I want to point out something that is very remarkable. And congratulations to the under 15, under 17 guys. But there's something that is not being said, and I think I need to highlight it. I saw we missed an opportunity with Amari Hutchinson, where that guy came in here. He played on the same program, same development program as well, and he was a part of that was on the one of these under 15 he was a part of. And when it came down to it, he chose England. He's waiting for a chance to go to England. Guys,
he was
these
not.
under
He didn't
17
play.
boys
He
that we
didn't play
had.
any
Was not
youth anything.
you're
He
50.
didn't play
Lemon
any
you
youth
nothing.
anything.
Come down
What you
national
talk
team.
about? What you talk about, bro?
Listen. These young boys right now that we have right now, these under 17 boys that we have right now, they're the future.
You're just there in the car, right?
Yeah, me just join the car.
Okay, so we don't need to go back over that.
Okay, good evening.
So
Good evening.
that's
We don't need to go back over that.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in real
Ask you
quick,
one
please.
question.
I just
Before the term come in, let me ask you a question.
I've been quiet for a minute.
Tell me one team that you know that plays U17 that the team must relate to the senior team. Because we had discussion already, and I'm not going to go back over with it.
But that's not.
Sorry, if you choose not to go over with it, you can't stop us by not making a point, sir.
Okay, but this is
I
the
did not say that,
situation,
but
right?
I'm saying this discussion was had like about almost 45 minutes about the same thing. And you come back with the same arguments. Obviously, you wasn't listening, or you wasn't here.
Okay, so for me, let me speak real quick, please. Let me speak real quick. So for me, right, it's not a matter of a player problem. It's a selection problem, and y'all know that I'm the beater of JFF, but I'm not even going to do that tonight. So this is my situation. We have the talent in Jamaica, we really do. But let me finish, please. Let me finish.
No, we don't.
Let me finish, please. All right. And why I say that we do. We have players that's playing all around the world, right? But we do not select them for whatever reason. Don't know why. And some of these players been playing at a high level at the time, and we still don't select them. right?
No, that's not true.
So,
That's not true.
so let me give you an
That's not true.
example.
That's not
Okay,
true.
so let me back it up with my statement then, since you say it's not true. We have a Trevante Stewart, that's one. We have a Norman Campbell, that's two. That both playing at a high level. That for whatever reason they weren't selected. So when I see something like that, now I have to ask myself, right? How are we preparing these youths so when they now make it overseas, who is selecting them to bring them back in?
That's a good point to determine.
One we have to look at. 1 second, let me finish. I'm almost done. One we have to look at. Do we have who is selecting and monitoring these players? I haven't, since I've been around, I don't know who. I haven't, like the other day, Trinidad had this big article about the recruiters that they had just hired. I don't know who's our recruiter, who's selecting. I have never seen an article about these people, right? And furthermore, the same revolving doors, right? These kids have 3 more years before they start playing professional, and then all of a sudden, this is the issue. Now, I'm not talking about JFF, now I'm talking about people that's in the position to make these selections and monitor these players. Who is these people?
All right, so I have a question to ask whoever want to answer. The last friendly game we played, right? It was a local based team, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Would you say the players that Speed call in that team, would you say they are would be the most impressive players or the better player on the local side right now? Would you
No,
say
when you say
that?
local, well, I know some players
So,
in
all
India
right.
when I really play out here, you know.
Yeah,
Is that?
but okay, but they were born in Jamaica
Yeah.
and would have been accustomed to Jamaica football and and Jamaica football program and
Yeah.
all,
Get to the point, there,
right?
brother.
Yeah.
Did you see the brand of football that was played? That
Yeah,
was the
yeah, yeah.
nastiest game. That was the nastiest game I've ever seen in my life.
Lie, you tell.
What?
You
Yeah,
watch your
see,
work.
yo.
Lie, you tell. Not no gossip.
That was the
Lie, you
nastiest
tell.
game I ever seen, man.
Lie, you
Listen,
say, tell.
the
You
game
watch
was
your
so
World Cup
nasty.
campaign. You watch the ball game we
No,
playing
no,
at the
no,
Gold
no,
Cup.
no. We
You don't
not
watch
talking
it.
about that. Hold on. We're not
What you
talking
mean
about
you
that.
not talk about that?
The World Cup campaign are done yet, man. The World Cup campaign are done yet.
No, you say that we don't play a whole lot of game in there. Don't come here with your line, this man.
Yeah, man.
Not no
No,
gossip.
I'm not. I am
You
not.
saw the setup. You saw it set up
Bro,
from a mile away, bro. You saw
bro,
you set up from a mile away,
Not
bro.
no
you
gossip.
no,
You saw
listen.
you set up from a mile away,
Listen,
bro.
no, bro. Honestly, that's the nastiest game I
Bro,
see
you're very
Jamaica play in a
predictable,
long
bro. You're
time.
very biased
You,
and
you,
predictable, bro. No, go
you
watch
I'm
watch
that
the
not.
game,
I'm
game.
bro.
not. I'm not, bro.
That's a
I'm
very
not
That
biased
is
predictable
and
way
that
to
is
think,
predictive,
you
bro.
can't take. That's why I tell you. You see, that's
bro,
why me and no man
bro,
have
bro,
always in an argument,
bro,
you know. Cause you hear a man a come say,
bro. Everybody in this group, no, I'm not lying. Anybody is siding with you right now.
All
Anybody is
right, all right,
siding with
and
you right now.
all right. Granted, it was the worst
Me
game
not
that you
side.
probably
Me
have ever
not
fought
side
to make a
nobody.
play.
Me not side with nobody.
Granted, it's the worst game that you have ever. That was
Listen,
the first game. That
listen.
was the first game. The first game. The coach come out there and
I
play
give
in
you that.
front of
I
us.
give
All
you
right.
that. I give you that. But it's like I was
Bro, come
it's
on,
like I
bro.
was
Go
watching.
one
It's
side
like I
with
was
your
it's like
negative
I was.
bias argument,
Well,
bro.
no. I'm not being negative. Bro. I'm saying this from my heart. If we have 11 local based players that can do it for Jamaica, I would love that more even bringing in one
no,
English
you
player.
say it, you have been saying this thing, saying it, but when you speak, you when you're uttering, it not sound like you want to none at all because you just come a while ago and watch that game and say the worst game and you watch the World Cup campaign, you watch the Gold Cup campaign and see some of the most atrocious game and you look on that game and say the worst game you ever see. You're a liar, sir.
Fisherman, it was not the best game of Fisherman, but to tell you the truth, they actually keep the ball on the ground.
But that is what I was going to say.
Hold on.
This guy is a liar.
This brother, your brother, no, bro.
Brother, when we played Bermuda in the World Cup campaign, the ball was on the ground. The ball can stay on the ground against an opponent like Grenada, brother. It's Grenada, you know. Of course, the ball was on the ground.
He's not saying nothing. But this is what he is saying. He's lying.
Listen. You see, this is what I don't. I hate speaking. I hate talking football to people who never play the sport.
No, all right.
right?
That's what I want to come with all the time. In time, people are right.
No, me
Yeah,
not
When
gonna
people
stop
find
you,
out
bro.
to the
Yeah.
agenda, we
Bro,
start
Bro,
talking
make,
nonsense.
make a point, bro. Make a point, bro. You don't have to try to degrade anybody to
Let me make a
make a
point. Let me
point,
make a
bro.
point. Let me make a point. And this is facts. And anybody is true within themselves know it's true. The brand of players that are coming out of Jamaica locally are absolutely terrible. I watch the Premier League on YouTube. The games are absolutely terrible. The players are those players, I don't know what I'm watching, bro. And anybody is true within themselves.
All right. Let me ask you something.
No, I'm not lying.
Let me ask you something, man. Cause it seems like
Fisherman,
all
let me
right.
give him a stat here, pass. Let me give him a stat here. In a World Cup qualifiers, how much you believe Curacao gave Grenada? The last few times they played. 1-0, 2-3. That's how Grenada and Curacao is. So we scoring one on them is no testimony of us playing bad, and we had most of the possessions.
Listen,
But
the good thing
that's
is
why
that
I'm
we win
saying
the
say
game. But it was a terrible game.
these guys come up and talk something sometime. If you don't watch the thing, when them talk, you just where them alone watch it, and them alone watch the game,
So you gonna look at me and tell me that was a good game?
Big man, when I tell you say it was not world class game, but it was worse than when we go play. When we play against in the World Cup campaign. When we play and Warner Brown scored the one goal against how we did play. St. Kitts are one of them team there. I one of the worst game ever seen in my life. A Jamaica football team play. And the Grenada game far better than that game.
Me grew up in a Whitmore them time. Fabulous, Phoebe and Davis them time.
And we don't know them time. We don't know them.
So me know good football.
I mean, we never see Fabian Davis and we never see Whitmore.
The local base player them we are seeing is below average. The local base player them represent Jamaica. No, me like Warner Brown. Me not gonna lie. Because him work rate. Him have a great work rate. Him play like him angry for the ball, like him want it. Me like ayo.
All right. Make a ask you something.
Listen, you said the local base players are below average, and I just gave you the statistics for the overseas too, that they pass below average.
Look, but that is what Mama asks it.
You're the German of Fisherman. Look on this big stats here. Let me tell him this big stats here. Wait, let me finish with you. Let me finish, Wait, no.
A Jamaican, right? A Jamaican player, local base player playing in the Premier League cannot make the team that those guys are playing. Cannot make the bench. Those guys, the team bench that those guys play for.
When a Jamaican, all right, the Grenada team that we play, and we give them one love. You feel say if it was the national team where they are playing the World Cup, would I run over Grenada and give them 6 love?
Probably.
You see some of the team you never watch. Most likely. You watch the World Cup campaign, you didn't watch the World Cup. How much of those teams? Small team where we play, we run over.
We played some terrible games. I'm not gonna lie. But
so what you talking about?
That game was terrible. The local base players are terrible. If you want deny it and live in denial, go on.
No, but that's why we will always have this English and local, because when you come and talking about when the English player them play, them a run over team where the local not run over. We are run over any team.
Listen. There's a difference. When you have players playing in England, right? And you bring players in two days before the game. It's so much chemistry you can have.
To get to a logical conclusion in this, and we have to see. Okay, let's take Grenada for example. We have to see a Jamaica team with 100% overseas based player against the same Grenada team, and a team of 100% locally based Jamaican players play the same Grenada team and see how they do. But we don't see that.
But we watch them play against. I think it's St. Kitts.
Watch them. I have never seen Grenada play against a Jamaica team with 100% overseas based player. I've never seen that.
Listen,
have you guys seen it? I have never. I'm doing the campaign. I'm the significant players on the team. We're locally born.
Where you come from with the
Obviously,
lines, man?
Cephas was the main man. Cephas was the main man, and the team during the qualifier is locally born, right?
You never watch the Jamaica team play with nine overseas
No, no,
player
no.
on the team.
I
You
said
never see them.
100%. I said 100%. I am saying to have a logical conclusion regarding what we're talking about, we have to see a team with 100% overseas based player play
You're
against
not going to see
Grenada.
that. So cut out your
Okay,
nonsense. You're not
fine.
going to
Then
see
we
that.
start have a
You're not going to
discussion.
see that.
Then we
You're not
start have a
going to see that.
discussion. Then we
You're
start
not
have a
going to see
discussion.
that.
Crispy
That's
kind of
foolish
right
to say.
still, man. Crispy kind of right still.
Then we can't have the discussion then.
Because
Because we're comparing a team with
you
100% Jamaican born against a
you
team with
you
a mixture,
you
right?
said Jamaica cannot beat. You said Jamaica cannot beat no Caribbean team with a local base player, with local base players on it. You said that, you know. You said that more than once, and it
Who said
proven
that?
to you that
Who
you're
said that?
telling a lie.
Who said
You
that?
said that more than once.
Who said
Okay.
what? What did I say?
Said Jamaica cannot beat no Caribbean team
I never said that.
with.
I never said that. I said the
Me
last
not
game
talk about
Jamaica
you.
played.
Oh, you know
Oh,
you may attack. Oh, you know you may attack, big man. He
cool,
talking
cool,
about
cool.
Crispy. He said over and over. So we cannot beat no team without English band players on it. Him said
I
that
have never
all the
said that.
time.
I never. I don't think.
No, we have dominated the
What was my
Caribbean
specific
before.
quote?
We have
Because
dominated.
you
Crispy,
fisherman is a kleptomaniac liar. So you have to cite my exact quote.
Crispy, listen here. All right, let me explain to you. Jamaica have dominated the Caribbean and quite a few occasions. And our biggest fight we used to get was from Trinidad and Tobago and St. Vincent. St. Vincent's always give us a little trouble too in the Caribbean. But other than that, we beat every team with just local based player. But I want to see that transcend to where we can dominate CONCACAF, kick up Mexico, kick up the United States with just local based player. That's what I want to see. I would like to see that. I would like to see that. But unfortunately, the local base, when we look on Kaim Dix and Dujuan Richards, right? Who remember the under 20 team that went?
You're not.
Hold on. We have a bigger question for you. Who remember the under 20 team that went to the under 20 World Cup for Jamaica? Who remember that
I don't
team?
remember. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
man. 2001.
What's the problem? What's it with that?
Okay. Do you know? There's not another Jamaican team that was as talented as that team. And where did those players go? Did those players take Jamaica anywhere?
What we often do, which is very unfair, is that
But if you listen to the Albus Powell, did you listen to Albus Powell interview?
Hold on.
Did you listen to the interview with Ryan? He explained why the team didn't get anywhere. That's the same thing I said. You gotta have a database.
What he said.
What we do is very unfair. When we have a team, we are comparing a team of a 100% based local players against Grenada, and then somebody will say, have you seen when the overseas based players are there? When the overseas based players are there, local based players are in the team as well. So we can't make a comparison. We have to make a comparison when the team is 100% overseas based and make a comparison when the team is 100% local based. That's the comparison.
Determine how did that interview went. What
that's the comparison.
You guys, you know what can help Jamaica local football? You know what can help Jamaica local football? Let me tell you what can help. Every football player in Jamaica must consider themselves a leader in whatever role they play on the team. If I'm in the goalkeeper, anything in front of me, I lead it. Anything in the midfield, every player must see themselves as a leader. So when one player not playing good, I am going to take on the responsibility to lift the game and help him to lift in the game. That's what's going to help Jamaica local football.
but
See,
that's not. I don't think.
we
I
not
don't think
you
that's.
see
I
the
don't think
poster
that's the
boy.
problem. I don't. But that is not. But
Let me
that
land
is
the
not the
point. Let me land
problem.
the point. Let me
Naturally,
land the point.
Jamaicans are
Let me land the
leaders.
point. You see this poster boy image where them have one man as the poster boy for Jamaica that is damaging Jamaica football.
That's never going to change. You're always going to have one celebrity that's running the team. It is what it is. You're always going to. You're always going to have a player that's.
You know
That's
what? You know
worldwide.
the
That's not
difference.
only Jamaica. That's
Yeah,
worldwide.
that's worldwide.
You're
But
always
you know
going
the
to have that.
difference. But you know
But
the difference is.
what I'm saying is,
You
what
know
I'm
the
saying
difference
is,
with the
one
other
second. Let
countries.
me kind
You
of
know
at
the,
what
you
you
know the
just
difference
said.
with the other countries. That one celebrity is grounded, and he tried to share his experience and knowledge with the other players.
Okay, but
See,
that will always come from a fan
in
base like
Jamaica,
us. That will
in
always
Jamaica,
come from a fan base like us that push players when they're not ready. It's like you pick
right?
a mango and you try to eat it. No, you got to give them time to matriculate. If you listen to the Albus Powell interview, he was basically saying that they left them by the wayside. Nobody followed up on them, right? Nobody hold them accountable, right? And you need that. You need to continue to follow up on your players. You need that development, not because they're out
That
there in
is
the
true.
world. You still
That
need
is
to
true.
know where they are. You still need to
That is
check on
true.
them, right?
That is true.
And that's the same thing that you see going on right now. And I hope we don't, when it comes to these boys, and as I said, I'm not going to do this thing. When it comes to what Speed is doing, I don't care if they say it's a fraud license, this, that license. I could care less. What I can say is this: even if it's a fraud license or not, they had to go through some kind of class to get this experience where now they have legitimate license based on the class that they went to, right? So that's right now you're developing your education where now you can teach these youths the proper way to play football based on the era that we're in, right?
That we're
So
in.
so
Right.
it's so right now what he's doing is great. I praise them for that because that's the only way we're going to save this football. Now we need to
Right.
work on the backbone, the infrastructure, the database,
Right.
so we can bring it all together. But it will
Right.
take time. These things
Right.
take time. We have to
Right.
now, I hate to say it, but trust what they're doing based on what I see, right?
Right.
And it's
Right.
weird for me to say that, but what I
And
see, I have
you
to
because
trust them.
you the biggest critic. You're the biggest critic of
This is determined. This is determined.
Yeah,
No,
it's
this is
me,
not
say more.
determined. No,
All right,
I don't
determined.
determine this. I
And
don't
you know me
determine this.
respect him for that
But
then.
when you see, but
I
fisherman,
first never hear the
fisherman,
term socks.
I
when
respect
you
him for that, you
no,
know. I respect
fisherman,
him for that.
seriously, you know when I'm
Yo,
in the chat group and I make a
determined. I
mistake,
have to give
right?
you that.
I come
I have
out
to give
and
you
I
that.
say no, but when I make a mistake, I'm the first to say, you know what? Let me retract that statement. You're right, right? But when I see something, I got to tell the truth. I have to see it and say, you know what? This is what we need, and I see it
But
happening.
determined, I was telling
But
you, bro.
it's
I was
not. It's
telling
not.
you.
It's not perfect, and nothing is going to be perfect. But at least we're starting from the core. We're not cheating
Yes.
our way.
Yes.
Cheating our way.
We was
We go
telling you,
back this bag
determined.
of English player. That shit is. It's not working. So we got to come up with something else. Damn it. Let's come up with something else.
And
Right?
give it time. And give
Give
it
it
Yes.
time.
time.
Yes.
And
Yes. I'm working
Give
with
it
it.
let's
time.
let the
Don't give it
time
up. Don't
play
give
out.
it up.
the
Don't give it up.
and we, I mean, there was consensus on the program that these players are not going to make it up to the national team. There was
Lord of God.
consensus.
Jesus
There was
Christ.
consensus that they
Women come
ain't
out.
going to make it up there,
This brother, me no know.
right?
I think
So,
I
so
think the
Guna,
player.
you had made a point that I wanted to get at, right? You had said on the English national, on the English under 17, only 4 make it up to the national level, right? Oh, I think he might not be there. Might not be there when he comes back. Because I wanted to make a point regarding that.
Anybody else have anything to say? Somebody else
Because
say something else.
because even if 0 players make it up there, from the English under 17 team, the English SA is not tasked with player development. And you guys don't realize what you're asking the JSF to do, and what the consequences of that is.
That's true.
But
You
nobody.
guys are not.
Listen, that's incorrect.
ask.
No, that's incorrect. Nobody's asking for the JFF. What they're asking for is they're in charge of the body of football. Let's create that structure. That's what we're
That's not
asking
you
for.
determine, and maybe
Okay.
you weren't here, but the foundation of the conversation was determined. Maybe you weren't here, but let me bring up to speed. The foundation of the conversation was um the the youth teams coming up should be reserved for the most part for players who are born on the island for developmental purposes. That's
Yeah,
that's
but
the
I actually
genesis.
no. It's true. From the age of
What?
12, from the age of 12. Hold on a second. From the age of 12 to 17, that's all. That should be all youth development, right?
Okay,
Don't
okay.
know as far
Youth
as now
development.
as far
You
as at
again.
17. Hold on a second. 17 probably questionable, right? Because if we're not there as yet, so we still got to bring in young players overseas to gel with what we have. But we shouldn't just go out there and bring in a bag of players to gel with
But
these teams.
determine
No, it should
that
be
is a
selective.
FIFA.
Okay,
That is a but it's a
determine.
FIFA
And what
thing
I
that
am saying determine. And what I am saying fine. Then
Listen,
I
so
see
here's my thing.
I'm a significance for that to be
So
profitable for the JSF, because again we are asking the JSF to spend money to do this development, which for the most part other FAs are not tasked with doing. So if we
the
are asking the JSF to spend money and sequester the team and put in affirmative action so that the team is reserved for players who are born on the island, a significant number of those players must make it up to the national team at the senior level to make it
I
to
agree
make it
with you.
profitable.
That core still should be there. But what I'm saying is this: I don't find anything wrong with that. At that age, I really don't.
Again,
What I'm saying is, hold on a second, Chris P. What I'm saying is, at that age, I don't find anything wrong with it. I think now when you reach the U20s, right? Now you bring in players that to fill the gap, fill the hole that you need, instead of just bringing 10, 15 players, 8 players, a couple of players that will fill the hole that you need.
I'm okay.
but here's my
Determine
thing.
you're a
But here's
businessman.
my thing.
Determine you are a
But here's my
businessman.
thing.
Hold
Here's my thing.
on. I want to go to that quickly. You are a businessman. The JSF is also a financial organization, and we keep on overlooking that. We keep on overlooking that reality. And what I am saying, okay, let's grant you guys that. Let's put in only locally born straight toward the youth level. Let's give you guys your wish. What I am saying, to make that profitable for the JSS, at least half of those players must make it up to the national senior team, where the national senior team now can qualify for tournaments, perform well, and go and advance in tournament, so the JSS can make money to make that ecosystem profitable for the JSS.
But that would be incentive not only for JFF but also for the players on the ground. That's an incentive for them to make the
Can you
national
please
team.
tell Chris P? Determine.
Yeah, no, Chris P.
Determine. Can you please tell Chris P that they don't get monetary rewards for youth teams qualifying for the World Cup? I said that to him already and he's still saying the same thing.
Sir, I know that, but
so what are you talking about? Say when they go to World Cup, they get money
I think he's talking about transitioning into the national team so they can go overseas and get bought. I think that's what he's trying to say.
No, but when they get bought overseas, JFF don't benefit either.
That's not what I'm saying,
JFF does benefit. They get a percentage. Like if they get a percentage along with the club. I think it's like 15% that they receive, and the club get a certain amount as well. So JFF does benefit.
I don't think that happens anymore.
What I'm saying is that
they do.
It doesn't happen anymore because
we are asking the JFF, the English FA, pick players into the under 17 from the academies around, from the Manchester United Academy, from the Chelsea Academy. The English FA is not tasked with development. We are tasking the JFF with development.
This is crispy. Jamaica, you cannot compare Jamaica with the English FA.
Okay, I'm the
Like
excuse
Jamaica,
all
we
the
say,
time.
don't the
The
senior,
excuse all
don't
the
the
time.
senior program
yeah,
and a
ju- just a
FIFA,
second,
um,
fisherman. And one point I did want to send home is that the recruitment. That's where we have to blame the JFF for. As we're determined, say it's very good to see the under 17, but where the senior
What you see
drop
now? What?
off, it seems like, man.
No man, I'm here.
I
I'm
am
here.
I am
Finish your point,
granting you.
please.
I'm
Okay,
here.
you stop
Go
that.
ahead, go ahead.
No,
You
no,
make a
no.
point and you stop.
No, let her
And that
finish
may I say,
quickly. No, man, I did drop off, but I came back on. So the
Okay.
point I want to make quickly is if we should look presently and look at the level of players, we still have a likes of Leon Bailey in the Premier League. Dujuan Whisper, who left Jamaica and was playing the youth team in Chelsea. You see where Dujuan Whisper gone to? Championship versus the players that were born in England. I have nothing against the players born in England, you know. All I want to see is Jamaica qualify for the World Cup. So I like Lambekis, I love when Palmer in the Midland doing his thing. Bobby Reed, I watch him week in, week out. I watch these ballers because they are Jamaican and they chose Jamaica. But my main problem is it did not work and it haven't worked. So we have to look. We have to try and
But that's not just on the players. That's just not on the players. Because remember, we also hired
no.
You
coaches.
brought up two players who were not developed, who the handler of that player. We say the JFF has nothing to do with those players.
No. What I'm trying to say is they should use them as a benchmark. No way we should be looking for players, Crispy. Just a second. We have two natural born Jamaican who chose Jamaica and who are playing for Jamaica. No way we should be spending money trying to find ballers who are not up to these levels. These Leon Bailey.
When you say
Leon
spend money
Bailey,
to find these, when you mean spend money, what do you mean?
we don't have to scout them.
So
We
how you
don't
do
have
scout?
to get paperwork done.
Who pay for the paperwork?
In spite of who pay for the paperwork, I'm saying we have to scout them. We have
no
to
man,
scout
I'm
them.
not trying to push back on you to saying, but when I say you have to speak clear, way you say, man. Because JFF don't pay for nobody paper. If you
we have
realize,
to scout them. We have to scout.
Mr. Speed came out and said that they're not helping nobody to get their papers, right?
All right.
But when he said that, I know he doesn't mean like if you see Crispy out there and he want Crispy in the team, him now go try if he help him push him in the right positions, for the right channels to get the thing done. But what he's saying, I'm not interested if he come play for Jamaica, he look out in papers and come. So scouting is also there's too much sites that goes on that you can look for statistics, and statistics is one thing, but the other thing is what we could have put to your argument, I agree with you, is that it's best to go and travel and look at the player playing live. So that's the part we can give in terms of spending money.
Yes, man. So the strength of my point, is that if we are looking, we must look for way above, way better. And that's the thing. Yes, because of the failed World Cup qualifiers, persons believe. I know a person on the forum mentioned that they don't believe JPL up to par, but some persons believe. Look there, Warner Brown record is better than some of the persons who were there from English-born players. Is he better? That is debatable. I'm not talking about the result must show, and I'm saying this crop of players, the result did not show. Hence, if they are getting the beating, they deserve to get the beating. So I don't want nobody come and defend these crop of players.
All right. So
the
what I want to say, right?
And the last game against QSO, 6 locally born players finished that game. 6 locally born players finished that game. And the vast majority of the players that finished last game against QSO were locally born. And we are very unfair when we say these statements.
I talk Crispy, how many local based players play overall?
Come on, man. I don't know the percentage, but again,
do better than that.
Again, we have never seen a team that is as 100% overseas based players, and we have never seen a team like we have seen a team in like friendly games, but not doing like qualifiers of 100% locally based. I have never seen that.
Are you saying that to say what? Are you saying that to say what?
I am saying to throw the blame, the majority of the blame on either side is very unfair.
We're not
Anyway.
throwing the blame. We're not throwing the blame.
You are because you say
No,
it does not
Crispy.
work.
No, Crispy. No.
We have not
If it,
we have
you, know,
not
you
seen
didn't
it.
say you don't say it, but you don't say it, but that's how you sound, bro.
No. No.
We have not seen it.
We're not.
You don't say
We're
it,
not
but that's
seen
how,
it.
because
No,
you even
no.
got to the point where you said
When
bringing these
QSO
English guys is not working. So what's your other option?
I'm
What's your option?
saying.
So what's the option if it's not working?
When
What's the only option you have?
I'm saying
when
this
QSO
scrap of players, this scrap that we have, this scrap did not work for us. Is that a fact? That's a fact.
again, no,
All right.
sir. When you cannot make that argument because we
No,
are
he
on
can.
the team. But no.
He
The
can
team
No,
is
because
not.
did we qualify?
no, I agree
Did we
with
qualify?
that. What I'm saying is not bringing in all of these English players.
Hold
There
on. The
should be
team.
specific amount of players to fill a gap. That's
The team.
but we fail to do that. We always bring in players that we're not using, and they're supposed to be the next man up, but they're riding the bench. The next man up, we bring in another player to fill the next man up position.
The
Does that make
team.
sense? So I'm riding the bench. The player get hurt. I'm supposed to go in, but they're not putting me in. They're going to bring in somebody else to fill that position. These are the selection issues I'm talking about.
There's a mixture. There's a mixture. QSO team with 11 players who were from Netherlands. They can make that argument. We can't make this argument because we're not seeing a team strictly of overseas based players. We are not seeing that team. The point man was FIFA. Throughout, everybody, he was the mainstay, the main focus.
But you say overseas.
So
But you're not saying.
So Crispy.
But he's not locally based.
I'm talking about locally born.
Oh,
Yeah.
locally born. Okay, born. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so you want see over English based band 11 on the field.
That's not what I'm saying. I am counteracting the argument. For when arguments work, we have to see a team. Okay, for example, say I see a team of 11 players. 5 players are locally born. 6 players are overseas based. I cannot throw the blame on either side.
Let me ask me know we have
line up for it, please.
You want to go there right now,
and then we can.
I cannot throw the
Let me
blame
read up
on
the
either
lineup
side.
for Fisherman against Curacao. So the lineup is the starting lineup: Andre Blake, 1; Lembekisa, King, 2; Pinnock, Frey, Greg Lee, Eden, Demarai Gray, Sifas, 4; Bobby Reed, Nicholson. So that is only. That is, let me see, 1, 2.
Here's another question.
4. It's just 4 local band players that you.
A 5 man, you count a while ago, man.
No. Blake King, Sifas, and Nicholson.
So here's my question. So here's my
Again,
question.
I said no. You're missing what I just said. I
So
said
here's my
who
question.
finished the game? Who finished the game?
I have a question in regards to those
Six
players.
we're on the pitch.
I have a question in regards to what you guys said, right? I want to know, name, if it's 9 or 8 or however much English born player on the field. Name 5 players that's locally based that could represent them and play better than them.
Replace,
them.
you want to say? Okay.
Yeah.
0.7 miles. Turn right onto
Name 5 local based player right now that could play better than Pinnock. Because
Well, everybody have their opinion when it comes to that cylinder, bro.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. And like I said, let's speak football perspective. Speak like you watch football, like you know football, even if you never played. Right? Me personally wouldn't have Damian Lowe in my team. Me personally Who don't even have Richard King in my team. Me personally, who don't have Kaim Dix in my team. Me personally, who don't have Dujuan because I don't think none of them is ready yet. Do they have the potential to get there? Yes. But I don't think none of those guys should even be in the
That means you never play football yet. You talk so we think like you play football. If you play football, sir, listen to what the team. Listen, if you play football, wait, crispy. Just a second. If you play football, you know that players are on form and players are off form. Ethan Pinnock about a year now. It's not a no form. King is 10 times better than Pinnock as you speak.
Okay, if you want to say
10 times better
where?
100 times better than Pinnock as you speak.
Man, listen. Let me tell you something. I like King because, let me tell you, he's a very intelligent footballer. But King is overrated. Terrible player.
And which baller you go call now better than Whisper now?
I'm not gonna call any baller. Whisper is doing his thing. I hope he get there, but he's not there yet either.
Yes, so who is there? Other than the
Is that can I hear me say?
Tyrese Campbell.
Hold on, man. I'm not impressed with the English player, I'm not impressed with them either, you know. But the Jamaican players are worse. No one must talk the truth, Virgin. No one must stop looking like that. One must be more and talk the truth. Now,
so you say, how do you know the Jamaican players are worse if them don't play? No Jamaican player get no chance to play.
So you say King of the team. I don't have low in the team.
Let me ask you a question. Compare King to a goal.
What?
Compare anyone our player to Ricardo Baby Gardner.
Where you going? We are talking about no. We are talking about the team we have now. You're talking about compare.
But that's the quality. Wait. You need quality players like the Bibi, like the Goonies, like the players who take us here before, and these players don't have the quality. The national, local ones, now the English one. Don't have the quality.
Brother, you know, you sound like a man who have a girlfriend in the 20s and he can't tell it about all when he's 40 a year when that's actually the best girl you ever have. Brother, let it go, bro. Appreciate
no,
you have
Ghost, but I agree. The truth. My man, 1 second, but Ghost, I sort of agree with what he's saying, right? Is this is the issue I have with the national team. Some players have expired long time ago, and we continue to use them. It's like we looking for something in them and they don't have it, and we see that from a long time ago. Like a player like a Damian Lowe, he's supposed to have been gone a long time ago. Because you need players a step up. This is how you build a solid team. When you bring in a player like a Damian Lowe, and that's not me talking trash, but you bring in a player like a Damian Lowe, you got to bring in a player better than a Damian Lowe, not his on the same level or below him, right? I sort of agree with what he's saying a little bit.
You see, some of we depend on something. You know, say we have the hypocrite and want to talk where we really want to talk. Because you see the gentleman we're talking about, the same man who say at the worst game him see, if the local setup, the local team play at the worst game him ever see. Do you know, I strongly feel he want to come out and say, him no mind see 11 English-based player upon the team, but him no want to come out and say it, you know. He must say them a trash. He must say them a trash. And the other one is a trash. But he can know, say, and that you want to say still, you know. And that you want to say, you know. Come out and say it, man. And then they come out and say it, you know. I hear feelings that, you know. Say it, man.
Allow me to say this. If 20 Asian come to Jamaica tomorrow, and 20 of them get Jamaican citizenship, and 10 Trinidadian.
Yeah. Big man. Stop beat round the bush, man. Stop
Fisherman. You can't really beat the point the way my sister, you know. Because we have to remember, you know, me and you know a slecky team, you know. What if they get a coach to come to Jamaica will feel say the best starting 11 when you see 11 man when you born in Jamaica we have Jamaican passport.
That is fine. All of that is fine. What I'm saying, we are here discussing something.
Okay.
And man is beating around the bush. This brother and Crispy, our name. Crispy said, hold on, Crispy, Crispy
Just,
always
just
say
ask me.
the local born player I bring down the Englishman them when them play with them. That's why them now play good.
Brother,
That is why him
I
say
don't
more than
listen to what you say.
once. Him say that
Me
more
not
than
go far as
once.
to say that. Me not go
Him
far as
say
to
that
say that.
more
But
than once. So me know want to see the
let me say that.
Englishman out there
Players,
play.
But let me,
when you mix
brother,
up players, why
brother,
different level, it brings on the performance.
brother,
Like I said
but you,
before, it's common sense.
At the light.
brother,
Common
you want
sense.
me to say something, brother. You want me to say something, I want to say it and now give me a chance to say it. Me I go tell
Yes,
you
say it.
how me feel. Me I tell you how me feel. This is how me feel. I'm honest truth. If 5 man come from Trinidad and get Jamaican citizenship, 2 man come from Haiti, couple man come from USA, and them have nothing to do with Jamaica. But they decide to represent Jamaica, right? And wear the Jamaica banner, wear the Jamaica brand, spread the culture, right? And represent the country with them heart. 5 man don't have an issue with them, with 11 of them on the national team. That's my
And if
thing.
them lose, if them lose and fail to go to the World Cup
If them lose,
time
me
and
cuss
time
them out
again,
just. If them lose, me cuss them out just like me cuss. Me
so
cuss
no,
the brother.
so no
Well,
gist of
well,
that now.
well.
That's
I
where we're at
got
now.
I got a, I got an
brother,
issue.
we don't depend that with
Brother,
I
you.
got it. Yeah, yeah. I
brother.
got an issue with that. I have an
Yeah,
issue
we
with
don't
that
depend that with
because
you, bro.
What?
That's what I try to tell you.
I have a major issue with that because you build. This is how you build a community. When you have a player like a Boza, you have a player like a
Them man
who
are not dealing
else?
with nationality beaches, man. Them man are just dealing
So,
about
so
Yeah,
football,
but
football,
determine
that's what
football.
I'm
Curacao, they
saying.
not have a community then determine.
But that's what I'm saying.
Hold.
This is how you build a community, right?
Determine
When you have like a
according to your
Leon Bailey, go overseas and make it.
determine
Listen,
the determine for
listen.
Curacao because Curacao does not have a community then.
I could care less about Curacao. I'm
I'm
Jamaican.
asking you. I'm
No,
asking you.
but
You're
I'm
saying
Jamaican. I'm
no.
not from
Yeah,
Curacao.
but your logic should be consistent,
And
irrespective of where you're
my
from.
logic is very
No,
consistent.
no, it's
Once I
not.
see
It's not.
once I
It's
see
not.
education,
It's
hold on,
not.
Crispy. Once I see education
Jamaica,
is getting involved
Jamaicans are
One
when
question,
you have
one question,
coaches.
sir, Mr. Chris.
according to your logic, what you're saying, if a team does not constitute of locally born players, there's no community. So we see a
That's
team.
always been my logic, Crispy.
Okay, but
Once I
then
see, listen, bro. Let me go one
then
second.
QSO doesn't
When you
have a
have
community
one
then.
second, when you have a Spain, this is how I look at football. Let me talk, Crispy. Let me talk. This is how I look at football. I don't look at football very on a surface level. It's deep for me, right? I want to be like a Spain. This is my motto. They have my island. Everybody on the country have a class B or a class C or a class A license. Everyone, so we can beat that elite. So when you talk about a Curacao, I don't care about no Curacao. This is about Jamaica
Again,
first. So
you
again,
said something that I'm contracting what you're saying.
it will take time. It will take time for us to move forward. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you said
Say out of many one people, I don't care who represent Jamaica.
And one
As long as they
question,
represent
gentlemen.
the country.
you said
Crispy.
determine you said you intimated that for there to be a community, quote unquote community, the team you have to be like locally based players or whatnot. So according to your logic, any team that does not have that dynamic, there should be no community. Then QSO should not have any community then.
But you heard what he said. He said
All right.
that if 11, he wouldn't mind 11 Haitian players.
Yes, but QSO and QSO team, they have 11
One
players who
question,
are born
Crispy, so we can
overseas.
so we can be forward thinking. So how do we fix it? The World Cup qualifiers is not yet over. We can still make it. How do we fix it in less than 40 days? How do we
Pick the best professional players possible. That's it.
the best? So you just said we weren't doing that before?
No.
Okay.
No, I agree with that. We weren't doing that before. It's true. We weren't doing that before.
Well, let's see what the makeup of the team are going to be because based off what they're saying that.
But sometimes the best professional don't want to represent Jamaica either.
Well,
this is how I'm going to grade. Now, see what you just said. This is how I'm going to grade Rudolph's speed. Now I'll like to see exactly his selection because before they said this about this player, that about this player. Okay, Speed, go out there and get the best of the best. that's when I'll give you an A or a B or a C or F. The
And
selection.
one point determined. This is a question I wanted to ask JT. I hope he's still listening or something. But the question I wanted to ask, he named like about 5 players who he thinks has what it the documentation to represent the team. My question is, if these players actually turn up, who get the credit to recruit these players?
All
Because
right.
wait,
All right.
hold on.
Mhm.
You know that all of the players that came when McLaren was here, he didn't recruit none of them, right?
Yeah,
That
all right.
process, wait. That
No,
process
I'm
was
saying
started
save
from
your
Hodgkinson
question
time,
until we exhaust. 'Cause I don't think we exhaust the question that I asked. Because few persons said that select the best team. However, did we select the best under 17 team?
Yeah, but best is relative, brother.
Just a second. Did we select the best under 17 team?
I don't think so.
Yo,
A lot of
yo,
a
wait, you
few
set them up
persons
so nicely they don't even understand.
a few persons said that there were some
Better players.
ballers
Right.
who weren't included.
Man, I
Right.
couldn't think
So the question might ask again: do we need the best selection in order to qualify for the World Cup?
But also the best
Not
player might not fit
necessarily.
in the coaches. The coach might not see who you see as the best.
That's why I say best is
as
relative,
someone
bro.
that fits in.
Oh, that's why
Yeah,
I
because
asked
that person might
each
not fit
person.
in
It
the
was two
system, you know.
persons. It was crispy and determined said the best selection can fix it.
No,
What this
so
guy
let me
said.
let me. So my thing is
Let
this.
them give their suggestion because
So
we are
so
just
so let me give my suggestion,
okay. Go
right?
ahead. Go ahead.
So my thing is this. You're absolutely correct, and that's where we've been going wrong. We just select. We think these are the best players, or even they could be even the best players. But do these players fit in what we have going on? Can they adapt to the environment? And some of these players don't. Right?
So
What
So
can you
it's
determine
not.
do?
that
It's
that
just
comes
like.
down to coaches then. That come down to
Exactly. It's
coaching then.
just exactly. It's just like me
Because remember,
hiring
the players
somebody.
don't pick themselves, That's why
No,
some
I
of the time when
agree.
we have beat players, the players them not pick themselves.
I wholly agree with you. Right?
To determine,
Is
would you say Leon Bailey does not adapt to the environment?
Leon Bailey is Jamaican. Why would he not adapt to the environment? He know
So
exactly what's going on.
when you say adapt to the environment, are you saying
Leon Bailey
are you
adapted to
Listen, you have
Jamaica
when I say
environment, yes.
adapt to the environment, I'm talking about you have players that played for Jamaica that never been to Jamaica. Never. They have
okay?
no clue. Never.
Okay, so what? So what?
Oh my God, Crispy. When you have a player that never been to Jamaica, it's a
Haiti,
shock level.
That
Hold
don't
on
mean
a second.
Haiti,
No, man, determined.
No. It means a lot. It
that
means
don't mean
because
that don't mean
no. You know why it means a lot?
Ferdinand Fitzroy
No.
Simpson Paul they never come to Jamaica before.
Listen, but
They
but
never
but
came.
you but listen. That's rolling a dice. Listen, I have a business,
No, man,
right?
that's not rolling a
Hold on.
dice.
Let me give you the
Football is
example.
a
Let me give you.
professional
No, man, you can't
No,
talk about
let me.
your business, yes, Samila.
No, it's the same.
To
No, but
determine, you can't use a business
football
as an
is a
example.
Nah.
business. But football
My
is
youth,
a business, and that's what
but you
Brother,
can't
what
come
you
to
do, I'm
Apra
mad
Fresh.
this year.
I mean, I understand, Apra Orange is 2 different fruit.
No.
Determine what you say right
All
now.
right, so let me give you an
Stop
example.
use your
Hold on.
Determine.
Let me give you an example. It
Determine.
just
Hold on
happened
to determine.
in our World Cup qualifying, right? We played what's the name of that team that had that artificial turf?
Curacao.
Curacao.
Is it Curacao? No, it's not Curacao.
Curacao.
Yeah, it's Curacao. It's determined. It's Curacao.
Okay, Curacao is another one that we played that was in that before this group we played.
It is very
When-
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua. That's what it was. Yes, we played them, right? And some of the players opted out not to play. Why do you think that? If it's not a business,
But the way we really say, well, like, no, I'm on this.
some of the players. But listen, bro, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, they did not want to get injured. They didn't want to get injured.
That is what I'm saying. They didn't want to get injured, and why?
Yeah.
Because this is a business. So when you bring, hold on, let me
I'm a
finish.
business.
Let me go a step ahead. Okay, Leon Bailey even said it out his own mouth. He said when he was at Aston Villa in the beginning, Emery didn't want to let him come to play for the national team because he knew how poorly the surface is. Right? So what I'm saying is this: you can't overlook these things when you're bringing in a player. This player have to know. You have to sit down and go through all of the pros and cons and look at them. Can this player adapt to those pros and cons?
We are very
Listen,
saying that doesn't make it.
listen.
Doesn't make it true.
But he
We are
wasn't the
very saying
only
that
one.
doesn't make it true.
But he wasn't the only one that says these things. He
Yeah,
wasn't the
but
only
Determine, let
one.
me
we are very saying that doesn't
determine.
make it true.
Determine that not really signify a player not adapting in general. And it's not even signify as a business. Because you know why? A player take it upon himself, say he might injure because he's not used to a surface like that. And it's not just Jamaica or the Caribbean have a surface. In Europe, you have some feeling that Europe is still like that. In America too, they have that type of surface. So it's him
No,
knowing
no. Come on, man. No, where in America you have that kind of
No, man,
surface?
I true, man. I true.
Where?
Me, listen, I play football on a field in Michigan at a university
America
And
called.
a
got a lot of
professional
surface like
field?
that, bro.
No, listen now. I mean, they use it to
You
play
mean
college
like
game.
a park where everybody, the community
No,
At the
no, no,
first,
no, no, no.
at the
Talking about on
first
the
film is
professional
at the
level,
first
they have
at
that.
the
They have
first
that.
film
really?
is at the
Yeah.
first film is I first time I see a pregnant football field.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Because all these
no,
fields I've
Bridget,
seen in
hold on
America
there,
for
hold
years
on
are
there. The man just said
pristine.
that a while ago. The man just asked me the question a while ago. Do you take note of some of the film in America?
I go a whole lot of fields, and those fields that I went to, pristine. From California to Texas
Brethren,
to
brethren, brethren,
Oregon
that's those are the things you
to
see.
Phoenix.
You have 50 states in hold on, man.
Me live
You have
between
50
Florida
states.
I'm
and Texas.
saying I've never been. I've gone to a lot of
play
fields
a
because
league
I
We
have
never
like
ask you if you go. We never ask if you go no field, brother.
I've not seen those fields.
Oh, you never see it, but
No, man.
it
You never
display
see
upon
that,
it
but
too.
some terrible field there, brother. Trust me.
Oh no,
But
okay.
let's
I'm
play on
saying I'm
that.
just saying I've never seen. Okay.
Okay, so don't jump down the thing and you don't know, man. Just say you gotta check it out.
That's why I asked you where.
No, man. There's some terrible fields here, man. There's some
I
terrible
asked you guys
fields here,
where.
brother.
I asked you guys where.
So determine. You said the adaptation and the players. So you said the players them should basically come to Jamaica and check out the surface. Why the surface you're talking about, right?
No, I'm not only saying the surface. You know, I'm talking about can they handle the environment? Basically, like for instance, player in Champions League, the environment is very volatile, right? Player that's in the Premier League, the same thing. You have to look at the player. Does he fit the CONCACAF? Some players just don't fit the CONCACAF. They just don't. It don't work out for some of them. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Can you give us some names? Can you give us some names?
Yeah, talk about. Wait. Determine. So you're talking if the player travel to like a Mexico, a Costa Rica, a Panama, and those that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about not just that.
Determine it's talking overall.
I'm talking about overall. I'm not just talking about one thing.
Even the national stadium pitch that some players cannot play.
Exactly.
Even the sun, that affects some players.
It's not about listen. Hold on a second. One second. This is what I'm saying. Y'all are looking at it from a surface. So when you bring in a player like that, that's not used to this kind of environment, etc., right? Football is a mental thing. You want that you don't want that shell shock on the field. You want that player to be on the field and have everything there so he can leave it right there. But when you have a player that comes in that the flight this and then
determine. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with that statement there. Because I remember one of our biggest player came out and say the surface are a problem. Why him not performing? And flights not this and flights not that, and in Barna, Jamaica.
Exactly.
But my thing is this. From my experience of football, right? And this is why I say, for me, it's nothing personal with a player. I don't like. I don't care. My job is to try to make them as comfortable as possible so they can perform. Right. So now when I'm selecting a player, right? Does this player fit in the region that we are in? And I don't think
Um,
we do that. I think we just
determine,
select players and bring them in. That's it.
determine who would you constitute breaking curfew?
Crispy,
A
you
kind
done
of
No,
gone,
no,
represent.
you
crispy,
gone
crispy,
all over the
crispy,
place.
Okay,
crispy,
okay.
crispy. Stay on point.
I agree.
Determine, determine,
I am staying on point.
determine.
You have to be able to adapt to a professional environment and obey the rules of the team. That's part of
Crispy.
adapting.
A mango versus apple. But
No, sir,
determine.
it's a
I have
part of
something to say to you.
adapting.
Determined. I have something to say to you. And I have to say I agree with the cause. I spoke to Dean Sewell, right? I think Sewell and one of them, Sewell, one of the players them. So that when they went, you have a point, and this is a point I'm saying to add to you. Them say when them go to the Azteca, I play the Azteca, right? In the Azteca, them say when a corner kick, them say the biggest kind them a feel, the man them say feeling clear kind at them. You can't even take the corner in peace, cause everything them a dash at them. So the environment was a hostile environment. So you say, you look on a player and say, can he angle this? Or him deal with it at England or Canada or wherever and play the soccer. So we kind of understand where you come from now, because you have some players who are tender.
And that's what I'm saying. In this era that we're in, right? We can't. Hold on a second, Crispy. In this era, we have to understand the eras that we're in.
The gentleman was talking about the Azteca.
Crispy, 1 second.
Hold on, Crispy, man. Somebody else are talking.
What you guys are saying is not really making any sense.
Okay.
What you mean? No, man. Make him share opinion, man. What are we making share opinion, man?
What I'm saying, what I'm about to say,
is saying that the English players cannot adapt, right? He's saying
no,
that
that's not what I was about to say. What I was saying, let me finish.
Where's the evidence?
Okay, fine. As I was saying, in this era, it's not like 1998 era up to, I think the football changed probably about 20 years ago, right? These players now are more, it's like prima donna kind of players, right? It's not like back then with these players that we have, like the Law and all them. These guys will adapt to anything, any environment they'll adapt to, right? Some of these English-born players, the same thing. But now the era of football has changed. They want things comfortable as possible. This is how the era of football is.
Again,
Can you be specific on a couple things that you're talking about? Illustrate the point.
The players and the
Okay,
teams
so when you listen to all of these, even from Jamaica on down to Mexico, on down to the Brazil, and you listen to these interviews, right?
Determined to do this. Why you guys are determined to do this?
Let him land his point. Now,
Even if you don't agree with what the man has said, man, you have to make him talk in the man, then you challenge him, man.
Man. Bumbuckler, sure.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, that's harsh, but
no question.
Everything is
and Crispy is still again. The man was making a point.
Okay, he's gonna make the same. Okay, let's
So let me that is his opinion.
Okay. Let's keep the same energy all around. When I'm speaking, nobody interrupt me. All right? Okay, go ahead. Okay, you chat too much.
Brother.
Mash up the show, Dre.
Listen, don't mash up the show. You see, this is one of the reasons why I say, you see how we like to talk about people. Hold on. Crispy, hold on. Let me say this. This is why when we talk about people need to learn the culture before they represent the country. I think we need to learn other people's culture. And we need to learn how to discipline and respect each other.
I support that.
I think we need to learn from them. Because if we learn other culture, we'll learn professionalism. We'll learn how to respect each other. And we'll learn how to function and agree to disagree.
Yeah, man, determined to finish your point, man. The brother can want to take over the show every time and time. I sure he always want to take over the show. Finish your point, determined.
All right, so if you listen to not only local players that went overseas and made it or somewhat made it, but also players that's overseas that come to Jamaica. The number one thing that they talk about is how they're
Adaptation.
treated, right? When it comes to the federation and also the feel, and that it's a not just one thing but a collage of things, which I think
Crispy.
some of the things we cannot control, but some of the things we can actually do better, right?
But determined, that's a good thing that they come and talk about it. That's all the reason for us to do better and fix what needs to be fixed. When these players come and talk about it and not wanting to play on certain surfaces, it's actually a good thing because it will force the powers to be to make the facilities better for the players.
And that's what I'm saying.
Go back to the point.
That's why I agree. That's
But
what I'm saying.
determined. Let me go back to the point where it says some of the players now. Some of the players coming, they don't fit certain environment, and I agree with it because if you notice just how the players are, it's a more protective for players right now, and it's not, and you can say in the English side of things, the British side when they are playing, just look at how the players are dressed. Just look at the shin gear that they're having. It's like the shin guard is like a tiny shin guard.
You can't see it. It's very, yes, you're right.
It's like nobody, they don't expect somebody to tackle them because this shin guard cannot protect them.
That's not an English thing. Everybody go for a smaller shin guard these days. If you play
Brother,
football,
man,
you know
use an
that.
example.
Everybody go for
That's
smaller
a
shin
modern
guard.
thing. Someone
That's a modern thing.
That's a modern.
Yeah.
So one more question, gentlemen.
Hold on.
Because what happened now? All right, go ahead. Go ahead quickly.
No, all right. You see, me said said this. The youth to play for PSG, not PSG. The guy, the young player who left from Real Madrid and went to the French league and is doing. All right. You know what? I think just Friday was playing a game, and the shin guard that he had on was one of the original style of shin guard. I was like, yo, is the only player this in a long while I see the real type of shin guard protecting his shin. So what determined us some of these players now, and I agree, some of these players when they put them in a game, if you go down Costa Rica, if you go down Honduras, if you go down El Salvador, you're gonna find out that these players are playing a real aggressive.
No.
And you put some
in that league, most recent game, he made a red ticket and got a red card.
All right,
Right? But Bobby Reed last game, and he got a red card, and he made this idea that these players don't use to rough environment and aggressive fans. It's just not true.
You know what? Some never done talk, Chris Peter, just jump in, brother. And the man, him just tell you that something a while ago, my lad. Bill no, my lad.
Keep the energy for everyone.
Bill no, my lad.
Okay, keep the energy for everyone.
Bill no, man. Me not done talk. Me not done talk, me general.
Do not filter me out, my friend. It's a
me not done talk, you jump in. Me not finish talk, you jump in.
One of you guys
be the same for everyone. No,
but let us not finish my point. Everybody was thinking that you are the only one jumping.
Okay. When you're making your point and anybody cut you off, keep the same energy. Go ahead.
No one did that. You're the only one who did. So lock up, man. Sure. You're determined.
I know I'm very different from you guys, so I'm going to get all of the heat because I'm very different. I know that.
All right, the question is because
I know that
we touch on Crispy, we touch on some of the problems within the team in terms of what we talk.
So determine say something. I cannot counteract that. I want to counteract that.
Let's get back to the football.
Okay. Go ahead.
We touch on some of the problems that affected the senior team going forward, and we look at just one. Well, we were trying to look at what could fix it going into the next window, which you guys mentioned. Most mentioned selection and best selection. However, we see we're determined is saying that the best selection might not be the best because they're suited because of environment and other factors. So we see where our next match will be actually Saturday, which is a practice match for the game for the World Cup qualifiers. My question to you guys is, do you see this practice match as relevant? That is one. And two,
Yes.
and two, how is it relevant and how the coaching staff can use it as a positive going into the quarter?
All right, let me go first. All right, all right, let me go ahead. For me, it does make sense, but I think it's for the coaching staff. But on the other hand, I don't even know if it makes sense because the last game, all of the coaching staff wasn't there. This game coming up, I don't see anybody's put out anything that all the coaching staff is going to be there. And playing two practice matches, so you're preparing for the World Cup coming up. When my assumption, and this is my opinion, I don't think 3 players from this squad that they pick is going to play in those 2 games. So how does it make sense when you have quarter of the coaching staff, the players them where you have they might not even play.
Listen.
And then the next thing is when the questions were asked why they didn't go for a experienced coach, since that is a chance of a lifetime with 2 games to qualify you for the World Cup. The argument was you don't want to go for a coach that doesn't know the team. In my opinion, that's crap. Because the last game was played in November. You have December, January, February, and the ending of March you play the game. Every international coach who doesn't go around and look at players as scout players is a coach and not doing job. You understand? So they said they brought in Mr. Speed because Mr. Speed know the players. And then me keep hearing the argument that Mr. Speed needs and the coaching staff need this game to get familiar with the players and to put out the playing style and whatever it is.
Hold on.
I don't see how that makes sense.
So give me a chance. Give me a chance now. Give me a chance. What you just said, you spew a lot of nonsense.
No problem.
Every practice game, there's something to take away from it.
For who?
Listen, all right. Mr. Speed call the last practice game. He call a bunch of local base players, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure there may be 1 or 2 players that never represented the national team that he saw something in that could move on to the next practice game and possibly have him in the squad for the next game. And those players probably could have come and changed the whole team.
Okay.
So any practice game is good. You understand what I'm saying? And it doesn't mean because the whole coaching staff
Let me go next, please.
It doesn't mean that's because the whole coaching staff is not there. Mr. Speed is not capable of doing his due diligence and just figuring stuff out based on the practice game.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying, would you give somebody a job with 2 assistants and you have a crucial game coming up and you after 2 practice match and you give them the practice match. We don't know how the second one is.
Can solve that. Let's move on. Video evidence can solve that.
I would not.
Okay.
I myself, logically, I myself would not go for a new coach because a new coach don't know these players. And in truth and reality, the team is not gonna change much because we don't have enough time. Let me show you.
Let me come in. Let me answer, please. So for me, right, does the game make sense? If it only makes sense for me if it's bringing in money. If we're saying that it's for the preparation for the coaches, we don't have a full coaching staff. Let's say it's a preparation for Speed. And another positive is we cannot use the argument anymore that we cannot assemble a group of talented players out of Jamaica and have them do practice matches. That we can debunk that, right?
Right.
So I think that is a positive where that right there can propel into something great. If we can, because repetition is the key to success. if we can continue moving like are we moving now, moving forward, right? We can now build a strong elite team that's there and bring in a selective amount of players from overseas. This is the only positive that I see. If it's bringing in money and with these selection of these players, if we could continue to keep them together, now we can say, you know what, let's bring in players to fill the gap. That's the only positive that I see.
Well, I have a feeling why them doing this thing. I think maybe Mr. Speed not take leave no stone unturned. Maybe he might call up some of these players just in case some of the guys them we have in mind don't turn up, then him can pick out a few players from out of this team. So that is a possibility.
But Fisherman,
That's a possibility.
Mr. Speed coaching I see him league, with all I play them are playing. So tell me which player that's are playing now Mr. Speed don't know.
No, but competitive playing
but they
national team different from your club in Africa.
No, you're right, but me I say the argument, me not say uno wrong, but I'm saying the bigger heads, the people who closer to the football, them a tell me say because him need fi play. The only thing when they left to tell me say him need international experience. When I asked Mr. Speed the question in the conference, Mr. Speed felt insulted because he considered himself as an international coach. Because somebody was just making the point to say, you don't really have no experience of coaching internationally. And he said he's an international coach. And I don't remember him coaching at the senior level. He brought the youth team to Sweden. So, you know what I mean? Yeah.
You, if it was you in a speed position and the time frame up, what you do? Just sit down. You just do what? What you do? You do nothing.
You know what I'll be doing? The first thing I'll be doing is getting on a plane, going overseas, going to these, knocking on these. That's the first thing I'll be doing.
But he's doing that.
Unless I'm making money from these two games, I don't care nothing about it. If I'm not making any money from it, I'm moving forward.
I think JFF is benefit from both games because guess what? They're traveling, and if you follow what the federation said, them don't have money. Whenever you do this, they don't have money. So if they wasn't getting any benefit, maybe they're not benefiting 100%. Maybe the team give them a hotel and give them food and transportation, and then pay the fare. But you know what I mean? There must be benefit. I don't think they would just get up and just assemble a team. The players them have to get pay and travel without nothing in return. I don't think so.
We have to
the argument that I made regarding a return on investment, you're making that argument now. So thank you. Additionally, I hear this argument and I want to explore it. On average, coaches at the national level, they select players on team performance, right?
Yeah. Well, they say there's other variables.
Hold on. So, so say the English, the coach of the England national team and Brazil national team and whatnot, they select the players based on how the players perform at the club level, right?
No, not all the time.
So what do they use to select them?
Because they play for them before and because how they performed the last time they played.
Okay, but the first time they are selected, the first time.
Yeah. Players are selected based on form.
So the first time is based on what they see them they do at the club, right?
Right.
Okay. And they expect what they do at the club is
never replicate that.
Okay, so this argument that the club level and the national team is different, like it makes no sense to me.
No, man, it's different. It's different.
Guys, quick question, guys, because we asked a question in regards. Asked a question in regard the upcoming window. The upcoming window that's coming up right now. What are we gonna do differently, and what we should be doing?
I'm
Two
347.
gentlemen,
Can you
two gentlemen, including
347?
the term, got an opportunity
Can
to
you
answer the
elaborate?
question.
347. Can you elaborate?
Two gentlemen before
347. Can you
determined
elaborate?
had an opportunity to answer the
347. Can
question,
you
and
elaborate?
I'm waiting patiently for my
347. Can
opportunity
you
as well.
elaborate?
Are we gonna move? Are we gonna move from that topic to
347.
something
Can you
else,
elaborate?
No,
or
but
can we talk on that
Speed,
topic?
so you
No,
got to put the
he
behind
cut
it.
me off.
Answer the
He cut
question,
me off,
Chris
and you guys
Speed.
didn't say anything. He cut me
No,
off,
no, no,
and I'm
no.
talking, and you
But
guys
it was
didn't
a.
say anything.
But Chris Speed, you brought something else other than answering the
No,
question that
no,
was
no,
brought
no, no.
out.
I contradict something that said in the same discussion. He cut me off, and you guys didn't say anything.
Yo, the brother is confidence mash up this
You
thing.
guys, you guys are not consistent.
This brother this company mash up this thing and have some personal vendetta against
No,
somebody.
no, no. I'm the same thing that they did to me, and I'm cut off, and the same uproar is not made.
Okay, Chris Speed, go ahead and talk, man, please. Let him
No,
talk.
go ahead. And before that, you guys are having letter against me. You guys
Go
have
ahead
a
and
letter
talk.
against
The
me,
show
and
is going
gang
good.
up on me, and I'm
Yours, talk.
scared.
Take the
Chris
show,
Speed,
the rest of the
talk.
show. Everybody on this side, let's take the whole show. One time.
Yeah,
No, talk,
let him talk. Let him talk.
I exposed you because you guys are not consistent.
Chris Speed, the floor is yours. Talk, please.
No, I don't want to say
The floor is
anything.
yours.
Continue. I just expose you guys as frauds. That's what I just did.
Boss, talk when you want to talk, boss.
No, man, make him man talk, man. I feel him talk if he talking, brother. He talk. You take it. Talk crispy.
Anyway, national team and club team are two different things. A player will perform good in a club. When him get called up for the national team, him tush. Him not doing nothing.
And we see that every country.
See that in a Jamaica team, you don't have to look for.
No, that's in every country. Every country.
Yeah.
But guys, in regarding to the upcoming window, what can we do different to be successful? I want to hear your guys' opinion.
Hey, let me chime in here. Don't you see the team that JT put up? What was Speed work with? A part of Speed plan.
I think he have Mason who Greenwood on there, you know. I don't think he's a part of the plan.
No, I'm not necessarily all of them, but I'm just saying, you know, that's like a brand new team there.
So we're gonna pull up the team again. We're gonna pull up it
No,
again.
that's what I'm saying. Well, as according to what JT put up and what Mr. Speed are exploring, it looks like a brand new team.
No man, him say five. Him not say five.
Well, not necessarily a brand new team because it's about 11 players. So I think we're gonna have 22. So
because fisherman, here's the thing that fisherman. I agree with you. You know, the crop of players that we have is not good enough, you know. But if we put who we gonna put in here?
Actually, what is it? Mark Serin, what is that? Not maybe about 6.
All right.
I'll say about 6, 7.
Let me ask a question now. Since as you say, you go for a new coach, right? So how me just say demand them because I don't know who agree with this. So how demand them want change want new players because the players them not good enough. So what do you think? What do you say about that?
But we want reinforcement. I mean, we definitely.
Yeah, but for a crucial thing like this, the man them say they won't go for a new coach, and you have a point to make. I don't know if anybody is a support Arsenal. When Emery got
you know what? That's gone already. Hey guys, I don't think we can. We're looking forward now. That's behind us. That's behind us. So we have to look forward.
Let me have a true listen to my piece. And I've been sitting here and I hear you guys week in, week out coming here, and it's looking a bit disheartening, you know, because this is sports, and we all know how sports work as a business. But you guys are so infatuated with youth and young players and everything. And then the players that you have currently who have good standard, who have good maturity and have who have that maturity in terms of professionalism and everything, you guys throw them aside and do not hold on to them. But you guys want the youth, new. So I want to know what happened to the players them that is like the Lamberts and those other guys who have that professionalism. What about them in the team? What about them? I want to know. What about them?
It's left to be seen. I mean, it's
Well,
left to be seen because
It's
we
left
don't
to
know
the
what
court.
we're going
Again,
with.
I've
For
determined it
me,
check before.
for
That's
me, right?
selection.
For me, right? This is. I don't see us making it to the World Cup. For me, this is a total rebuild. That's how I look at it. When you have a player like what's this guy that plays for Charlton on the wing? That boy, he has a good upside in my
Campbell.
eyes.
Oh,
Campbell.
Campbell.
Yeah. If Lamberkisa can get his act together, he'll be a pretty good player. As we have a lot of good young players that's out there, which we can rebuild and start off fresh, right? And then we have these younger kids that's there. So for me, this is a total rebuild. I don't see us making it to World Cup. I'm still optimistic, but I just don't see it.
There's
And you would bring your
a
best team. You would
possibility.
bring your best
We
team.
have 2 games left
You
determined.
wouldn't give your best
We'll have 2
yourself,
games.
your team the best chance.
Boy, it's the best. It's man. This is
You have to push your
I
best
don't.
foot
I just
forward,
don't
man.
see
You
it.
can't
I
just.
just yeah. But that's the thing. It's hard for me to see. I can't. If I don't see it, I can't really. I don't see it. I don't see how. Based on this man don't have enough time, no preparation, new players, a bag of new. I just don't
But
see it.
sometimes when your back is against the wall, your miracle can happen.
But determine this is that's why we can't understand why people say these games are not important. Like why these little friendly games are not be able to put the team together. Like why you guys are
Because it's not an international window. Most of these players are not going to be playing. That's why I think it's not
but you
important.
guys determine we saying these couple players that we have is not good enough.
No,
So
but
what
if
we
you
still
look at the
depending
No,
list,
but
on
if you
so
look at
so which team you prefer?
the list,
The team that's selected now or the team that played the World Cup and failed? Well, not failed, but didn't qualify automatically.
Well,
man,
it's
they
better.
fail, bro. They
To
fail. They
be
fail, man.
honest,
Say it.
to be
They
honest,
No,
fail.
we didn't fail because we have another chance.
Oh man,
to be
come
honest,
on.
it's best to use those players,
Which
Hey,
players?
so
the
let
ones that
let
fail.
me ask the games that we're playing. Which teams are we gonna play? 2 teams.
New Caledonia
New
and
Caledonia and
Congo.
Congo.
And if we beat
And
them, we're
Congo.
going to go to
No.
Congo.
In the practice match.
We're
Practice
playing
match.
We
Martinique.
played one already and we have Martinique next week.
So I mean, I don't see how that's gonna benefit us,
It
especially
will.
Everybody have an opinion still because Mr.
yeah,
Minister we're
especially they're
beneficial.
not from the same.
Bro, every practice game is beneficial. It could be easy
Yeah,
to
but
play
who?
against
All
a team
right,
like ours.
but
Every
It-
practice game, bro.
Every it's beneficial.
Actually, guys,
Let me ask you a
Every
question,
practice
Ghost.
game is beneficial.
every meeting is
yeah, but
essential.
all right, I
Every
can see
meeting.
good, but I can see if it gears towards a team you're playing or the region you're playing. The Africa they play a different ball from where
Or
they're
you
playing
have
at the
or you have key players
Caribbean
playing
here.
in those practice games, which is not,
You
Well,
know,
in my opinion.
all right.
But
So
the thing is, right? You have
what
a
are we
coach.
gonna gain from those games?
But that's what I'm saying. Look, y'all have a Rudolph Speed that already know the
Yeah.
staff and how they operate and how they work. I just don't see
So what we're gonna gain?
what's going to change now. What would change?
Determined. I watch those under 17 games, bro. All right, I watch
Yeah,
them.
but isn't that on?
I
Come
watch.
on, don't.
I get it, sir. Let me finish my point, sir. Let me get this is my stupid point. I'm gonna make. Please bear
All
with me
right,
for 5 seconds.
go ahead.
My stupid idiot point. All right, please. If I can see the court get the opportunity to keep putting his plans together and whatever he have on the field, every opportunity he can be able to manifest something on the field, I'm okay with that.
But Ghost, the thing is, I know we're all excited about this U17, and that's a good accomplishment. But look at the upside. Like, I mean, this is something that we stumbled upon, to be honest.
Oh no,
right?
Determined. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, how many times have we made it to the U17 World Cup?
Last year we should have qualified.
But
I'm asking how many times.
That's beside the point. That's beside the point. These young lads are playing together for 3 years now, bro.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That is, but we're building the program.
Determined. That's only that, I'll be honest with you, all of you guys, and most of you guys don't even know this, The same guy the other day, I was guilty of it. Seymour Reed, when I was like, where's this young kid came from? Why they putting him in the national team? I did not know that this young boy was growing up through that whole process, bro.
So which process?
The under 17, the under 15, and coming all the way.
No.
Oh, me neither
He played
gonna
for the
play for the
under 17
national
last
team.
year. That's it.
From this window.
He
Last year he played for the under 17. That's it.
Yeah. But the thing is, I
Don't
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 mind.
don't come with
I
that.
don't. I,
And
but I
and
don't
saying this team
mind.
playing together for 3 years, not all of them. You can
I
count on
don't.
one hand. How many of them came from the U15 team? I
Your
don't know. Ask me,
objective
ask
is
you that.
your objective is just to discredit them because young youth, I know.
How
That's
am I
what your
discrediting?
objective, you
How
know.
am I discrediting them?
No.
You just
Your
made a
objective
statement
is
that they're playing together for
your
3 years,
objective
and I'm saying it's not
your
so.
objective is to clip, not to overhype them and not to give them no credit. You know.
You're
That's your
talking about
objective, and
somebody else, bro.
you're fine to do that. You know.
You're talking
You're
about
fine to
somebody
do
else.
that, sir. You're fine to do that. Hey, it's your
You're
objective.
talking about somebody
You're
else.
doing
We
a
all
good
over the
job, sir. You're doing a
place,
very good
boy.
job, sir. You're doing a good job, sir.
Come on,
Well,
somebody else you're talking about.
my thing is this: I'm giving the. I gave them credit, but
Because
what I'm
you just
saying
throw out
is,
a bunch of lies what you don't know about, and then you say me I try to discredit players. I'm
So
correcting you, and
you
you
didn't know
take
about
it correct.
Seymour Reed? You don't know about him? You call
Seymour
on the
Reed,
program many times,
bro,
you know, you never
bro.
brought him
Seymour
up, you
Reed
know.
he
Hold on, no,
played
man.
on under 17. He was
Wait,
there.
no,
I don't know.
man.
That's the only
Seymour
time I
Reed.
saw him. I don't know.
Hold on. I can walk to Seymour Reed from my house, bro.
So what's the point, sir? What's the point?
So you
What
asked me if I
happened?
know about
What
him from
happened?
before. You asked me if I know about him from before.
No,
So
but
that's why I corrected you and tell you he only played for the U17. Seymour Reed was born in Tivoli Gardens, brother.
All right, sir. What's your point, sir? What's your point, sir? What's your point, sir?
You said if I know about him,
Sir,
I'm telling you.
what's your point? What's your point? What's your point you're trying to make, sir?
I'm answering the question you asked. If you don't realize you asked the question.
Okay. All right, cool, sir.
Yeah, but what the youth 17 have to do with the national team? We're talking about the practice match.
No, he was saying
gone
that
from
he
that?
was saying that when he saw Seymour Reed
Sir,
in
you
the
don't have
senior
to talk
team.
for me, sir.
No, not
Sir, you
that.
don't have to
The
talk for me,
beginning
sir.
of
I
the
can talk for myself,
17
sir.
team.
I can talk for myself, sir.
No, we were talking about the two practice match, and it jumped to under 17.
We're talking
No,
about the
because he made a point. He was trying to make
I
a point.
understand that. I'm talking about originally the person that brought up under 17.
Ghost
Not
was
you.
just showing. Just a second. Ghost was just showing that the continuity because some about a year and something now.
Yeah, but how it's related to what we're talking about? I wanted to
speed up.
enlighten me to how it's related to what we're talking about, the practice match.
He just wanted to just show the process from they won a tournament and at the under 14, they won at the under 15, and some of those guys matriculate to the under 17. But you're right, it was a little bit off. However, he just wanted to give praise to that process. And Seymour Reed apparently came along that not fully along the process, but in terms of he was there, a part of one of the teams. However, to strengthen that point, D Brown, which is the leading scorer for Jamaica, he was a part of those teams and now a part on the 15.
Nolan also. Nolan also, because Nolan is also gone to the U20 squad. Some of you probably don't know that.
Wonderful.
I don't know if he's going to make the final cut, but he's in training. Three of them from the U17.
The question asks that I asked. I didn't share my opinion on it in terms of these two practice matches. So these two practice matches, what I think, yes, they are needed because the coach have to even pretend like he's doing something, even if it don't make any sense. You have to try and do something. However, you don't need to pretend, because what I figure out is that the coach need a kind of a playing style. Although it might be different personnel, meaning different players, he might put to or he might employ to do some of these role and play some of these positions. But he wanted the coaching staff wanted to see that some of these styles coming out now, so that when they get the real team assembled, it can be easier. Yes, it will be different persons for some of the positions. However, they will know to tell the person, say, do X and X and X and X in that position, Y and Y and Y in that position.
Okay, so you make a great point. You make a great case for the practice match. Yeah?
And then the biggest point that I have, which is what I want to see, I want to see some of these local talent being included. Why? For the reason I was mentioning before, that many of our players fail us, not just English bound, because all of the players, Low, King, all of them fail us from before. So I have no problem with including other players, whether overseas or local. However, it's best if they are better. However, we cannot know if they are better because we didn't give them a chance. All right.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair. The other day we hired a new technical director, and for me that's huge, right? But I haven't seen any articles about this technical director
His
plan
plans.
for
Yeah.
this team for his new position. His plan for the football federation and how we play the football, and as far as I don't see anything, and I would love to see to somebody to pick the brain of this technical director, because this position has always failed us, right? And finally, they hired somebody that they say has experience, right?
Yeah, who's
So
that?
I don't know the guy. I have no clue who
Is that
he is.
it was he is he a part? He's come
I
from
think he was.
the
They said he was a part of
association.
the association. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's talking about Peart, Andrew Peart.
Once again, typically when national teams across the world, they bring in players, fresh players based on club performance. But the JSS is cobbling a bunch of players together and hoping to pick out, why can't the JSS just pick players based on club performance? Like everybody else. Why can't they bring up new talent and based on how the new talent is performing at the club level? We are asking the JSS to do things that are so atypical, and it's not even working. If a player is up to the task, the name should be buzzing at the club level. So we say, okay, pick that player who is buzzing at Tivoli Garden. Pick that player who is buzzing at Cavalier. The JSS is going to bring a practice team together and hope to find diamond in the rough in that game.
Yeah,
This is not always done. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
That's why I say. That's why I say we need. These are the questions as fans, as people that have these platforms. Now somebody needs to bring out this technical director, because, as I said, in my eyes, we have a really good opportunity to prepare for the next World Cup based on all these young talents that we have, right? What's the next step? What
Where are the young talent?
these
Where are
these
the
are
young
the
talent?
questions we need. We have a lot of
Where are
young
the young?
talent.
Where?
We have a
Where are
lot.
they?
We have a lot of young talent. Didn't
Name
didn't,
some.
didn't
Name some.
I just went down the list.
No,
I just went down the list.
Can you restate the list for me, please?
Campbell, that's one. Lambert Kisa. There's two.
No. You're talking about player. I was talking about fresh players coming in that we've never seen before. Okay, fine.
They're still young talents, bro. They're not even 23 years old. They're young.
But I'm talking about. I was talking about players who are going to play in this match coming up. Like, I mean, these are players who they're expecting to some of them to shine, to pick them into the team that's going to play, in the game against Caledon and whatnot. And I'm saying this is not. It is typically done. The national coach should pick players based on club performance.
Yeah, but these players are the best players on the island. So they perform well in their club, in the JPL. That's why they made the team. These are some of the best players according to the speed and their selection. These are the best players on the island.
Oh boy. Okay.
Go back to something. Chris B.
Yes,
Chris
sir.
B. Mix up your name sometime. We go back to the club and the country thing. I'm about Andy Cole for England.
Yes.
Which team you also play for?
Andy Cole. Chelsea, right?
No, sir. You don't know the player. Anyway, the reason why I said here.
Sorry.
Manchester United.
Sorry.
Manchester United.
Hold on, no, I'm mixing up Andy Cole with Ashley Cole. Sorry, Ashley Cole played for Chelsea. Sorry, I made a mistake.
Andy Cole for Arsenal. If Arsenal you play for?
Andy Cole play for Arsenal and Chelsea. Anyway,
Ashley Cole play for both too, Arsenal and Chelsea.
you know that me say Arsenal and Chelsea. Me say Andy Cole play for Arsenal. Andy Cole play for Manchester United.
He play for Manchester United now.
Man City, all of them.
Man City.
Anyway, the reason why I ask you, because you're talking about performance in a club and country. Andy Cole was one of the most lethal strikers for Manchester United 9 times. Him and Dwight make was partnership. You know, you think him play a bag of game for England? And he was one of the most lethal strikers for Man U. And him all can make the England team. Eh?
So were there better strikers at the time?
What I'm trying to tell, he was scoring more goals than most of the striker then. But yet still he couldn't hold on. He couldn't hold on a position in the national team. Because when he get him chance and play for the national team, he cannot score no goal.
Okay,
he cannot score no
I would like to go back and look at the data.
Yeah, go back and check it.
Yeah, I will
go back and check how much games he play for the national team. Go and check how much game he play for the national team.
I think he did 15 caps for the national team.
Yeah, and he was a lethal striker in the Premier League. And all he can hold on a spot in the national team. Because when he go to the national team, he flop.
Fisherman, those days was Alan Shearer and Michael Owen and ITL.
Name the players who were selected over him at the time.
You have Michael Owen, you have Alan Shearer, you have a whole more striker there.
Oh, okay, so those strikers are better than him at the time.
You even have Teddy Sheringham when it was a politics, wasn't scoring the amount of goal. When Andy Cole has scored. But if you check it out, I guarantee you that Teddy Sheringham play more game for the national, for the England team, more than Andy Cole.
Because that's how it is sometimes, man. Sometimes some players shine for club and don't shine for country. Some look at Leon Bailey.
But that is what I'm saying. Let's continue talking about performance on the national club team. And you have Jeru. Jeru is not a policy scorer, but him always in a France team. I think get hold now. Him always in the France team.
A perfect example. Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you guys, on what grounds is people like him and Leon Bailey getting called for Jamaica? Because when you don't perform for club and country, you shouldn't get called, you know?
Leon Bailey tend to perform for his club when he gets called.
And he's not performing for club either.
No, he scored wicked corner a couple days ago. You know, get a corner.
Very inconsistent player.
I think he's coming off the bench. They might be trying to ease him into the team.
I think he's getting there. I think he's getting there.
No, I'm not getting there. Game has getting worse.
Bailey was injured. Bailey was injured in Italy.
Hey, you see the corner I'm scoring? You see the corner I'm scored the other day?
Listen, Bailey is getting worse.
Bailey we're not saying he's not getting worse or better, but he was injured, so you have to give him time.
Yeah, so that's something that take time for him to come back in.
Listen, as you age, you don't play like you used to. And so he's never gonna get back to that form where he was ever.
You're right off Bailey.
But the man is 28 years old, bro. The man is 28 years old, bro. Jesus Christ.
The problem with Bailey is that
me like Gray, but me right half Gray too.
Oh yeah.
The problem with Leon Bailey is
that still injured now.
The problem with Leon Bailey is that
Gray hasn't performed for Jamaica in the last few games, man.
At Leon Bailey's position. On the right side there, we expect too much of him when he plays for the national team. It affects his psyche, and I think we are very unfair to him at the national level because
nobody's unfair to Bailey. Nobody's unfair to Bailey.
I think so.
If there was unfair to Bailey, he would never be in the national. He would never be in the national team.
And the Cole only scored one goal in 15 caps.
I'm talking about but at Leon Bailey's
you might on the right side because the strain is only going to be.
Okay, but Leon Bailey is not a striker, you know. Leon Bailey is not a striker, you know. So when we're going to talk about the number of goals he scores,
Dylan, go downstairs.
Right? When we talk about the number of goals he scores, that's a part of the problem because his position out there on the right, I don't expect him to be scoring a bag of goals for Jamaica or any place for. You know, you know what I mean? So that's the expectation. Because when he plays for club, when he's on the team, he plays well going forward. He doesn't do a lot of defending. That's a problem. But he's a good attacking player. You know what I mean? So
the thing, I just say the thing with Bailey. I just say, I think it's all about with Bailey and Jamaica. I think it come down to pressure. By pressuring himself, the want two people, through him did it, or him coming at the national team, the whole heap of things with Butler and him. I think that kind of play upon him mind. When him come to play with the national team, I think him saying, I want to show no say me are the best. And I think it put a lot of pressure on him. I think that. I think that's
that's your opinion. That's your opinion, but that's not the reality.
Well, there is neither you can give me anything where you can anything where you say no is not you can't what the word we want to say. Same like how me is an opinion. My opinion, what you put forward is an opinion. None of it have the facts.
So Fisherman,
Fisherman,
what you said.
It's going to be very difficult. If Leon Bailey is playing for Aston Villa week in, week out, it's going to be very difficult not to call him up. Very difficult.
So what you said.
But nobody never said no to call up. Who has said no to call him?
No. I mean, he said he has thrown away Leon Bailey. That's what he said. He has thrown him away. So throwing him away means he's not going to call him up.
Yeah, you're right, Crispy. And Fisherman, you're right.
I wouldn't call him either. He don't deserve to get called.
It's a fact, Fisherman, that Leon Bailey is pressured by the Jamaican fan base.
No, he's not pressured. He's not pressured by the fan base.
He's more than pressured by the fan base.
Every player. Who remember a player named Javian Brown? Even when that man is playing good on the field, people cursing.
Which forum are you watching? Any YouTube forum?
Not that expectation they like Bailey.
Any Jamaican football fan program you're on, you will know that Bailey get pressure. So that's a fact. We're not debating on that.
Listen, anybody say that it's just.
But you're the bigger point.
Just a second. Love Bailey because I'm status.
Just a second.
Me tell Mr. Me not deal with Hello?
Yeah, man.
What you saying?
Me a pragmatic person. You know. Me not talk off of feelings.
And what?
Football. Let me tell you something about football. You see, when you're pressured.
Yes.
When you're pressured, that brings the best out of you at times because you want to prove the doubters wrong.
So all right. So that leads to my next point. Wait, no, Fisherman. That leads to my next point with Leon Bailey. That not only the fan base put pressure on him, but he put pressure on himself.
But my point is, if he's
more pressure on himself.
Nah, man. If he's been pressured, he would have go perform, man. Bailey never.
And I'm saying, sometimes it works. Just a second. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it don't work. You hear pressure bus pipe, but here what happened? It worked. Hear the statistics that many people don't know. Jamaica never got Bailey at his best. Bailey have 3 seasons where he scored over 10 goals and almost say over 5-7 assists. 3 seasons.
Let me answer a question.
Just a second. Or should I say 4? When he was in Genk, he didn't get a call. When he was at Bayer Leverkusen, he didn't get a call when he did it the first time.
Let me answer a question.
Have a good point. Excellent.
Let me answer a question. Let me answer a question.
It's not just a call.
I got a question.
Let me say the last thing. Let me say the last thing about Bailey. Let me say the last thing about Bailey, and then you can take that away, Fisherman, and this gentleman. You see, when he was at his best, which was his best season, was at Aston Villa, contributing 28 goals. You know, unfortunately,
he didn't play for us.
That was the same time he went on the interview in Jamaica and didn't play for us here.
Play for us, yes.
So we didn't get we haven't seen Jamaica haven't seen the Bailey when he's on top form.
So hold on, let me ask you something. How when Bailey start playing for Jamaica? How when he start playing for it?
2019.
And what year we now?
We are 2026.
So hold on then. So when he get called, and when he play at Germany, he start playing for Jamaica.
Yes, but he left that he left that same season. He left same time.
No, but when you say him don't get called.
No, listen, it's 2019. 2019, you know, COVID came. I think he only played one match. 2020, remember when he get called to 2020 World Cup qualifiers, you know, with Muadim on the bench, you know, and some game he wasn't featured. I forgot Fisherman.
Man, when Bailey get called, Bailey not get called and play. When you remember when we host one World Cup game in Jamaica.
That is afterwards when we play Honduras. That's afterwards. That's after the 20. That's afterwards.
There's nobody here can say Bailey don't get a fair chance.
No, that's not the point, you know. What the gentleman is saying that Bailey didn't play for Jamaica when he's at his best.
No man, him saying don't. Him say when him a play again, he never.
So let me ask you a question. So when you ask me a question, when you're playing for the biggest club in Europe, one of the biggest club in Europe, I know you're at the biggest one of the biggest club in Europe. You're not at your best.
Yeah, but because, listen to me, because most time Bailey play a lot of time when Bailey injured for Jamaica, you know.
And listen, no, stop.
When Bailey,
stop making excuses for Bailey, man.
No, man, it's true. Look it up. Even if he's injured, you say that he played injured. He played injured a lot of times.
Every baller, almost every baller have a little nigga when they play football. Most baller.
Yeah, but I understand that. But everybody's different, you know. Bailey doesn't carry injury well. Bailey doesn't carry injury well, you know. Some players can
play for the team and look here, man. When
Bailey come play for Jamaica, give Bailey some grace. Bailey actually came on the field with a band on his knee. He said, hold on, Fisherman, I'm the biggest Bailey fan, bro. Bailey came on. He wasn't supposed to be on the team, but he said,
that's in 80 match. Yes, that's in 80 match.
But he still
it doesn't matter when, but he does.
Hold on. Another thing.
Casey Palmer was injured and was trying to play for Jamaica recently. The last World Cup qualifying game we played. Casey Palmer actually was trying to play.
Yes, and what Demarai Gray did. And what Demarai Gray did when he was
exactly that's what I was about to say. Partially injured. But that's not only him. Not only him. Look at the one that played in the Hayden.
I'm saying Bailey don't get a pass because he play injured. A lot of players
does. So when I say Bailey never play for Jamaica yet, and him never play fit for Jamaica yet.
Fisherman, we're saying that not when he's at his best. Not when he's at his best.
Not when he's at his best. I don't agree.
Determine. Just determine.
So when we play for Canada, when we beat Canada, when Canada did beat we out here, and Bailey played the whole, I think he played the whole 90 minutes and get must about 3 chances in another game and never scored, not even one.
That season he only scored 4 goals faster than Villa.
All right, you see that now.
I'm a little bit confused, so I'm trying to keep it.
Listen.
Are you guys are
saying Bailey should not score not even one?
Are you guys are saying Bailey should not be
Bailey is not a out striker when he plays for Aston Villa.
One person said that.
Hold on. Listen. Listen,
was one person said that? Okay, I'm a little bit confused because Bailey didn't play in any of these World Cup games.
Let me say something.
Why are we fixated on Bailey? Why are we fixated on Bailey?
Let me say something, man. Let me say something, brother. I'm going to get out something. I am the biggest critics of Bailey, right? But when it come on to goal scoring, I am not going to knock a player. That's not to say he's not there to score a goal, but that's not his major role. I just need to see more of him in the position he play. Assisting, picking up the ball.
Bailey did not play in the World Cup, bro. Qualifiers, bro. Leave the man up. Come on. Go past somebody else now, bro.
Yo, listen. I will never stop talking about Bailey until him start playing good for Jamaica.
But the man never played in the World Cup qualifiers, so we have fixed it.
Yeah, Bailey not playing the World Cup.
He might get beaten.
So you see what Fisherman? So it's simply a year what Ghost said he didn't play in the World Cup qualifiers. So that's what I'm trying to let you know, Fisherman, that through Bailey Jamaican career, he missed a lot of match due to injury. Yes. And some of those matches, a few of those matches he missed, when it
No,
not due to
But
injury
when he's
was when he
in
was
the
on the
team, he's a
stop count.
controversial guy. When he's in the team, he's a
You
controversial guy.
said what I was saying when I cut you, you said when he was playing for Genk, he didn't get called. When he was playing for
Yes, when he was playing for Genk,
he didn't
Butler
get called.
and Speed didn't have problem. 2017, when him come over and get young player Bundesliga, him and Speed and Butler in a problem.
Hold on, man. Come on. Oi, hold on, man. Hold on. When the man they are gangster, them call up Bailey and you remember the interview when to pass him come when him come home and do the interview for CBM. Him send down ready to play for the national team. Him a focus on him in club career, sir.
And that was who talking. That was who talking. That was who talking.
Him was talking. Him.
Yes, but no way Butler tell him to say.
But the point remains that Bailey doesn't play for Jamaica when he's at the best, regardless of what.
Well, no, but no. The thing where we in a lead up to, sir. The thing where we in a lead up to is to say they never call it.
Listen, I cannot.
No, Fisherman. Me not debate on that, man.
I'm the biggest Bailey fan, and let me tell you something.
We not debate on
as a player, as a professional player, I don't care. Once you lace up your boots and step on the field, you give it your all. So it don't matter if he did 10 goals this season or 30 goals this season. Once you come and play for the national team and you put on them cleats and you step on that field, you're supposed to shine. And that's just how I look at it as a player. I don't make no excuse for these professional players, bro.
I agree to you, I agree to you determined. I'm just saying that I would want to see him. I just want to see him on farm. That's all I'm saying.
Bailey also plays well when the attention is not on him. Because I remember when Jamaica beat Panama 1-0 and came third, what was that, the Nations League? Or the Gold Cup or something like that?
Yes, the Nations League.
In that tournament, I think Demaragwe had just come. And the spotlight, the attention on the field, the opponent could not double team Bailey and treat him like that because Demaragwe was there taking up some attention, and Bailey played very well throughout that tournament and contributed to that third place finish. So when Bailey has to be the man, he does not perform well.
Bailey, I've never played consistent through a whole tournament, so don't lie. He played good in
I am not saying he did. I'm just saying that I'm just talking about patterns that I have observed, that when he has to be the man, when all of the attention has to be on him and the burden on his shoulder.
The burden is on the 11 player on the field, not Bailey.
No, not Jamaican people do not treat all 11 players equally. They don't
treat them equally.
His best showing was the Gold Cup that Corey Burke knocked us out of. That was Bailey's best showing.
Wayne, was Demaragwe on that team?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In sports, this is the reason why clubs, teams have sports psychiatrists and psychologists, because all players do not perform well under the same condition. Michael Jordan, he craved the spotlight, he rose to the occasion. Other players will shrink. I mean, this is enough against LeBron James, that LeBron James misses in the big moments, and he's shown away from the free throw line because he will miss and whatever. All players do not under that spotlight the same. That's a fact. So if a player is performing well at the club level and he does not perform well at another level, then we have to say, okay, what are the contributing factors? Because clearly the player has talent.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you Bailey's biggest problem. Bailey's biggest problem is he needs to keep his mouth shut, be humble, and just keep working hard. That's all I need from him. He does that, I think his game will improve.
And Jamaica qualify for the World Cup, right?
I agree with you.
Huh?
And Jamaica qualified for the World Cup, right?
If you keep Bailey away from interviews, keep him away from interview.
And
Let him
Jamaica will qualify
understand
for the
his.
World Cup?
Yeah, I think so, man. Trust me. If he
Sir,
stays away
sir,
from interview,
Okay.
if he
sir,
stays away from
I
interview, stays away from his agent Butler. Don't
Yeah.
listen to his agent Butler. Get a
Yeah.
new agent. Just be humble.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he-
I'm Pinocchio, and there's Pinocchio coming to the team and everything. Everybody will be all right, right?
sir, I agree
Listen.
with you, you know.
listen.
But
You see sometimes,
sir,
bro.
sir,
You see sometimes. You have to
410.
understand. I hear Bailey say in an interview, pretty much. I hear him say, "I'm the team." He invite the pressure that he's getting now on himself. I
Then
hear him say that out of his
see
mouth.
the pressure can say, him,
He
people
didn't
say
say
that he's the team. He never said
himself.
that. So don't be unfair, all right?
Yeah,
That's
the
pretty
man
much
said
what
he's
he
a
said.
general. He never said he's
The
the
man says he's
team.
a
Never
general.
said that.
You
That's what the
understand?
man say.
No,
The man say
I'm
the
player.
man is the team.
I'm calling.
The man even went so far as to say it's because in why other players come in. Why other English players
Yeah,
come in.
man.
Certain things you keep on
Yeah,
the
man.
court.
Bailey bringing them right
Shut
way.
your mouth.
I ain't bringing them right way.
Gentlemen,
The
good
man
night,
say
good
it's
night, good
because
night,
in why certain
gentlemen.
players
Sir,
come in.
I'm
My thing
410.
is,
But in what
listen.
you're saying, you know, you are agreeing with me, you know, because you're saying that Liam Bailey, for example, should keep away interviews. But there's a reason why
Yeah.
he's getting interviews.
Stay away from
Because the way how
Listen,
you
I don't
view
care about
him.
the reason. I don't care about the reason.
Come on,
Listen.
man.
I
Come on,
don't care
man.
about
Come
the
on.
reason. I don't care about the
All right.
reason.
All right. Okay.
Stay away
Okay.
from
All right.
the interviews. Whenever you finish playing, you have a bad game, you go to the coach and say, "Coach, what can I do to contribute more to my team? What should I do to make myself better? What should I do to help to build the other players around me?" Those are what I need from Leon Bailey. I don't need this partying and I hang out to vehicle and attack. Well, I are life. We don't
Gentlemen,
need that.
sir, you have to understand.
Gentlemen, can I say something all about this, gentlemen? Can I say a word?
Go ahead.
Listen, it's two things that's wrong with Jamaica football team. One, we're always picking the wrong coaches. Two, the style of play. Any player will look bad if they're not getting the ball up front.
The old lady coming
Any
out,
player, if we get Cristiano Ronaldo and he's not getting the ball, he might look bad. Any player, we don't have the players to pass through the balls for the guys up front to get it and do something with it. So Beer gonna look bad, Gray gonna look bad, Brown man gonna look bad, Waller Brown gonna look bad because you can't get the ball. Then kick it over and expect to run for it.
A ball make Bailey look bad, man. Stop talking. No go some.
You not like Bailey, so you're gonna say something negative.
Bailey get
You have to do it all of the players. You have to do it all of the players. It's the style of play that Jamaica is playing is the problem.
There's no problem with getting ball.
Well, all right. We'll also go a World Cup. We have been chasing players long before Bailey come. We can't go nowhere. So what's the same thing we have over the last 20 years? Same JFF bosses them. They haven't changed.
The last.
So you're doing the same thing over, expect different results. You're mad.
It's gonna be Bailey. It's gonna be Bailey and Whisper on that right. It's gonna be Bailey and Whisper on that right. So we can figure that out.
The game that we never the last game that we played stadium. You did watching it? You watch the game?
Yes, sir. I sure did.
And it's lock a ball why we never score.
Bad coaching. What? Bad coaching.
Yeah, and the 5 chance when you get into the game. And the coach, why they never score it?
I gotta teach you a lesson.
Listen,
I gotta teach you a lesson.
I think poor coaching involved in it too, even though I think it's more the players, but I think poor coaching involved. The reason why I say this, the reason why I say that, in Curacao, even though Curacao beat us in Curacao, we had more chances than them. And one of our best players in the Curacao game, when we play Curacao in Curacao, never see the field again after that game. And to me, that that game showed me that guy should always be on the field. I never remember his name. The youth that would have played over on the right.
We picked the wrong team in the last match. Wrong team. We picked the team with Jamaica won. And we get
the two last game we picked the wrong team. The one against Trinidad, because we should have beat Trinidad.
and then we'll have to come at Jamaica and beat we forgot you. And they did it wrong. They play for a draw against Trinidad and they did get a draw against Trinidad.
Wrong team.
We come a stadium with the stadium jam pack. In the stadium, we score 1 goal. We get 5 chances and we didn't score none. 5 chances, we didn't score none. Not even the coach supposed to motivate the player them to go out there. The player themselves supposed to motivate themselves. Say this is the last game to the World Cup. I mean, want to play a World Cup and go out there and score the goal, and score 1 goal and take it to the World Cup. And I will never blame a coach for that. Never.
So you have
Ever
to
blame a coach.
Bailey never played this game, so you can't blame Bailey for this.
We are mix up something. We are mix up now. You come and mix up something else. I thought that's something different here talk about.
No, but the point I try to make is the coach and the wrong. We never get the right coach. We never get the right coach.
Oh, you know the right coach. Oh, you know when it's the right coach. You know the right coach of the coach Jamaica team. You tell me the right coach.
The same one where they never like and when you used to play for Jamaica. When him again for England. Paul Hall. That was the right. Paul Hall was doing stuff. You never know what did Paul Hall lose a game? Why they fire Paul Hall?
Paul Hall didn't win 1 game. Paul Hall didn't win a game.
Okay.
He didn't win 1.
Hold on, guys. If you watch Reverend Morrison interview, Reverend Morrison say he felt like Paul Hall or Whitmore should coach a team.
He said that no.
But I don't think Whitmore could have taken the team to the World Cup.
All right.
I just
but Paul don't and him say that.
I think Whitmore should be more. For me, Whitmore should be more like a player's coach. I think
he said that with a gentleman, with a coach when couldn't get along with Whitmore, and him say Whitmore would be one of the better first to carry the team.
Right.
You know, so that is just talk. That is just talk. You're talking about Paula. Paula, when we got out of the World Cup campaign, we did still have chance and Paula get the team. And he didn't win a game. So I don't know how to come up with this
we
thing.
didn't have when Paula got the team. When Paula got the team, we didn't have any chance. None.
Where you get that from? Where you get that from?
Didn't happen. Bro,
every win all of our game, every win all of the game, we'll go to the World Cup. What are you talking about?
When Paula got the team, was already out.
Nothing like that.
No playing better ball. We play better ball. Best ball than Paula.
Google it. Google it right now. Google it right
why they would take it from Whitmore and give Paula if we didn't have a chance?
Google it right now. I said
me not have to Google it. Me not have to Google it, big man. And you fi Google it. Me not have to Google it. Me know say the last set of game that
the last set of game we had mathematical chance. Team had to lose.
It is when you know when they drop out is when they make Mexico come. I think Mexico come back and beat we when we was leading the game,
bro.
When it was leading, and Mexico come back and beat we in a stadium. I just saw the chance.
Listen,
gone. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, because listen, I think we had a slight mathematical chance.
No mathematical chance. If we win all of the game, we'll go to the World Cup. If the rest of game that if we didn't win them,
Fisherman, you know, say, hold on, brother. Fisherman, you have a very good point, but at the same time, you're not fair to Fisherman. The fact that you said something, say, boy, if the man didn't score any one of them chances there, we're going to the World Cup, and I true you attack. But at the same time, Fisherman, you know it's a bad coaching. End of the day, it's a bad coaching from remember when we on the show we talking to Fisherman, we go at Trinidad and win the game. Secure the game.
But Ghost. Don't matter what you say. If we go to Trinidad and win the game, we will not just come home and just get a draw of the World Cup. But we come here with destiny in our hands same way. But at home, playing in front of 30,000 people in the stadium, right?
Listen,
the Jamaica go to the World Cup by scoring 1 goal.
Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you guys something. We got a goal in Trinidad and Tobago. We should have defended the goal well. To me, we're not that much better than Trinidad. The coach played a good game in Trinidad because if we had tried to push up and try to score more goals against Trinidad, would have killed us. They would have taken us apart.
You realize what the coach did? When we scored the goal, you know what the coach did? You saw what the coach did?
Listen.
The coach take out that man and put everything in the defense and sit back and make the man and score the goal, bro.
First of all, the coach them pick the wrong 20. Them pick the wrong
We fell
23
asleep,
man
man.
squad. First of all,
We fell asleep, brother.
for Trinidad game, the 23 man squad was wrong. And
Brother,
that's the start from.
Bro, you
everything
guys,
about
you
Coach
guys
McLaren,
talking.
everything
Yo,
about
you
Coach
guys,
McLaren was wrong.
yo,
Everything
you
about
guys,
Coach
listen,
McLaren was
you
man
wrong.
guys
squad.
talking nonsense. You guys talking
When he
nonsense,
defeated the
bro.
team before we played
Listen,
Trinidad, that was a wrong. That was the wrong
listen,
23. They call up for that squad.
listen. You guys are talking nonsense. Any team the guy put on the field should be able to go out there and beat any team.
Nonsense.
Well, they're professional football. No, there's no such thing as real team.
We play the whole time. We don't know midfield. So we didn't have no midfield.
No, well, yeah, but we never had a midfield from this whole thing beginning.
Sir.
But you had players there that he didn't call that a good midfielders.
This gentleman on the line right now, sir. Sir, this gentleman on the line, sir, he's the only football player on this panel right now, sir, and he's going to educate us right now. Sir, educate us about football, sir. Go ahead. 410, you're going to educate us because we are talking nonsense. Educate us because you're the only one who play football.
Listen, let me answer a question. If you call a 23-man squad,
yes,
you
sir.
have a 1,000 player, you call a 23-man squad.
Yes,
right?
sir.
That's because those are the best players you see fit to represent the country, right?
No, because the others will get
Listen,
for speed, because speed wanted to coach it, so as speed pick that 23-man squad. We don't think that the coach pick it.
This man is a professional.
Let me ask you a question. You name 11 players outside of those players that you would have put that you would have in the national team.
Sir, you are the professional, sir. You are the professional. You teach us, sir. You teach us.
No, I'm not. I can't teach you guys nothing because your mind are set certain kind of way.
Boss, you are here to the man still in a boss. You are here to the man.
Listen, if I call 23 man,
yes,
right,
sir.
To the team, right? Yeah. Each position, I guess we have 2 players representing that position.
Yes,
that means if a player get injured. So if I choose to play this player, it's because I think I'm playing a team that you might excel against. So when I switch out a player and put another player in, I expect at least a bit, even the same quality of football. It's no different.
Ghost.
Ghost. Yeah.
Better midfielder than call. I mean, I don't like him, but Morris should call Morris.
Bro, listen up. I'm not against that.
Ravel Morris.
Midfield.
You want to guy, don't remember where name. I think he play in Europe, not England. Someplace else.
You be a professional footballer, sir, and you're going to say you come and choose. You choose and put players out here.
I never tell you I was a professional footballer.
You say you know about it, sir. Well, you say you know
about it. I play the game.
Yeah.
Listen, first and foremost, your bench must be as good or even better than the players on the field. Because when you go to your bench, your bench should be able to lift the game up or protect the game so you don't lose the game. Your bench should be should at least.
So do you have a plan? Do you have a strategy how you play in the game, sir?
I'm not the coach of the team, so how am I gonna have a strategy?
When you're playing football and you go to your meeting, when you have your meetings with your coach, do you have sir, I don't care about your opinion, sir. I don't care about your opinion. I'm asking for your professional advice. When you're sitting with your team, do you have a meeting in terms of how the strategy? Do you have that?
You have to.
So when you watch the Jamaican team, you look like they were following the instruction of what they got.
But it's not just Jamaican. You're playing against another team. You know, the other team duty is to disrupt whatever you're coming with. You know. If I know your strength is doing, you know, my.
You're this fisherman.
Boss. Hold on, man. Boss. Boss. Any strategy, when a coach go there and put a strategy up, tell the player them where them to play. What the strategy is, don't is that any result? The strategy is to get the end result and his win.
It depends on the other team.
I agree with that. I agree. Yes.
So every coach and the team come up with play. Say they come up with the strategy a long ball them all use. Is to get a result.
All right, him play the long ball where we no like see, but yet
And he
still
got a goal.
him get 5 chances out of the long ball where we no like. I can't chance where I play if we get enough, we knock it in and get the ball, put that in it. And don't we get the chances them to win the game and we didn't do it?
I agree with you, the fisherman. I agree with you. The quality is not there.
But fisherman.
So Power was knocking the ball on the ground. But when we don't get the goal,
we didn't get the goal.
We didn't create no chance.
So
what do we do? That's why so we knock the ball still.
So yeah, you're a fisherman. What we realize that the lacking, it's we know in the bigger football arena. I heard Bonnie Shaw said it lately in an interview, her last interview, when she was injured and came back, that Man City appointed her a psychologist. I think that's what I heard. Crispy said something similar. I think that's what was lacking in the team, because the psychologist is what would give you the mentality. I understand the winning mentality, because Bonnie Shaw said that when they appointed her the psychologist after she was injured and went back, and she talked to the psychologist one time, she was saying that everything good because you're Jamaican, she will just deal with it and tough it out. But afterwards, Man City told her that no, this is not a one-time talk. This will be an ongoing thing. So she said that is the time she started to speak up and speak freely and just talk how she feel. And then over time, she realized that she feel much better. So that's what I saw. I saw where we were a bit timid against some of the team. Yes, we got chances, but some of those chances weren't say clear-cut chances. So we needed someone to give us that adrenaline, that belief, and obviously it was lacking. We saw it in Curacao. We saw Dwight York trying to instill it in his team when they came back at us. But unfortunately, even now, we're not seeing it in Jamaica team.
Look here, man. You see, before the game, you have some. I think you have Bolt. You have some. I think some of the past players them go in the dressing room, go speak to the player them. You know, think them shouldn't take some form of confidence from those guys coming there, come talk to them.
As I said, fisherman, a one-off conversation couldn't be the fix. It needed an ongoing thing.
You see, all
thing.
All I want to say is good and well. But what I'm telling you,
the team just lack leadership. From the field, the team lack leadership. We don't have a leader from the team.
You remember earlier what I said? You remember what I said earlier? When I was earlier, about an hour ago, I tell you, everybody on the team have to see themselves as a leader. If you don't see yourself as a leader, right, you're at a disadvantage already. It doesn't matter what a therapist can come and say to you, right? You see a million people that go to therapist and after they left therapist, they go commit suicide, right? If you don't have the confidence in yourself to know you can do it, can't know therapist or whatever.
Oh, we understand that, but remember sometimes persons get the biggest CEO or the biggest successful people in the world nowadays. They are going to the therapy. Whether it's recommended or not. The biggest set of persons, they are going to counseling session, not to solve a problem that was created, but to prevent a problem from occurring. So what I'm saying, yes, you're right, because we see where Whisper came onto the field. Let's make it fast. We see where Whisper came on.
I'm agreeing with you the way, but I think you use the word therapist, and I think you're throwing off these people off,
No, man, it's not about therapist like a therapist. It's just someone who will talk and try to instill a mentality. Yeah. But you want to call it psychology.
Can I ask you guys a question? What's the difference you see between the team that went to World Cup and this team now? What do you think is the big difference between them?
Sir, I was answering the question for you, sir. We're answering the question for you, sir.
More talent, better players.
Guys, we're answering the question for you guys.
The 98 team had better players.
No, this team had better players, but you know what? That team had over this team?
98 team had better players. 98 team had better players.
Not talking about, not individually.
Listen. So you is there a player on this team now that is half as good as Whitmore? Do you see a player on this team that is half as good as Peter Cargill? Is there a player?
Yes, Rafael. But he didn't play.
As I told you before, this team is the worst playing Jamaican team in a long
No, it's not the worst team, but here what's the difference?
Worst playing.
Here the big difference. That time we used to use local based players, only 2 or 3, so they used to play as a team over and over and over.
We discussed that already. We're not talking about that. Just listen me. Demar Phillips time, 10 times better than this. Taximan time, 10 times better than this. I can go on and on. Ricardo Fuller time, 10 times better than this. I don't need to go 98. When Wes Morgan came, 10 times better. When Marlon King came, 10 times better. I can go on and on. McCleary and McNuff, them 10 times better than this team. That's what I'm telling you. Any Jamaican team that we had before easily walk in the Caribbean and they sleep in the Caribbean. They drink in the Caribbean.
This is a very bad team, bro. This is bad.
This team is really bad. You guys not seeing it.
That time Jamaica have good midfielders. Better midfielders.
Yes, we had better everything. We have better everything.
Defense too.
Everything. We had better everything.
But we have decent midfielders on defense.
Is lack of leadership. That is the main thing we miss out of this team. Lack of leadership on the field. That's the main thing. Nobody wants to step
It's
up.
a mental. Well, I think that's what we was trying to tell you guys.
Thank you much. Thank you, Ghost.
You know,
the mentality sucks, guys. The mentality really sucks. It really sucks.
Listen, look at St. Vincent. How can we be playing St. Vincent and Monica and Cuba? Come on, Tyrone Marshall, them would have laughed. Luton Shelton is crying in his grave now. No way these Caribbean teams should be dominating us like that.
One of my first contributions to this panel, I made the observation that they have brought pieces together, but there's no glue, and the team lacks a talisman. The player there who has the personality to fit that role, he's playing in the wrong position and he doesn't have the skill set, and that's Damian Lowe. You know, who has the attitude, who would galvanize the team, but I think the player needs to be in the midfield to serve this role.
Midfield?
No,
I disagree, Christy.
So you have a bunch of pieces coming together, and there's nobody to glue them. You don't have that one player who can glue them. You know, and that's the problem. They're often all by themselves, doing their own thing on the field. And in a situation like this, for it to work, you need a coach on the sideline who can be the galvanizer, like a Pep Guardiola, who galvanizes the team. So if a player is not there to do the job on the pitch, you need a coach to do that, but neither is there.
My point is, I can see if you come, you say we never have no chance coming into the last game, then I would put all soul blame on the coach. But if you coming in that last game and the team ain't put out there, I don't see who else would have said that man shouldn't start, or that one they shouldn't start. In the squad, he put a good starting 11 out there. And when the man start the game like them want the goal. The other team want the goal. Them just lay back. And as I said, the leader man like Gray. When Gray playing on the right and it wasn't working. As a leader, you're supposed to can step over to Cephas and say, yo, the coach not to tell you that you can do that yourself as teammate on the field. Switch. You go over there for a while and take over here.
I just prefer Hay because my tool is here.
But the problem is that Gray is not a leader; he's a piece. for Leon Bale is not a leader, he's a piece.
No, but you have so much player with experience like those guys were playing at the highest in the Premier League, like the defender Pino. Those guys coming like they don't have the mouth on the field, their mouth lock. You never see them.
Why the coach never? But they're not doing that. Why the coach never tell them to switch?
I'm talent, experience and leadership are not the same thing. You know, you have leadership and you have, for example, Delroy Chuck is older than Mr. Olness and has more experience, but Mr. Olness is leading the country. You know, so age and experience does not make you a good leader.
Drop me the line, please. Yeah,
that's true.
We just grab a truck from the Santel Party or bring it back.
If Damian Lowe had the talent and was playing maybe in the midfield, he would be the best person because he has the mentality. You know, Damian Lowe.
Well, you say if he had the talent, right?
No, I'm telling meaning that if he had played at the highest level, at the club level, and he had the you know what word I'm using for. He had the
I got a question for you. Do you know what position Damian Lowe started off playing?
Is it midfield?
He was a striker.
Okay, but clearly he was not suited for the striker role, right? Because
I don't think he's suited for the defender role either. I think he's a turbo defender too.
All right, I'm going to give you guys an example because I just look up the squad for the 2010 tournament. It's not full with overseas ballers like no, but I can also give you the results. There's a lot of players, about 30 players. I will just do them fast. If you want to hear the clubs, you can say you want to hear the clubs that they're playing for, but I can skip that out. I'm going to start with all right. So 4 keepers play 2010 for Jamaica: Dwayne Miller, Richard McCallum, Dwayne Carr, Donovan Ricketts, and of course Donovan Ricketts was the captain on the main stage.
Very good keeper too.
We have Jermaine Taylor. He's from St. George's. Adrian Reed, Portmore, Shabar Thomas, Kansas City, USA, Lovell Palmer, get by a Dynamo, Sean Francis, Columbus Crew. Then we have Decoy Williams. He's Jamaica. Watson, Jevan Watson, Jamaica. Breaking Rich, Tyrone Marshall, US. Virgo, that's Xavier and Virgo. Woodbine, Campbell, Sergio, Finlayson, Nicoy Finlayson, O'Neill Fisher, Damar Stewart, Richard Edwards, Rudolph Austin, Vernon Eric, Troy Smith, Jason Morrison, Demar Phillips, Navian Boyd, Marvin Morgan, Moody, Kennel, Cousins, Fabs, Daly, Kemar Daly, Romario, Rom Campbell, Swaby, Mario, Oliver, Trey, Devon Williams, Walt. All right, so you and then Dean, we said Dean Richards already. We have Ryan Johnson. So hear the drama now. Listen to the team. We played 13 matches. 13 matches. You guys listening to the result? All right. So the first match we play Guadeloupe. 1-1. That's in the Gold Cup. 1-1. Then we play, who's this? We play Grenada. 2-1. That's Gold Cup again. We play Guyana. 4-0. We play Guadeloupe. 2-0. Jamaica, you know. We play Antigua. 3-1. Jamaica. We play Costa Rica. 0-0. We play Trinidad. 1-0. We play we play Peru. They beat us 2-1. We play Costa Rica again. We beat them 1-0. We play Trinidad again. We beat them 3-1. We play South Africa. Then give it 2-0. That was before South Africa and Asamoah Gyan them go start the World Cup and Thing Suarez backs the ball out of the goal. And then we play Argentina 2-1.
Asamoah Gyan?
Asamoah Gyan.
Gyan,
Gyan? Yeah. Gyan, not Gyan. Yeah, man.
Yeah, he played for Ghana.
Yeah, Ghana. And then Canada 1-0. So you see, so so out about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 matches. We lose about 3 matches, 1 to Peru, 1 to Canada, and 1 to Argentina, and we still score on Argentina. And let me see if we score on Peru.
But that's typically what.
But
to add to that, that's typically what always happens. We always beat those teams, the Guadeloupe, but when we get to that final point where we have to beat the Costa Rica, the Mexico, and the United States, those are always our stumbling blocks.
But this time around, we didn't have those teams to beat. We have the regular teams that we always beat with our regular players.
And that's why I said this team is not as good.
Wonderful. So that's our point we are trying to make.
And the team after 98 is even better than that team after name.
We don't want to go 98. That's why we didn't want to go 98.
No, we're not at 98. We're not at the 98 team. It's the team after 98 was even better than that team.
Because when you think about this, that I tell you, you can think about Kemar Dalladale, you can think about Rudolph Austin, you can think about Lovell Palmer, you can think about Dane Richards, you can think about Demario Phillips and Ricketts, Tyrone Marshall, well, Shabar Thomas maybe, but it wasn't no big talent pool. You understand? And yet still we're able to get the result.
Right there, that was a big talent pool, because those players was better than these players right now.
So Jermaine Johnson never in that squad there.
That's a good midfielder. You call a baller name. That's a baller. Jermaine Johnson is a baller. That's the best player we have that was locally born and bred after Whitmore. Jermaine Johnson. Not just now. I'm lying. Not Jermaine Teddy Johnson. Not Teddy Johnson. No. I'm mixing up players right now. There's another midfielder we had after 98. I can't remember his name. He was a really good player. I felt like... No, it's not Jeremy New. Because Jeremy New started shining for the national team when he was old, when he was coming toward the end of his career. Jeremy New wasn't shining when he was younger.
No, say shine. Them never give him the chance to shine.
No, he got the chance. Don't tell me that. He got the chance.
Which player are you looking for, a striker or a midfielder?
You know, Jeremy New was getting called from the time of like Panel Tinto and all them and that. Them time Jeremy New get them little looking, But Jeremy New just never shined till the end of his career. Jeremy New came on the scene at a time when Whitmore was still playing, all those guys,
The coach them never did a Jeremy. Them check Jeremy New. Then give Jeremy, look here, man. Jeremy and you, them deal with Jeremy and you away. They say Jeremy and you run back.
No, bro, no. I like Jeremy. Jeremy, you are St. Thomas man like me. I'm my player. I'm coming just I tell you, I'm my player. My biased player will come up from my parish.
No, well, we watch Jeremy and you from Germany. We watch Jeremy and you from Germany and you coming at Jamaica national team. Anyone in national, I think him play. But I think him. If we don't like play under 23. But Jeremy and you was one of the baller with the coaches. And Simo is one of them who come here, take the youth and start
it's not just bro, listen what I'm telling you. It's a lot of players that Simo is used to call. But when they come to the national team, then they will live up to the standard. Jeremy and you started when Whitmore gave him the chance. Listen, bro, I'm telling you something. Jeremy and you, another player named Victor Samuel. He was a guy that Simo is really like too. Quite a few players that Simo is like, but when they call them to the squad, they just don't shine.
Man. Simo is
gonna stop Reggie. I don't tell me say man, I was just the best footballer and the bench the best footballer for no reason, man.
I mean, then when Jeremy and you you watch Jeremy and you when he play when Downswell when he play under Downswell, you watch him when he play under Downswell when we win the Caribbean Cup.
It's not about that. Jeremy is a great player. I agree with you. The guy is talented, but when they come to the national team, they just don't.
When Jeremy you get look here, they never pick the man team attribute to him up. They want people to Same now, run back and pack it. That's the main thing why they don't
You see
play
the
Germany.
Jamaican kick. You see the Jamaican kicking. So if that's the reason, not deserve in a team neither. So if you have a football player, we'll give you more. Why you gonna put a man where I gonna give you less?
Look here, man. Some player will get play over Germany and you in a field in a them time and they will be them came walk in a Germany.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you something. Germany you come on the scene at a time where Jamaica still had good players.
Look here, man.
Whitmore was playing. Chris Dawes was playing. All those guys.
When Whitmore get the team and a coach the team and want midfielder and him quarrel every day saying no midfielder and he not call Germany you. Eh? And now Germany you don't give.
Oh yeah, listen. Whitmore use Germany towards the end of Germany career in the national team.
Look here, man. The man who use Whitmore Germany the most in a one full tournament is Gwendell Downwell.
I don't
win
think
the Caribbean Cup with him and got Gold Cup. Get some highlights. Get some highlights of the Gold Cup when the man play. But get some highlights of Germany Gold Cup when play.
I am telling you, listen, I am biased when it comes on to Jeremy and you, because he's the best thing to me that come out of St. Thomas.
Yeah, give the man a raw deal, sir.
Football. He didn't get a raw deal, brother. He didn't get a raw deal. Jeremy and you could not play. Jeremy and you could not play over the players that was playing at the time, brother. You have to talk facts, brother. You have to stop talking for emotion because
emotion. We're talking about there's nobody could have passed the ball like Jeremy and you.
You know the Jeremy and you are a whole man, a whole, right? You know that, right?
What?
He's
47. He's 47.
Yeah. How old is Whitmore?
Like 50.
Go figure. No man, Jeremy,
what you talking about?
Jeremy and you know, I get called from back in the Whitmore them days, you know, brother. Me I tell you, brother.
Then what we say?
I want thing with Simais. If you can't play, Simais not sit down for you, brother. In the bench, Simais not a bench player.
The man play Jeremy and you after the 98th World Cup. Jeremy and you start get when Simais come back in a second stint. At that time, he start call
Jeremy you could not play over Whitmore them. Jeremy you could not play over Whitmore and Cargill them, brother. I don't
big
care
man, you couldn't play over Whitmore and Cargill. Hold on there. Him have to start in every game.
Listen, Jeremy and you, the team that when Jeremy and you was started getting called up for Jamaica, the team was too big.
What year was it? What year did you get?
Bro, you thought even fabulous and them man there, Fabian Davis. And Fabian Davis.
Fabian Davis are better. Oi. Say Fabian Davis are better midfielder than Jeremy.
Yeah.
Fabian and personally play two different positions. So me not
gonna argue that now. But me gonna try to tell you that. Even them
remember Fabian Davis captain the team now. So two different ballers they're talking about. You guys.
Two different positions still. So
Fabian Davis to me still could have played in the middle still, you know.
Yeah, and Miguel start play first. Like Miguel not play when he captain the under 23 team. He might play midfield.
Right.
But when he come in a national team, he start out as mid and then switch to right back.
That's true.
He switch to right back.
Virgin, but you don't have to understand football.
Jeremy sometimes get a raw deal in every national team.
Him not getting a raw deal, man. Him not getting a raw deal, bro.
Whitmore come and remember when Whitmore playing at the match that stadium when him play the ball when him get Dean Richard.
Brother.
Yes, you remember the ball when him get Dean Richard in another match there?
Listen, man. Listen. I'm one of the man right here. I'm with you like I would have loved to see Jeremy and you on our team. But the teams that the players that Jeremy and you came up against, I don't think he would have played over them. Trust me.
Man, some of them see that play over Jeremy. Some of them manage.
Brother, we have to talk reality.
Who Jeremy you would have played over?
Me see the man that Fabian Watkins all them man there. I play over Jeremy and you. What you talk about, man?
Because if you know a certain player offer a certain thing to a certain team, brother. You could be the best midfielder, but for this tournament or this program, we not use you. Because you're not playing the style of play what me I go use get in this tournament.
Look here,
Maybe
man.
Germany and you never fit in the system that the coaches was
I
playing
think
at the time,
German
brother.
you captain Walker or Harborview with you Cargill there and about 4 or 5 more nationals.
Listen, Jeremy and he was one of the most talented players I
So
ever
he
seen in
was
my life,
highly
brother.
respected at the club level and
So he could make
right.
up. So
his problem with the national team maybe was a coach situation where he just couldn't follow instructions. I think
That's what I'm
the problem
saying.
there.
No, that's a logical point, bro. Now you're making sense.
Nah, man, I don't follow. The coach said the Simo has come up with this thing. Say him not play with the play without the ball. Him not run back and tackle. That are the main thing.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Who do you guys say is one of the most lethal striker you guys see in Jamaica since?
You, German.
No, striker.
Oh,
since 98. No, me talk locally in Premier League football since 98 to about 2004, 2005. Who do you say was in the Jamaican Premier League, the most lethal striker?
The most.
Since when you say? Say about from 98 to 2005, 2006, somewhere about there. Who would I say?
Look here. You can name three.
Yeah, name him.
You have the youth who used to play for Waterhouse.
Kevin Lamey. Right.
You have the other one who used to play for Constant Spring. When name?
Which one?
Anybody with? When name again, man? Play for Constant Spring for years, man. Them man, they have scored over 20 goals a season, man.
Constant Spring or Portmore?
Eh?
Constant Spring or Portmore?
Constant Spring, man. Constant Spring. Me still remember my name. And then you have the one who used to play for Portmore. Bumpy, then call him Bumpy. Scored the most goals in the Premier League.
Listen. Hold on. Hold on, brother. Me ask the question, so let me tell you why. Bumpy, I'm a cousin. I know him personally. See him? Now, I'm tell you something right now. You know what's calling get up for the national team? He might be the most lethal striker, but when him coming to the national team, him is just not. You see him? And that is Jeremy and you. Me just try to prove the point to you.
Nah, man. Jeremy and you are different thing.
Let me tell you. Them can be, you can be them. Nah, man, brother. Jeremy and you get a lot of look in a younger age.
Me ask you again. Why when him play and when him get the chance and play with Downswell, the man come play the whole tournament and was one of the top players of the team. Go all World Cup go shine. Why?
Well, maybe him improve.
Because the coach put people around him. Stop telling him same if he run down a man and go in at the defense, go tackle, and then go back. The man came to his attribute to him have, and it's to pass the football. And if he get chance, he kick up the net. That is what the man playing for.
But
that was the man playing for. I mean, Lazarone, 2 man give you a chance. But Lazarone.
How successful was that team that he played in? How successful was that team?
You know, you say them win the Caribbean Cup and go a Gold Cup, and I think them go a semi-final and get the cup.
How much time we win Caribbean Cup without Germany? Answer that question. We win Caribbean Cup without Germany, right? Yeah.
When we win it in a Germany new time, when we win it, I think it was either the 3rd time or the 2nd time.
But my point is we are one of the best. We are the top team in the Caribbean, Jamaica. We shouldn't be losing no Caribbean. Even with a high school player, we shouldn't be losing Caribbean Cup.
Me no buy that, you know. Let me come up with them something more time. I want them to watch football.
Listen,
you know, so when Trinidad got about 5 Caribbean Cup about 1 week on, you know that?
That's true.
Do you know that?
That's true.
Hey, what Bumpy real name? Cause we have
Ruan Nelson.
Cause you know the top Fabian 205 goals. Kamar Beckford 174 goals. Nicholas Nelson 160. Colorado Murphy 153.
I'm a Premier League record.
I'm for the most goal in a Premier League in a one season, you know.
One season. Ruan Nelson.
Oh, me a talk about all over.
And
In a one
went to
season.
Trinidad. And he went to
No,
Trinidad.
but
with the top
remember,
scorer in Trinidad
him
and
play
League
West
twice.
Bank game in Trinidad, you know. Him left Jamaica and go play in Trinidad for
No,
years,
the
you know.
top scorer he's telling you about.
And he was the top
The
scorer
top
over there.
scorer of
Top
all
scorer
time in the
Trinidad.
local league.
How we are, man?
Fabian Reid, Nicholas Nelson, Kemar Beckford, Colorado Murray, Daniel Green. Daniel Green will still play.
Yeah, man, then man in the lethal like Bumpy.
Lethal like Bumpy.
But the man has scored most goal. Where me no lethal? The man has
Dwayne
more goals in the
Garden.
Premier League than in
Lord have mercy. How much game the man play, big man?
How much he play?
Listen, Bumpy
What I'm
scored
trying
the most
to
goal
tell
in
you, the
one
man
season.
play, broke the record, scored the most goal and got Trinidad go play. He retired. I think I them done in career, sir. Play only
Okay,
for match.
so good then you can't measure him then if he didn't play.
Brother, listen up. Bumpy have the most goal in one season.
In one season. Okay.
One season.
How much he have?
Not only that, listen, not only that, him got leading goal scorer in Trinidad and League twice. Not only that, him also broke the schoolboy Manning Cup record with the most goal in one season.
I mean, you know, the man was a lethal striker in Jamaica, sir.
Terrible.
In any league when played.
But
when he leave and play in a Trinidad Pro League, man. Years, man.
He never matched up in a Trinidad still, you know. Yeah. But listen,
anybody wait for that?
But listen, when he goes to the national team, it just as somebody I know purpose. I'm a family for real, me I tell you, the blood, you know.
Yeah, man, we don't know about Bumpy, man. We know him, man. You know, your family, so we don't know him. I watch him play, man. We don't watch him. I watch Bumpy for him play, man. Play for Jamaica. Get call up. Him and Liam is same thing. Liam get call up in national team to Liam. Liam don't do much now.
Guess which striker in the top 10.
I saw Liam was good at Waterhouse, right?
And continue to score goal for Jamaica. Continue to be top scorer. Javon he's at number 9 with 39 goals in the local league. And he continued to because he's one of the leading scorer down in Israel.
But that's what Javon is. That's probably overall. What Bumpy scored the most.
No man, we move off of that now, man. I was just surprised that Javon is here and then go Costa Rica and did the same thing, and now we gone Israel doing the same thing. And still we're not.
Ghana one of the biggest team in Israel now.
Yes, so he might go on a Champions League. He might be one of the only players from Jamaica going Champions League next season.
You see me, man, when I talk football, I don't talk off of emotion and feeling. I try to talk facts, brother. I not say I always right, you know, but I try to talk facts with football. Because I'm not sure you advise what I say so. Not sure you advise what I say so. When I call a man name, when I never like him as a Jamaican defender. And I don't want to have a family to tell about. I'm not biased. I'm not biased when it comes to football. So when we talk about Germany, I tell you, say, in a Germany on younger stage, him just have too much bigger player where he couldn't play over. He couldn't play over Whitmore. He couldn't play over. I don't even think Germany you go to play over Chinsu and them when them on the roll ball. But me love Germany, St. Thomas man like
myself. Them the foolishness the way you talk, man. Yes, what I try to tell you, man.
What is the foolishness?
You talk foolishness, man. Say man could be Chinsu in no football game. Chinsu can play football more than Germany.
Chinsu was a wicked baller, man.
We know that Chinsu was a good baller. But when you're talking about passing the football, knock football, you can't put Chinsu with Germany, man.
But you know him. Chinsu was in Jamaica squad at one point more than Germany. So
that's not to tell you. Say you have them man with Germany. When they will do more tackling than Germany.
Fisherman, Germany and you are Chinsu them idol, man. That don't need to debate. Germany and you is Chinsu them daddy. All right.
Listen what me I try to tell you. Listen what me I try to tell you. When you play football, you know look the person when you go play not necessarily have to be the best player now. All them have to give you everything you want. And if you not give you everything what you want, you can't say man.
Whitmore was not tackler. Whitmore was not tackler, sir.
Whitmore was a special player. Whitmore was a special player, brother. I don't care.
And so was Jeremy and you a special player.
Jeremy was a special player. I mean, I stop saying to get a raw deal.
And so was Blacker. And so was Blacker boy. Special player.
You get a raw. Jeremy, you get a raw deal.
Wonderful.
I don't think so.
No, in the national team. Raw deal.
Raw deal for sure.
I don't think so, brother.
And Andy Williams, Walter Boyd. Man, if you call Walter Boyd, oh Lord.
Joke.
Nah, let's not Walter Boyd. Walter Boyd was a good player. Good striker.
Well, right, really unbeatable, but they have him in
so the last question I'm going to ask you guys now. If we don't make it to the World Cup, what's next?
Rebuild. We start from
the rebuild, man. No rebuild.
Use the under 17 team. Use the under 17 team.
No. Watch this. We have to big up the under 17 team. We have to rebuild.
And then they're going to stop at where? Where are they going to stop?
You know the rebuilding process. We're not going to start. It's going to start from 3, 5 years old, 6 years old. Right, that's where it have to start from. Because we have to. That's where it have to start from.
And what's the transformation to the national team?
Well, it depends. It depends on where they go. It depends
because
on where they go.
Remember, we have an issue with the team up for when it start after under 17, to go up to the national team. We have a problem.
But look here, then we start at the end of the day. When you start rebuild now, you must have an aim,
Yeah, but
you start rebuild, so you must have an aim. You try things already.
You guys, now that we know the situation, so what are the plans or what will we put in place to level up to the national team?
All right, so the clubs have to come and play. The clubs have to.
But the coaches, we need coaches too. Coaches are not good.
Them big man,
hold on.
We need coaches. We coach coaches. Coaches, when we get them, instead of then coach the team, then coach the coaches. One style of play.
To be honest, in all honesty, Jamaican coaches are getting better now, to be honest, because
but they were getting better. Well, remember, we're far behind a lot of coaches too. We have a lot of ground to make up.
If you listen, you don't listen. You listen a lot. You ever listen on a Speed interview where Speed said?
What Speed say?
The man said them making the coaches them go and getting them license. Getting them A or whatever license.
From where?
License don't make you a good
From
coach.
From where?
So what you say license don't make you a good coach. What you say?
Let Fisherman finish. From where? From where, Fisherman? From where?
You know what make you a good coach? They have coaching seminars and school, and you go and learn. Then you go get.
So where the people them when them go get them license and learn them go learn.
From where, Fisherman? From where?
License so you can go coach one of the team.
From Trinidad?
You know what?
No, them must be to Jamaica now. They're supposed to have one in the next week or two there.
No, they've been having it. They've been having it for years.
Where these people are coaches? Where they getting where these instructors?
They're getting FIFA. It's actually FIFA coaches. It's actually FIFA.
Guys, we have to be careful with rebuilding because during this rebuilding period, will the ranking of the team slide?
No, we're not saying remember, when we say rebuilding, we are working on what we have right now. So we're gonna what we have right now. We're gonna try to improve them. The under 17, the under 20. We're gonna try to get them to up to the national level. But in the meantime,
hold on now.
Mm-hmm.
So the man said every coach that they put to coach any national team, from the youth team come up, them gonna play the same style. Every team, from the junior come right up to the senior team, they're gonna play the same style of football.
Carla, when I hear rebuild, correct me if I'm wrong. When I hear rebuild, I take it to mean no more professional players from the UK.
Yeah, no, the brother come up.
No. The best player got up on the field. The best player got up on the field. Where them come from?
Okay, then we're not going to rebuild then.
Huh?
We can
rebuild. We can rebuild. And
your football that been saying I go call up nobody from overseas.
No, we can rebuild and be inclusive. We can rebuild and be inclusive. What are you talking about?
Okay. I'm seeking clarification
I'm asking questions. I'm trying to learn. Right? That's all I'm trying to do.
We're not excluding nobody. We're gonna be inclusive.
Okay.
What we want to do is we want to get better local players though. So we have to go from the grassroots because you can't teach old dog no trick. So we have to go from basic, from 5 years old, and teach them the fundamental, the importance of being disciplined, the importance of respecting the game, the importance of respecting your opponent. You understand what I'm saying?
But in my opinion, irrespective of whether the senior team is winning or losing, that should be done. So the senior team qualifies for the World Cup. Are we not going to teach the grassroots young kids the right way how to play the game? In my opinion, that should be the norm.
Isn't that what I just said?
Isn't that what I just said? It start already.
Isn't that? All right, let me tell you. Jamaica is in a better place in terms of like grassroots. I know you have all the academies coming up. You have the one of my boy. I have a bunch of different academies, including the one with Stevens to have, because it looked like Stevens to have one for himself too. Because I know I've been watching a video where he's taking like local born kids overseas to play in like tournaments and stuff.
Remember, he's a Mount Pleasant coach. All right?
Okay. And I still have my boy there. What name? Butler. You can't stand him, but you still have him. And even though you have ballers. Right. I think if Butler wasn't so toxic, I think he could help Jamaica football program. But for me, everything is about him, and he gotta take himself out of it. I know, I develop the talent for the future of the country.
I want to say something with Craig Butler that I hear talk about all the time, and I tried to stay out of it because I know we are a top man culture. The top man, the gun. That's who we are.
Yeah.
Culturally. And I hear Craig Butler being portrayed as this developmental guru, and I want to take that. I want to take that into question, right? None of Craig Butler's players have ever left his academy and go straight into a top team. They always go somewhere else to be further developed. Leon Bailey was developed at Genk. Whisper is being further developed at Chelsea.
Right.
But Craig Butler is being portrayed as this developmental guru.
Yeah, but he's doing more than any local.
No, Crispy.
Yeah, but yes, hold on.
No, one question is the same point. I just want to enhance what you're saying, our clarification. When did Whisper went to Chelsea?
He went to Chelsea when he was short. Whisper spent some time in the UK before he played for that. He played high school football.
Yes, man, we know, but he was not Chelsea at that time. He went.
So he went to Chelsea after he finished playing high school football
in Jamaica. So he went to Chelsea at his 18th birthday.
18.
So you are saying that just a second. So we just want to dissect things. And he was injured from the 19 to 20. He was injured. So you are saying that the 1 year between 18 and 19 Chelsea to get all the praises for his development?
No, Wayne, I am not saying that. I am not saying Craig Butler does not develop players. Listen my word carefully. I said he's being lauded as a developmental guru. If you know what a guru is.
It is. Right? I don't fancy the guy, but he is. You have to give him his flowers. I don't fancy the guy.
For example, Panel. Barcelona developed Messi.
But when we talk in terms of Jamaica, we don't
can I finish, man? Come on, man.
All right.
Barcelona developed Messi. Messi went straight out of Barcelona's academy into Barcelona's first team.
he did not leave Barcelona's academy and go somewhere else to be further developed. So if Craig Butler is a guru, the key word here is guru, right? Why players are not leaving straight out of his academy and jump right into first team?
And all right, so what happened is, Crispy, is that's unconventional. That never happened before. So what you're looking at? Wait, no. So what you are looking at when we talk about guru, when Leon Bailey went to Genk, how old was he?
I'm not sure.
It was young.
All right. It was like 50. He's playing there from he was 16, and he got the young player of the year in Belgium, and he scored about 5 goals in Europe at 16, 17. That's when Bayer Leverkusen bought him. So the praise on Butler, I think he deserved it. Only thing you could argue that he could have more numbers playing at a higher level.
Yes, but
his guru status still, you know. His guru status still in a way. I think we are go overboard with this guru thing still, you know. His guru thing, we are go overboard with it.
Fisherman, that's what I'm talking about. I am not saying Craig Butler doesn't develop players in a way. Please pay attention to the words I'm using. I am not saying he doesn't develop players. I am saying the guru status, and it's a cultural thing also, because that's what Jamaicans are. We like the Dan, we like the top man who we praise in the community, and it spills over into
Crispy. We understand totally what you are saying, Crispy, but just think about it, Crispy. Leon Bailey from Craig Butler Stead, Crispy, is the highest playing ball on the Reggae Boyz team with 100 English-born players who had the opportunity to develop at the highest level and the best in England. And Leon Bailey is that guy. We have Whisper. Just a second. Pass. We have Whisper, who leave schoolboy football, went to Premier League 2 and now playing in the championship. You know where the championship rank in the world, Crispy?
Number 5.
No, maybe 6 or 7. But yet still, it's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Again, I am not saying it's a big deal. You guys are not. Again, in Jamaica, Baby Gardner left Aberview and went into the championship. So it has been done before, right? And we treat Craig Butler as if he is
high school. Baby Gardner have high school.
Not high school, Crispy.
No, but Billy Gardner was playing in the Reggae Boyz at 17, right? He played for the Reggae Boyz at 17, and then
I gotta say one more thing before I go. I gotta go. Just let me get one more thing, Crispy. I don't need to cut you off. All right. I'm sure you guys hear me call. Most of you guys probably know me. When I first person used to do on Ryan show. When I first person used to do on Manning's Man show, when all these YouTube things start. I was critical of Butler. I can't stand the guy. But for me, he has done more for local football development than anybody else at the younger age. I don't see anybody else do what he does. I don't like him, but I gotta tell you the truth.
Hello. You see, that's right. No, big man, I have to stop you there, so you know, that may I say, you know. We use the Bailey in something that make it seem like say nobody. But it means say it do more for local development.
You tell me if another coach who send you send me tell me if another academy who send
years to develop youngsters.
But how much you don't send out half the amount of youngsters where Butler send out. You must tell me.
Name the players them where Butler send out.
You hear him talk about it all the time.
Where then we hear him talk about it, and we not take nothing from him, you know. We not take nothing from him with it, but name the players them. The only player where you send out.
Me can't name, but I know he sent a lot of players to Europe.
Where he send them? Where?
Mostly Malta. Mostly
Come on, man.
Who the Jamaican send the players anywhere?
Look here, man.
Jamaica send no players anywhere. Tell me.
What you say?
Which other before Butler? What other coach or academy was sending any player anywhere in the world? Tell me.
Bibi Gardner is Aberview.
Bibi Gardner was signing in Jamaica national team.
Big man is coming from where him get called from? Where him get called from?
Listen, Bibi Gardner development should be credited to Simize. Not even to Aberview.
Come to foolishness, man. Aberview develop.
Listen, Rene Simoes turned Bibi into a proper professional player.
Listen, develop Ricardo Gardner.
Listen,
in a Aberview team, so them are 15.
Listen.
One stadium go watch him play the Aberview in a major league.
Me there as a beat Bailey. Me there as a beat Butler. But it's when it comes to the truth. But
you're saying something which is not true. You're saying something because you're talking about. You said him saying we are only for players. Now you ask him where.
Me have to go now. Me have one question.
All right,
who in this group chat right now believe that Butler don't deserve that flowers? Say hi.
All right, between Butler,
it does not deserve.
Butler
It does not
Speed,
deserve.
in terms of the highest is Butler, but in terms of volume, it might be Rudolph Speed, but we're not certain. But Rudolph Speed.
Look here, man.
I'm talking about investment. Where they send.
All right, guys.
I do not think that Butler should be viewed as a guru.
Take care. Let's continue this conversation tomorrow. May I feel it?
No, man. A Jamaican guru is not bad, Crispy. For what he has done.
Guys, bless up. May I feel it?
Leon Bailey was developed in Europe. This idea that Craig Butler developed him is untrue.
No, it cannot be untrue. Is anywhere in Europe that he went Crispy is Butler brought him there, and he
brought him to Europe. Butler brought him to Europe in an academy.
Butler brought him to Europe and developed him in a different places. All right.
Okay. So why could Butler develop him in Jamaica then?
Repeat.
Why didn't Butler develop? Why was Liam Bailey as a young kid going around in Europe?
Because there's no caliber player. They're less caliber player in Jamaica than Europe.
No. Wait. Let her answer Crispy. Crispy not aware. Liam Bailey had done win under 13, under 14, under 15 in Jamaica from he was 11, 12. Crispy. Butler brought him choke us off and he win all of those age group league before he went to Europe.
So Liam Bailey did not underwent any development in Europe.
Yes, we're not saying he didn't, but all of it credited to Butler. It's not like Butler left him. Listen, Chris. It's not like Butler left him like Whisper.
So even though he was partially developed in Europe, all of it must go to Butler.
We're not saying, but all right. I'm saying this is nonsensical for us to be debating on it. Yes, if you want to take away the guru title, I understand. But we cannot take away what he has done, all right?
When Whisper came back from Chelsea and played his first game for the national team, everybody was crediting and saying, "Wow, Whisper look different. He looks like a professional player. XYZ."
No, I don't think so. Crispy, you have several players who score on their debut for Jamaica, and I think Whisper was one of them.
What I'm saying is that when Whisper came back and played his first game after going to Chelsea, everybody was saying, "Oh,
all right, listen,
hold on. Everybody was saying that Chelsea had an impact on his game."
That is just within 1 year, Crispy. So listen what Butler got credit for, Crispy. Butler took a non-traditional high school who have never passed not even round one in Manning Cup, and he have them won a Manning Cup title and won the Walker Cup title.
Yeah, so, but Butler also took the team in Clarendon and demoted them. He also did that.
Yes, but that was not you team. Crispy. Come on, man.
Okay, but you see, when Butler does something crappy, it is overlooked, and
No.
we just praise him for the coaching good that he
All
does.
right. They said Dunswell, something there. What they call that took the under 17 to the World Cup? No, and he did it on 3 occasions. Winden Dunswell, not pronouncing his name correctly.
Dunswell.
And he did that 3 times. Would you call him an under 17 guru? Crispy?
And he used to coach Stets as well. I think you win some with Stets as well.
Butler also have done some things that if anybody else had done it, they would have had hell to pay. Leon Bailey's real father is never featured, right? We have seen where Butler purposefully created a wedge between Whisper and his own father and his mother, purposefully.
Crispy, that is not football, Crispy.
Okay,
personal life.
but development is not only on the field.
Leon Bailey wasn't Whisper. He didn't have a father like Whisper could help him like Whisper.
Yeah, okay. But we see Whisper. We see when a father is there, and Craig Butler try to push that father out.
As I said, that we don't know all the information, Crispy.
So why you go down the road, the big man?
So, yeah, it's not wise for us to go on that.
No, but it's a fact. And when a person it talks about everything must be on the table.
So are we talking about Butler's developmental plan, or are we talking about Butler's personal life and his
it's not
attitude?
personal. It's all about development. And we see, okay, look at the attitude of Butler's players. Breaking curfew. Clearly Butler is not teaching his players professionally.
How many players Butler have that break curfew?
Leon Bailey broke curfew, Whisper broke curfew. Those are 2 players on the national team.
Was it a known fact that Whisper broke the curfew?
Okay.
That's not a fact that Whisper broke the curfew.
Okay.
It's a known fact that Leon Bailey broke the curfew.
Okay, at least he acted unprofessionally.
So Crispy, so we're talking about all of those things. Where I say? Why you say? Why I say?
I am saying
you know we get no credit for player name and that you say?
No, I am saying it's over the top.
Christy, so at what stage development should start and finish?
Again, I am not saying he should not get any credit.
Answer the question. Answer the question. At what stage in your mind do you think started to finish?
The development can continue for a very long time, even if
just give me a number, give me a range, reasonable amount of time, age.
And age, I cannot because Leon Bailey has even said since
I'm thinking, listen.
Let me finish now, man. You asked me a question, let me finish now.
Okay.
Even Leon Bailey said that since he has been at Aston Villa, this Emery coach has taught him a lot. Right? He has said Emery has taught him positioning on the pitch and XYZ. So Emery has helped in Leon Bailey's development, even at this stage.
I want to use that development.
So do you stop learning, Crispy? Stop learning things.
That's experience. That's been experience.
No, but if you're a player and you don't know positioning and you are taught, you are developed, because when you're coming up through the ranks, you should be being taught positioning on the pitch, right? So if you are being taught how to position and at that level, then that's a part of development.
All right. Crispy, over a million schoolboy football that came from 1910 Manning Cup playing, and not even certain when they start play. That know it could reach on over 100 years now. And we have one schoolboy football who left out of schoolboy and went all the way to Chelsea. And you believe that the Chelsea coach in their right mind didn't see some level of development within him in order for them to take him?
I did not say Craig Butler does not develop players. I never said that. I simply said he's being treated as if he's this developmental guru, and the key word is guru. And I don't see players leaving his academy and go straight into the first team at the highest level.
Okay, which other academic in Jamaica that one player leave from high school and goes to
No. Whisper was not only in high school; he was at Craig Butler's academy.
Okay, with academy.
He wasn't just merely in high school. He was.
Yeah, so he's
Butler's
asking
academy.
which player from which academy leave and go all the way to the top league. That's what he's asking.
Yes.
Again, in the Jamaican context, I don't see it occurring.
Man a guru then. So why you
No, but I'm a guru. But we're rating. In my opinion, I am talking about at the international level.
All right.
I see. Okay, for example, Lionel Messi went straight from Barcelona's academy into Barcelona's first team.
You know, Crispy, I won't repeat what Danny Dredd say inside the chat. He said you're a guru, though.
Anybody can say anything that I'm just giving the facts I'm putting on the table.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What I'm saying is it's correct. I do not see a player leaving right out of Craig Butler's academy and going into a first team at the highest level. So in my opinion, that's not a guru where your player are leaving unfinished.
As I said,
every player, right? Because everybody, if on this improvement, everybody improve. If it is stagnant, I improve. It's good. So if you're on the right track, you can improve. So I would call improving, but not develop. The man already developed.
All right.
Okay. I know. He's so developed, then he can get into a system and easily adapt because you know the fundamentals.
For example, you have
what I know, Crispy, is that in Jamaica, when youth development is concerned and youth team is concerned,